fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How do we start that on Friday morning at 6 o'clock with a little football music? Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast this morning, and still with us is former Houston Texan badass Seth Payne. Been Gary producing. What? You are.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm not going to. Hey, look, after all of the stuff that we've seen from former players on both sides of the ball over the course of this past week with the Aziz Al-Shair takes, I'm not going to look at you sideways, dude.
Aziz Al-Shair should have been afforded 3 more seconds to hit Trevor Lawrence. He should be allowed to pummel him while he's on the ground. That's what you get. That's what you get if you're a late slider. I'll tell you. That's the way we played the game.
We've got to talk. Man, I loved all of that. Back in my day, conversation that was like, your day was literally like, I don't know, you retired like 5 years ago with some of the takes from some of the guys that we've heard over the course of this past week.
The whole, that's the whole thing. I feel like we've shied away from, I don't think we've hit the whole back in my day part of it because it's just useless. Okay, the game has changed, it's evolved, and the rules are the way they are. I think the whole thing with the Aziz Al-Shair debate, as you and I were discussing it before the show, is there's so many different aspects and facets to it that it's almost impossible to not get into an argument about it, even if it's somebody that you think you agree with, because you might start off with like, well, yeah, it's hard to make a decision in that moment, and then somebody says, yeah, it's really on the quarterback, and then, wait, hold on a second, it's not on the quarterback. There's just so many different, and that's why people keep getting continually angry over it. The last 3 days, I've come in every morning and I've said, listen, I can't be angry about this forever. We have to move forward. And then somebody will say something that triggers me.
Yeah, well, you know what? Now we know, we have a little bit better of an understanding of what goes on in these meetings in the off season, like the rule change committees. And you wonder why literally every NFL off season they come up with like a half dozen to a dozen different rule changes that need to be enacted this season. So I never feel like we get a good grasp of what anything is. You remember we went through that good portion of what felt like about a decade of, hey, what's a catch again? Whole thing. And now it's, I thought the biggest issue was going to be, this targeting thing, the helmet to helmet. And now it's literally still the quarterback. How can we protect them even more? Does every quarterback out there need to look like the dorky dude on Little Giants? I don't know. Maybe. But even if he did, your ass still needs to get out of bounds and not dive or slide or anything anymore.
You know what? I'm glad you put it that way in terms of just, okay, what's the controversy of the day? Because I guess in hindsight, it makes sense that this is going to be the controversy because there are so many dual threat quarterbacks in the league now. It didn't happen all that quickly, but
no, there was a conversation that existed like, these guys will never last.
Right.
It's go about from pocket passers.
Let's say when the zone read first hit the NFL with Colin Kaepernick and and some of those quarterbacks, Russell Wilson, from those when the college game really started infiltrating the NFL game and the way it was played. That's kind of when it was, you could mark that as the beginning of, okay, this is going to be inevitability. You got quarterbacks running all over the place all day long. I mean, the chances of like a Tom Brady level athlete making it in the NFL these days as a young quarterback, it's just less and less and less likely. Teams have gone from looking side-eyed at athletic quarterbacks to now it's a prerequisite. So, we're gonna have more situations like this, and when you try to protect, it's almost like you're trying to protect a bullet from hitting its target. Like, okay, how do we protect this bullet? Well, it's moving through space. Don't hit it. Don't hit it. As long as the bullet says, "I'm done. I'm done." Yeah.
My brother-in-law actually had a very brother-in-law type of analogy yesterday, but you know what? No. I actually looked at him and I was like, you know what? From the NFL's perspective, this actually makes a little bit of sense because they're stupid. It's like, we're over there, like, getting ready to order breakfast tacos yesterday morning, and he's like, you know what? Like, he's trying to explain to my wife, the whole Aziz Al-Shair thing, it's like, you try to run full speed at that wall right there, and then stop like 2 feet before the wall and try not to hit the wall. And I'm like, yeah. I get what you're saying, bro.
Well, the whole thing, honestly, and I'm going to try to be as objective as possible today without letting my natural self take over. But there is that part. The part that's bothered me the most in terms of the discourse on the national shows and everything else is how casually people will just say that Aziz was targeting Trevor Lawrence's head, or that he hit his head. Yeah. Which is untrue. Like if you watch it at all, that's just completely untrue. Now the other part of it too, and this part I get a little bit when they say, okay, he led with his forearm. The problem in a situation like that is if you don't lead with the forearm in that instance, Aziz's torso probably hits Trevor Lawrence's head,
or helmet to helmet. There's
right, or helmet to helmet.
Yeah,
right.
There's more. There's more reality for the helmet to helmet situation there.
Once Aziz commits to trying to tackle Trevor Lawrence, and once Trevor Lawrence is committed to the slide, there's not a lot Aziz can do. And the fact that he didn't hit Trevor Lawrence's head, perhaps was even though people are still describing it like he hit his head. That might have been the saving grace in terms of it not being like a record-setting suspension or something. Mm-hmm. But that's you're splitting hairs on that. But that's what all of this is about. It's all splitting hairs. Hey, I'm watching Stephen A. Smith. We'll play some of the audio later of Stephen A. Smith.
It's going to be great.
Talking about, they treated Casario's comments like Casario was saying that Aziz shouldn't have been suspended at all, that's flat out untrue. Yeah. Casario, without saying it explicitly, everything he said seemed to read that, hey, it's the 3-game suspension, not the suspension. Not that there was a suspension, but it was a 3-game suspension.
There's so much to unpack here. And I know you and Sean have basically done this. I mean, here it is Friday. He's taking a day off. But, I mean, I've only had 2 shows this week. You guys have done 4. This will be your 5th. And I still feel like
I'm looking forward to getting your perspective on it, too. Because in our own little silo.
I told you this before the show, and you were like, it's still what people want to kind of talk about, even though maybe a lot of people are kind of tired of it, and maybe we're tired of talking about it. I'm like, no, I am not.
Oh, good. Okay, good.
I've only had 8 hours this week to get into it, and it's as heavily opinionated as both me and PC are, especially on this particular topic. I feel like there is a full rack of ribs left, of meat on the bone. So right. I'm really, and think about it like this too. We're almost a full week removed from the impassioned opinions and how we felt immediately about the hit, about the melee, about the aftermath, about Jags people, radio hosts weighing in on their thoughts of everything. You took all that in, and maybe today, Ron Hughley's ass will effectively pull his head out of his and see if he can maybe change to somewhat of a logical opinion on the matter. So wait and tune in from 2 to 6, and maybe you'll hear that from him. But we'll try to get him there. And I want to see what your perspective is, how it's maybe evolved. And mine really hasn't.
Yeah.
But I do want to share with the people what it actually was initially and what it is now.
Yeah, tell me what because Ron, I guess the two spectrums would go. Ron has been the most critical of D'Amico and Nick and Al-Shair himself and everybody else.
If you haven't heard, you want to know what Ron said? What do you think the guy said that hails from Kansas City, whose quarterback is Patrick Mahomes and who has been uber protected 7 years by all NFL referees as the golden boy,
and who also fake slides a good amount.
Yeah. So what do you think his opinion was?
That Aziz Al-Shair is a monster, and if this had happened to C.J. Stroud, I know Ron's opinion. I'm just intrigued by it. So
I am too. It's weird,
and I think there's room for. This is the thing, and honestly, this is why. We were wondering yesterday why this story seemed to have gained so much traction nationally. Mm-hmm. It's because there are valid opinions on both sides, and it's a murky area. And whenever things are murky, same thing happens in constitutional law. The Constitution, the amendments that are kind of murky and written, and it seems like Madison might have been drunk when he wrote it, which was a possibility back in the day. Those guys drank a lot.
Of course.
That's when there's a lot of room for discussion and heated debate. And now you involve head injuries into it, and it just amps it up that much more.
Well, sure, and you can't have those discussions usually, even sometimes at 6:10 in the morning, without being a little inebriated. Not saying that I am or you are, but wouldn't put it past us. I mean, they do keep a full liquor cabinet here, so it is what it is.
I think Madison was a Quaker, though. I'm not sure. Half those guys were Quakers back in the day, so he probably wasn't drunk.
Snake oil? I don't know.
That's true. I think a lot of them were. They were, as it has been throughout history, there are a lot of public teetotalers who are sipping on the old cough syrup at night.
Yeah, absolutely. He's Seth Payne.
This isn't alcohol; it's cough medicine.
I'm Pendergast. Let's give you the digits, man. Be a part of the show this morning. We've got you till 10. 713-572-4610. 572-4610. You can call or text the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. And I don't know if you get this shout out very much, but you, sir, are a always entertaining follow on Twitter. So in case you are new to the show, a lot of people may be fresh in town for the holidays. Check Seth Payne out at Seth C. Payne on Twitter, at Sean Bijani for myself, Twitch and YouTube. You can watch and join the chats there as well. I don't know if you caught any of the Thursday night football game last night. I caught most of the second half, and I don't know, for me, my money, that seemed to be the best part of it with another incredible finish. We're going to get to that, and more on that subject, Seth. We're going to discuss what maybe made you and fans out there jealous after having watched everything that went down with the Detroit Lions and Green Bay Packers on Thursday Night Football. We'll do that next. It is Sports Radio 610. Stay put.
This holiday season, how about driving off the lot at West Point?
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
By West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, Football Friday, Sports Radio 610, Payne and Pendergast. In for Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani, along with Seth Payne. Ben Gary producing. We've got you till 10 o'clock this morning. So Thursday Night Football last night, Seth. I don't know how much of a game you actually had a chance to catch.
I was able to. I went back and watched the 15-minute highlight reel from YouTube. That's what I usually do for the late games.
That's money. That's money.
Yeah.
You know, I generally have to do that for Thursday Night Football because, you know, I have the NFL Plus subscription, but I don't utilize it, nor am I able really to utilize it on a weekly basis. You know, I got a 4-year-old, and I got to keep him entertained. And,
well, you know, the trouble is that the way I think they just have AI basically pluck out the relevant plays.
Definitely.
For what it thinks are the relevant plays. But when you go back and you watch even the condensed version, where it's every play and it's about 40 minutes long usually, it's weird because sometimes they'll show the referee's explanation and everything. But for instance, when Trevor Lawrence got hit by Aziz Al-Shaair in the condensed version, it was like there was the hit, then on to the next play. Hey, look, there's Mac Jones. You're like, whoa. You would have zero clue about what happened. Yeah.
There needed to be like a little subsection at least, like you could click on. You know, say, like, if you want to see the melee, number one, and then number two, like click here or something like that.
Yeah. But you'd have zero understanding, or like you wouldn't even know it was a big deal. You'd be like, oh, Trevor Lawrence must have gotten hurt, I guess. Okay.
So to me, look, there was a lot of action in this game last night. The Lions beat the Packers 34-31. Another down to the final second, literally thriller last night. The Lions getting a field goal as time expired to beat the Packers. One of the most interesting things to me, and this is what Dan Campbell is. This is who he has been. This is what he does. But Seth, last night it was executed to perfection. I mean, the brass balls on this guy is just amazing. I love it. I mean, it was 4th and inches. I don't know. The running back, I think, tripped or whatever it was on the third down.
Yeah.
And so he doesn't get the first down. They're inside the 25, maybe inside the 20, I think, if memory serves. And so it's 4th and inches with like 40-some-odd seconds left, maybe inside 40. And instead of like kicking the field goal and giving Jordan Love and the Packers like a little bit of time, a little bit of faith, hope, and all of that stuff to maybe go down and do the same thing, if in fact the Lions would have made the time, Dan Campbell's like, hell no. I am not giving Jordan Love the freaking football again. We're going to go. And everybody thought they were just trying to draw him off sides because they had the timeout to burn. Mm-hmm. And so they get up to the line, and they wait a few seconds, and they set a guy in motion, and I'm like, holy bleep, they're going to run a play. They ran a play, and freaking Goff trips, stretches, hands the ball out, and they get the first down. And I'm like, holy smokes, they just did this thing. Now you just got a little chip shot of a field goal, and sure enough, they got it, and they won. That's, and
I'll tell you, too, the execution of that, even though there was a stumble on the execution of it, as a defensive lineman in a 4th and 1 situation, the stressful part is that you know they might be trying to bait you off sides. Happened to the Texans last week when the young defensive tackle jumped off sides. And so you're stuck in this world of like, man, if they're going for it, I got to go as hard as I've ever gone in my entire life. But they know that, and they're going to bait me into it. So just kind of delaying it a little bit and making it feel like it was going to be it plays so many head games with you. And both those teams last night, there's so many examples in that game where, offensively especially, I was just jealous. I was just jealous of like, okay, this is a fine-tuned machine.
Yes.
I think D'Amico Ryans has the stones to go for it on 4th and short in those situations. But I don't trust that the offense can actually pull it off.
100%. And, D'Amico Ryans, this year in particular, I think I felt that way more so early this season. Like, you know what? It's 4th and short. Like, if he's beyond his own, 38-yard line, like, he trusts his defense, and the defense has been damn good enough to where, you know what? Yeah, we're going to go ahead and do this thing. We're going to go for it. And he did this a little bit last year, and I think that's where people were really like, yeah, let's go, because you want that toughness, you want that confidence from your coach in your team, and I think he's absolutely got that this year. That's been a little bit, become tepid now because of the inefficiencies of the offense.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly. That's what I was wondering if you're going with that because it does. It feels last year. It felt like he made more decisions in which you wouldn't say, oh, that's a defensive-minded head coach.
Yes.
This year,
yes.
It feels way more like they're willing to settle for a field goal or what have you. And part of that, I think, is honestly that I don't think he trusts the offense. I mean, it's just he flat out doesn't trust the offense. And then the defense, when it does you can't 100% trust the defense as good as they've been. They've just allowed these huge chunks in critical moments too often.
We'll talk about that a little bit later. It's funny that you say that and have that opinion. Like, you can't trust the defense. You might say I trust the defense way too much after I tell you my take on where I think this team is at right now into this bye week. But we'll get to that a little bit later on. You talk about being jealous of things in the game last night. I mean, there was a lot. It's just, you watch the Lions play and how they execute the offense. I mean, how could you not be jealous? There's a lot to dive into. Maybe you have some more specific thoughts, but mine is literally that last play, Seth, as you mentioned, they stumbled to it. They ended up executing it. They got the first down on the 4th and inches, and they kicked the field goal. They win the football game. Clock management this time for Dan Campbell and the Lions worked out amazingly. I mean, it couldn't have been better executed. But that's one of the things that I'm very jealous of, is just in those moments, critical moments of games. It could be in the first half for the Texans where they need to go down and respond to a score late in the first half, or something in late in the third quarter where, you know what, you've got an opportunity to create a little momentum for yourself home, especially on the road going into the fourth quarter, to get points on the board, make a stand, whatever. What the Texans have not been able to do, and I hate these damn bunch sets that they run, where they just they bring everybody into the box, they allow the defense to pin their ears back in big-time moments, whether they're trying this BS hurry-up crap or not. The Lions did it last night. They took their time because they could take their time, and even though with the stumble, I don't know what that play really looks like if he doesn't stumble, but it's probably a little bit of a stretch play to the right. With motion, with pre-snap motion, that's what I want to see from the Texans offense in those moments, is creating a shadow of a doubt, a millisecond of freeze by a linebacker, by a safety, by a defensive end that, I don't know if I should go here, and then boom, it's too late.
I think that both of those teams, one of the big differences between them and the Texans, defenses have to respect the run game. And a lot of the things I'm watching last night, and I'm watching a lot of the easy yardage they get in the passing game. Both with, and Jordan Love got off to a really slow start. He had like 40-some yards passing in the first half. But with the Lions, especially early on, you see like, oh, where are all these easy plays with the Texans? Where are these crossers over the middle? Oh, these screens, they're so well executed. Look at the offensive line just getting out in space and attacking guys downfield and actually making contact with defenders. All of those things, the short game, whether it's the run game or screens, defenses have to respect it. And because of that, it creates opportunities downfield. And that's where the run game and the pass game complementing each other, they just have not been able to get it going offensively the way the teams like the Lions and the Packers have. At the same time, the part that I keep reminding myself is, hey, these are two teams that the Texans slugged it out with. Yeah. And I think the Packers are still very much in that conversation of a team that could do damage in the postseason. But they're both more well-balanced teams, obviously. They're both further along in their development than where the Texans are right now.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the reasons that we were really kind of intrigued and excited about Bobby Slowick and, the offense that he was going to be bringing in with the Houston Texans, obviously, stemmed mostly from like, hey, well, you know what, he's a Shanahan guy. And you guys have come up with the, fantastical, moniker, the name, like the offense, right? Love that. But one of the reasons I was excited is, hey, this guy's got experience on the defensive side of the ball and, transition to offense, and D'Amico, with the way that he's just able in real time to identify things and pick up on keys that the defense is looking at offense, is like how much that guy could help in the course of a week in a meeting room and maybe on the sideline. And you talk about, boy, yeah, look, Jordan Love last night, we'll take him, for instance, be able to kind of settle in and adjust and figure some things out and find the easier plays in the second half to get back into this game against Detroit. I wonder, if that's something the Texans can actually pivot to. And you could speak to this. You've been in the defensive meeting rooms, and you've been on teams that have struggled and made adjustments and gone on runs in the second half of seasons. But if there's something they can do this week and maybe even just this offseason, if it comes to that, where they get somebody else on that offensive side of the ball that's just as defensive-minded as maybe D'Amico, that could really help Bobby Slowick and maybe Ben McDaniels in that passing game, who's their pass game coordinator, identify keys quickly, maybe in real time, and be able to adjust the offense where they can find those easier routes. They can expose what safeties and backers are doing.
You know what? That's really interesting because in my mind, I think the solution is right in front of you, and it's that one of the biggest problems with the Texans offense right now is that the actual defensive coordinator, D'Amico Ryans, is holding the offense back by being a defensive coordinator. And some teams will call it red teaming. It's based on old Cold War terminology where you have a red team that basically tries to pick out the holes or see what the weaknesses are in the game plan. Yeah. So they'll have a red team that looks at Bobby Slowick's offense or his game plan and thinks, okay, this is how I to attack that, all of that. D'Amico Ryans is a great resource in that regard, and I'm sure they do some level of that. But in the game, when D'Amico's very, very heavily involved in the defense, that's where I wonder, okay, man, this could be time when he could be kibitzing with Bobby Slowick and the offensive coaches on the sideline and figuring out, hey, this is what's going on. This is where they're seeing your weaknesses, all of that. Because in the Jags game, it's versus a bad defense, but in the first half, the run game wasn't working at all. Joe Mixon was averaging less than 2 yards per carry for most of the first half. Yeah. They figured it out in the second half. They moved more over to a gap scheme. They started attacking over, running behind Laramie Tunsil, having Cade Stover as a blocker, all of that. That worked out really well. And it was one of the only times this season where we've seen, hey, look, they tweaked their play calling a little bit, and it worked. So, yeah, that part of it, I think ultimately for this team to really get to where it needs to go, D'Amico's got to become more of a genuine head coach that can see both sides of the ball because he has that brain for it. It's allocation of resources and gray matter right now. I think might be holding Bobby Slowick back a little bit.
Yeah, I think allocation of resources right there. I mean, D'Amico, we've heard numerous times now, like the guy is in all the meetings. He's very active in all facets of this football team, which you would expect. And that also that speaks to his ability to manage multiple different things. But in the course of a game, there's maybe another guy or two, and maybe it's going to come to a point to where D'Amico maybe turns things a little bit over more to Matt Burke, where he can, focus a little bit less in game on defensive things and kind of has this defense at least well-oiled enough to where he believes Matt Burke can think how he thinks, react how he wants to react in certain critical moments. I just always go back to that playoff game last year against the Browns where, you see the highlight and he pulls Christian Harris over and he tells Harris exactly what is going to happen. It's like, you need to stay home here. Don't bite, just stay put. And they're going to throw the ball right here. And then, damn it if they don't.
And he called the pick six.
He called it.
He was like Babe Ruth pointing out the home run.
And so, if you're able to identify stuff like that, and look, sometimes that stuff is easy. It really is. Like, you've played football. If you've coached football, you can just kind of pick up on little things, and you just know.
And that was, and that's where you see that on defense where you don't necessarily see it on offense. All of that was predicated on understanding the way that Joe Flacco responded to a look earlier in the game, the defense they had shown.
Yes.
So they showed the exact same look, but then they rotated the coverage. They dropped the backer into a backer that looked like he was blitzing off, and Flacco took the bait. And so, so you lose that perhaps if D'Amico Ryans isn't heavily focused on the defensive side of the ball, but you're also still losing things offensively, I think, if D'Amico's not doing what the job of a head coach is, which is to get the absolute most out of your assistant coaches. That's what I always admired about Belichick. I loved watching him interact with his position coaches. And then you would see shots of, Belichick interacting with offensive linemen or interacting with various offensive players. That's not his expertise or anything. but he's got a perspective on it that, first and foremost, Belichick got the assistant coaches to be really good assistant coaches.
Yeah.
And then some other poor team in the league would think, oh, this guy would probably be a good head coach, too.
Hey,
no. He was just an awesome assistant coach under the tutelage of Bill Belichick.
You've seen the Belichick footage, I'm sure, that I'm about to reference, but one of my favorite clips of Belichick over the years coaching is in the earlier days with Tom Brady. I mean, he was a badass at that point in time, but, they come over after a spoiled drive, and Belichick's like, well, why didn't you, throw the ball over to this guy? And Brady's like, I did. It went over his head. Like, what? And he was like, well, no, the other one. It's like, they hit him in the hands. And Belichick's like, no, the other one. And he's like, no. And Brady's like, oh, that one. And Belichick's like, yeah, it could have been a better throw. I love that stuff. And it's just, you see the clips of him in the office, and they're going over offensive game plan and stuff like that. Belichick's very well versed on both sides of the ball, and we all know that. And
he's also, you might be the University of North Carolina head coach next year.
He's coming up next in our headline segments. We've got to get to that. So Belichick there, a Rockets spoiled game last night, and the Astros offering Alex Bregman, insult or not. We'll have that and much more coming up next. Payne and Pendergast, it's headlines. Stay put.
Men's Tea Clinic. It's where I go every Friday for my...
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. With every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
It's all about you.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
In for Payne and Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani. Seth Payne's still here. It is headlines, and the first we've got today is the Rockets. Boy, they lost a tough one last night to the Golden State Warriors, and people were frustrated watching this. I was kind of tracking it on social. Houston lost last night, 99-93, Seth. The Warriors snapping a 5-game losing streak, which was a very gettable game for the Rockets, and I think for a lot of fans, myself included, after watching the Rockets easily with their most impressive victory this past weekend, get that dub against Oklahoma City, and then coming off of the most impassioned game that I can recall, both Ime Udoka and Alperen Şengün getting tossed against the Kings the other night, I felt like people in this team and Udoka himself was expecting that to be sort of a galvanizing moment, and, well, he ended up calling the team soft. In fact, not just soft, but he said last night's defeat was one of the softest games that he's seen them play, and I can't disagree with them. In a game that they lost by 6 that did not feature Steph Curry or Draymond Green for the Warriors.
Right. This is what that was the biggest surprise to me, was that, Udoka called them soft, and I'll get to that in a second, but I expected to be a grittier effort out of this team that hasn't lost back-to-back games all year, has demonstrated their toughness, their grittiness defensively, and they come right out the gate and remind you, they are one of the worst shooting teams in the league. They start off 2 for 16, and yet don't really battle back from that. The fact that Udoka said they were soft, but that Van Vliet basically said, yeah, that's fair. That's fair and accurate. I like that because, look, we saw earlier this year when the Patriots, when Gerard Mayo called his defense soft, it turned into this big whole rigmarole about, I can't believe he called his defense soft. All right, man, look, if the players are willing to accept the criticism and if it fits a little bit, then call them soft. It's not like you're insulting their dead mother or something. So I like the fact that Van Vliet co-signed Udoka's assessment of the game.
I think it's very important, and it's going to be understated. It's going to be – there's not going to be the proper amount of attention paid to it because, well, look, it's basketball, and it's – boom, on to the next. The Rockets play the Clippers on Sunday. And then, you get a rematch with the Golden State Warriors on December 11th. That's Wednesday. So in less than a week, you're going to see these guys again, probably at full strength, and that's going to be a TNT game. So big game. And the reason why I say that is, like, hey, this is a team that, came out of the gate, like, pretty damn hot. They had won, like, 8 of 10 at one point before these last couple of losses to the Kings and the Warriors, and they know what's going on. And for one of your veterans, for one of your leaders to co-sign what the coach is saying, I already know. We should already be able to identify that this team is taking on the personality, and has now for some time, going back to last season, the personality of their coach. And he's got the vibe, he's got the pulse, and for one of your leaders to say, yep, you know what, he's right, that in and of itself should be a galvanizing, element to propel this team going forward, because the schedule is going to start getting tougher as the season goes along, Seth. And I think it is huge that they've been able to stack wins and position themselves as well as they had right now. Now they have to make it pay off.
Right. And look, your young guy, like Jalen Green was, 4 for 16 last night?
Yeah.
Şengün's been struggling for a few games now. He's last night he was he's averaged 5.2 points on 34.2% shooting over the last 6 games. So your young guys, and what do they develop into the next, the remainder of the season is obviously going to be a key thing versus tougher competition. But that was a bit of a shocker to me, especially when you're facing a team down a couple. It's 2 studs that you come out and kind of played. I don't want to say played down to the competition when it's the Warriors, except that you were playing down to that version of the Warriors.
Yeah. Up next on headlines, the Astros reportedly have an offer in to Alex Bregman. We heard this report about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I think Bob Nightingale had something. John Heyman had something. It was confirmed to MLB.com this week that the Astros offered Alex Bregman a 6-year deal worth around $156 million. Brian McTaggart had a nice write-up on MLB.com yesterday. According to him, that would be a club record contract for the team in terms of dollars, but Bregman is believed to be seeking a deal closer to the $200 million mark, which likely, as McTaggart says, would price the Astros out and force them to move on from their cornerstone third baseman. Is this more of a insult type of offer, do you think, for Alex Bregman, or do you feel like there's a segment of Astro fans that believe this is just about right and what Bregman should be getting?
It was interesting because it ran the gamut, from people that thought that was an insult somehow to people that thought, like, oh, there's, he should totally 100% accept that. It's $5 million more than the deal Matt Chapman got from the Giants in September. Mm-hmm. And that's the comp that people have been using. I think that, and he shares the same, they both are Boris clients, so Chapman signs with his own team. For an extension. Chapman's 1 year older than Bregman, so you might argue that, hey, with, adjusted for inflation and 1 year younger, that seems like a fair deal. So I don't think it's an unfair deal whatsoever. This is where you hope that, I don't want to call it a hometown discount, but I think what happens when a team negotiates with its own player, with a homegrown player, doesn't necessarily have to be a discount, but when you come to the negotiating table, you can have a little bit more, it's more of a win-win negotiation. Mm-hmm. You can have maybe more of a dialogue of like, hey, these are our concerns. This is what we'd like to do. The player can say, I understand your concerns. This is what my goals are. And it's less of a bidding war, less of like purchasing a car where a lot of it's just going to be, this is what I'm going to pay. This is what I'm going to pay. You can have more of a win-win negotiation. This makes sense. If I'm Alex Bregman looking at this makes sense from the Astros side of things. If you understand it's the Astros' own fault, but they got a whole lot of dead money from guys that aren't going to play on the team this year. The contracts of various guys who are still out there. And then, including Lance McCullers' contract, which who knows whether
he's coming back.
With him. Yeah.
Come on.
So I think they can work with this. I think I feel more optimistic, and I know we've been talking about these numbers now that I feel like maybe another good sign is that the reports were already out about this contract, but that it's public discourse now and actual, transparent makes it feel like, all right, maybe they're operating and negotiating in good faith. So I'm 60% optimistic that Bregman's going to be back.
Oh, 60% optimistic.
60% optimistic.
I look at it like this. This is the offer, okay? And Crane has said this multiple times. They operate like a business.
Yeah.
And so this is the offer. Now it's Boris's turn to counteroffer. And who knows if that hadn't already happened and just hadn't broken yet, because these figures in both years and monies had been out there unconfirmed for about a week and a half to 2 weeks now. So maybe there's conversation ongoing. Maybe there's been multiple counteroffers already. I just want to see those reports. The one thing that I felt like the Astros could not do is be insulting to Alex Bregman this offseason.
Right.
For many reasons, but look, for what we can see and feel and understand as media and the fan base, most importantly, is you wanted to feel like one of the greatest players in your franchise's history was respected this offseason because he deserves it and could not be insulted with a non-competitive offer. And to be quite frank, I don't think 6 years, albeit a record offer, I don't think is really competitive in terms of the money. If the Astros are able to counteroffer and we get that report, I think we can feel better about it, even if Bregman and Boris decline and move on elsewhere.
Okay, from the Astros' perspective, and again, remember that Altuve and Bregman share an age, Scott Boras.
Yeah.
And people always feel like, Scott Boras is going to push his guys to free agency. They've done this twice with Altuve, where they've extended him with Scott Boras as his agent to keep him on the same team. It's a little bit higher than Altuve's contract, and Altuve's contract is structured in such a way that it's very team friendly.
Yes,
it's front loaded. He makes less money later in his career, and I think the Astros can say, I think without being sneaky or sly about it or anything, hey, this is the biggest contract we've ever offered. This is stretching for us in the way we operate. We are, with the constraints that we've put on ourselves as an organization, this shouldn't be perceived as an insult by you, at least. It's a 6-year deal. It's 1 year more than we've offered ever on an extension. So I'm not worried about the emotional part of it. I'm not worried that Bregman's going to feel insulted, especially because Boris is the same guy that did the Chapman contract and did the Altuve contract.
He's Seth Payne, and in for Sean Pendergast this morning, I'm Sean Bijani. That's going to do it for headlines. We'll get to the Belichick, and there's actually some other college football coaching news to share with you. We can get to that a little bit later on in the show. Let's circle back to the Texans coming up in the 7 o'clock hour and what we really need to see happen for this Texans team to improve this final stretch run. We've all had it circled on the calendars all season long. They're about to hit the gamut with the Dolphins and the Chiefs and the Ravens and finishing out the season with the Titans. Best version that we need to see of this team the final month coming up. We'll get to that next at Sports Radio 610.
Hey, you want a win-win negotiation? Talk to me about your retirement.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
7 o'clock hour. Good morning, everybody. In for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani. Seth Payne here hanging out as well. Catch him on Twitter at Seth C. Payne, at Sean Bijani for myself. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610. The 5-Hour Energy fan line open as always. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Have some really good notes, nuggets, questions that I've logged, Seth, that we'll get to when we get back to some Texan topics, and we will do so here shortly. But last segment in headlines, you mentioned, I think, Bill Belichick, and I said we'd get to him, and we ran out a little bit of a time, so we'll get to him here. Bill Belichick in the news a little bit, as reports had come down over the last 24 hours that he has sought out, at least inquired about the recent North Carolina opening as their head football coach. Obviously, Mac Brown canned a week and a half or so ago after 6 years with the Tar Heels. I had to do a double take on that. I was like, damn, Mac's been there 6 years? That's crazy.
Yeah.
You
thought he might have 6 years ago. You were wondering if he was just going to ride off into the sunset.
Right.
And then all of a sudden he's dancing with the players on your social media feed. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I didn't really foresee him being in the broadcast booth right after his days of Texas had ended, but he might very well be headed back there. Who knows? Bill Belichick might very well be headed back to a football field, but do you actually believe it would be on the collegiate level? According to reports and sources telling ESPN yesterday, Belichick's had discussions with UNC about the head coaching job. Sources also telling ESPN that Belichick wants to coach again and is open to listening to people at the collegiate and NFL level. Quick note, Freddie Kitchens, remember that dude? Former Browns coach, one of the many. He's serving now as UNC's run game coordinator and tight ends coach, and is effectively the interim head coach while they seek a replacement. Don't know if he's longer for the job than Bill Belichick, though it seems a little bit more realistic.
Yeah. The UNC. I think UNC surprised a lot of people because Belichick's name gets bandied about with Falcons or various other NFL teams, obviously. I think looking at it from Belichick's perspective, there's a couple things. One is that he's long had a respect for the, how do I phrase it, either smaller or less esteemed college programs. So he used to love getting players from Rutgers, you know.
Yeah.
He himself, he played at a small college as an offensive lineman. He always hired coaches and people like Nick Caserio that played at, non-Division 1A level. He liked kind of, I think, the scrappy underdog element, the football junkie type of guys that are just trying to be in the business no matter what. So there's that where it's a little less of a shock to me, I think, than maybe it might be to others. But then the other is just, like, what do you do for a second act when you've already done something better than anybody else has ever done it before? You're not going to replicate what you did before.
Well,
he's not going to go on to win 6 Super Bowls, or realistically.
Hold that thought, though. That was a similar question that people had with Tom Brady when he left New England. What do you do for a second act?
Right.
You go to frickin' Tampa Bay and you win a damn Super Bowl.
Right. Yeah, okay, good question. Good point. Very, very good point. I think with Brady, though, I think he was still in that window of time where he felt like he could play good football. And what were his other options to go play football? So there's only so much he could do as a football player. And now that his football career is done, okay, he's going into broadcasting. He's going to see. So that's a good logical player. It's laid out. What's the second act for a coach like Belichick, who, had decades of extreme success on an NFL level? He could go and it almost feels in a little way like, okay, does he have to really go back and kind of put a stamp of authenticity on what he already did before by doing it without Tom Brady?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think about actors who go on to Broadway or do any, maybe like Matthew Broderick was like a really successful movie actor when he was a young man. But then he ended up going into Broadway, and I'm sure he was financially just fine and everything, and he was very well respected for decades and decades as a Broadway actor. And I'm guessing Matthew Broderick is cool with that. The guy, like the
sure, he let Sarah
Seinfeld.
Jessica Parker make all the money with Sex and the City. Yeah,
like Jerry Seinfeld. Jerry Seinfeld, has all that extreme success. And then what do you do after that? And it's been decades of kind of Jerry Seinfeld doing this, doing that, but he's not going to go back and try to do a sitcom. I think it makes a lot of sense for Belichick if, hey, you go into a quote unquote lesser college program, and whatever the standard of success is, it's not going to be measured by the same way, like even by Bill Belichick himself, as winning Super Bowls. So I think it might be way more appealing to him in some respects than the high-profile jobs.
All right, so speaking of like second acts, I don't technically know which act this one would be, but Eric Bieniemy in news this week. He was canned by UCLA, obviously the former Chiefs offensive coordinator, after getting passed over for head coaching opportunities in recent years, was the OC for UCLA, and now he is not. Indiana quarterbacks coach and co-offensive coordinator Tino Sunseri has agreed to replace Bieniemy after the college football playoff, and is now finalizing details, according to reports, of his new deal with the Bruins. UCLA, stinker this past year, 5-7, did not become bowl eligible. Bieniemy's buyout, by the way, worth more than $1.2 million. I bring him up because, well, he's another big name. At least he used to be a big name, Seth, that is now out there amongst the others in both the NFL and collegiate ranks that's going to be looking for a job.
I think the funny thing about Eric Bieniemy is that, okay, for one, it became a very big race card thing that people would discuss, which there's validity. I think there was validity to asking the questions about, okay, why is this guy not getting the job and everything? And is it because he's black and because of this or that? I get the questions. I think people running with a certainty that they knew that, oh, he's not getting a head coaching opportunity because he's black. That's where people were irresponsible about it. And it all that kind of died down over the last couple of years for a couple of reasons. One is that a lot of other black head coaches were getting hired around the NFL.
Yep.
By teams were accusing the Texans or anybody else for being racist for not hiring Eric Bieniemy. Well, they, in the interim, were hiring black head coaches. So I think that part of it kind of fell down. And then I think what started off as, well, he doesn't interview well, is the way it was politely being phrased.
Yes.
But then you start getting reports about, okay, him and Mahomes are really button heads. And wow, these interviews, when I say they didn't go well, they really didn't go well. Like, they were really bad. And he's got a history of off-field stuff that's very atypical for, and it's in the past, but it's atypical for guys that get hired to be head coaches. Mm-hmm. So everybody kind of backed off a little bit, and I think this is kind of what, I don't want to be irresponsible about it. They've mutually parted ways. I don't know why or anything else like that, but the shine is off of him as a prospect and as a poster child for all that's wrong in society. I think people have kind of collectively realized, all right, there's more to a story here, and maybe I shouldn't be accusing people of being racist just because the outcome I want isn't being delivered.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that's always going to be there, no matter how many, I think, minorities are hired. Particularly in the NFL, it's just going to exist.
Right. Well, in general, like on the sum total of things, they're valid questions and they're valid concerns. It's that, but you can't take every situation and use it as evidence of racism.
Exactly.
Unless there's actual evidence of racism. And I see Stephen A. Smith bring it up a couple days ago, talking about what a joke the Texans were, and a black coach should never go to play for the Texans, or never go work for the Texans, when meanwhile, like, is there any danger of DeMeco Ryans getting fired anytime in the next 2 years? I would say the chance is almost zero that DeMeco Ryans gets fired by this team that was 2 years ago too racist to hire a black coach, as they were getting criticized basically for hiring too many black coaches. Because when you hire a black coach, at some point if you're a coach in the NFL, you're going to get fired.
Yeah.
So the Texans made the mistake of continually hiring black coaches. They would then go on to fire them and then basically get criticized for hiring a black coach because they've had a black head coach or GM for the vast majority of the last 20 years. Ever since 2006, when Rick Smith was hired, they've had either a black GM or a black head coach. And somehow they became the place that a black man should never go be a head coach or a GM.
Well,
I
and
I don't get it.
Well, you know what started that was.
Well, yeah, I know. Obvious, it was all the Bob McNair stuff.
The Bob McNair, and then it was exacerbated by Jack Easterby, Bill O'Brien cleaning everybody out and hiring a whole bunch of white people.
Right, but it was very, very easy for people to become white knights and the representatives of all that's good and holy just by bashing on the Texans for every little thing instead of just really examining what's going on.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Little sidebar here, but you mentioned D'Amico Ryans, and hey, look, this guy's not going to show up on any list for at least a couple of years about him being on the hot. I thought I heard you and Sean talk about this yesterday, and I was kind of getting out of the car, but he was talking about, coaches that are showing up now in the hot seat. Like, who's next to be canned, It's that time of year. We're starting to see teams make some decisions and hear reports and things like that. And I thought I heard him say that Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel was on one of these lists. Like, now he's a little bit further down the list, not like top 5 or anything, but, hey, look, it's Dolphins, and, their struggles are more closely attributed to Tagovailoa not being healthy for about 5 weeks.
They've been a top 5 offense with Tua Tagovailoa this year.
Yes.
It's just the problem is that Tua Tagovailoa, he ain't always going to be there.
Right. But my point in bringing that up is like, okay, if these kind of inconsistencies and, really struggle to take the next step, and I mean, my God, we're in year 2 of the D'Amico Ryans era. I do feel like we at least have a couple of years before we need to have a conversation about this, but I mean, if there is anybody that is as safe in their job as could be, that is not named Andy Reid or any Harbaugh at this point in time, it's probably D'Amico Ryans with their quarterback and the cornerstones that they do have on the defense. Yeah,
with D'Amico, I think over time, and this entire offseason, I think there will be a lot of scrutiny on D'Amico as, okay, is this a classic case of a defensive-minded head coach that can't deliver a good offense? That was the question about Belichick back in the day. Lovie Smith, he was with the Bears, and that's what the narrative will be in the questions. And I think they're valid questions, especially when the chosen offensive coordinator is Nico's buddy and friend, and kind of they're tied at the waist. So does D'Amico not have the stones to make a change there? Did he make the right choice? All of those things. I think those are fair, and it's all going to depend on what happens over the remainder of the season on and into the playoffs.
100%. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast this morning. 713-572-4610. You want to hit us up on the 5-Hour Energy Fan Line, Twitch, YouTube. Watch and join the chats there as well. D'Amico Ryans is not going to bat 1,000 from taking this job before last season to this point and beyond. It's just not. Like, his initial decisions, hires, draft choices, free agent acquisitions, at some point in time, it will be exposed. Maybe we're starting to see some light of that now in coaching decisions. Maybe we're going to start to see more light of that now in some personnel decisions with players on the field, to be more specific. But if he does bat 1,000, like, holy crap, Seth, like, this is going to be amazing, but it doesn't happen. Mistakes are made, and the real question is, as I kind of tie this back into what we've watched already this season through the first, 13 weeks into this Week 14 bye, is, hey, yeah, look, it hasn't been perfect, but are you good enough in other areas for that to supplement your shortcomings? So the question, what do we really need to see happen for this Texans team to improve? Did you see, and I'll start the conversation this way, did you see anything in that Jaguars game that was more of the same? Win's a win, ugly, doesn't matter how you get it, a win's a win. Did you see anything that would give us any reason for added optimism as they go into this final stretch of the season?
I think in that game specifically, we didn't see Christian Harris, obviously. But I think with Aziz Al-Shair leaving the game, immediately you think, okay, well, boy, the Jaguars were smart. In the second half, they attacked the middle of the field. There's a lot of shorter and intermediate stuff underneath when you're depleted in the linebacking core.
Yeah.
Caserio bringing up Christian Harris a couple times in his press conference the other day makes me optimistic that Christian Harris will be back. So at the very least, it's not a one-for-one swap. I think that Christian Harris does better as a will linebacker and not as the Mike linebacker, but at least you're getting that athleticism back potentially. I think the biggest improvement, or at least sign, that I liked was the fact that the offense got it going in the second half. And they did it in a way where you could see they tweaked the run game. They operated a little bit differently. And then when they were able to tweak the run game, it did open up some easier opportunities in the pass game. That's the thing that we just need to see more of. The offensive line play was better, way, way better than it was versus the Titans, better than it was versus the Lions. But those two defenses in the Lions are legitimately good defense, whereas the Jaguars are not.
No, they're not. But here's the thing that I said before the Jacksonville game is, and it was kind of similar. You remember the vibe before the Texans played the New England Patriots? You know, there were some struggles there, inconsistencies then as there are now. Maybe more so now than it even was before, because Texans were off to a really good start at that point in time before they hit that the Patriots game. And it was like, all right, well, you really got to get back on track here. You need to blow the brakes off the Patriots. Hell, you beat them by 20 points. But, Seth, even then, we can't point to that game as the one where they'd played a full 60 minutes, so to speak.
Right.
You know, like, we can't point to that game as anything. I mean, you beat a really bad football team. Now, you beat them by 20 points, but my thought was, no matter what the Texans do, there are going to be questions after the Jacksonville game. But the one thing they can't do is lose to the Jaguars and lose back-to-back divisional games against far lesser teams than what they are and what they should be. And even though you got that dub, there are some things you can feel really good about. But the fact that you didn't do to the Jags what you at least did to the Patriots, I think, is the most concerning thing for fans going forward.
Right, you scored 23 points versus one of the worst defenses in the league. And that's the sum total of it all is you don't have to make it overly technical or complicated. It's that they were not an offensive juggernaut. They did a lot better in the second half, but you didn't just lay the smackdown on them. And like Bobby Slowick is still young as a coordinator. He's going to grow and learn. Theoretically, he would get better over time. But I think he's still, like, we haven't seen that version of Bobby Slowick that's going to really capture and get the most out of an offense. But he also does have, he's got challenges because the offensive line play has been so bad. Like, hey, we want him to spread it out more. That's cool. But, in college, you can spread it out. You can have really wide splits with your offensive line. And you can you can get away with bad offensive line play because you can attack through the air before the defensive linemen get to the quarterback. In the NFL, you just face too many stud defensive linemen to really, if you don't have a good enough offensive line and you try to spread it out, C.J. Stroud will get Trevor Lawrenced. If you rely on Juice Scruggs to block Chris Jones one-on-one continually, he's going to get there, and it's hard to spread it out. But then when you try to condense everything and make it easier for the offensive line, then the teams are just, they smell blood in the water, and they're able to attack you, shut down the run game, and the offense hasn't been able to deliver on it. So a lot of that just starts with the offensive line. I think Juice Scruggs played well the other day, but I still don't trust him versus really good defensive tackles. I don't trust Shaq Mason versus really good defensive tackles. And I don't know how much of that can get fixed during the season with play calling or anything else. Other than, I think Bobby Slow can do a better job of giving quick options and outlets and hot routes and all of that. But there's certain changes on the interior offensive line.
713-572-4610, the 5-hour Energy fan line. From the 713 a few minutes ago, we got one of these. Hey, guys, great show. Question about the Texans is why they always seem to be a team. Listen to how he phrases this. They always seem to be a team willing and ready to be spoiled. It's a mindset. you have spoilers out there who win games they shouldn't, and the Texans seem to be the opposite side of that equation.
I don't understand the. Yeah, I guess I don't understand the question. Like, what is a spoiler?
Well, it says always willing to lose games they shouldn't. So,
yeah,
you know.
So I get like the spoiler is like whatever the big play is on the other side of the ball, or letting teams back into the game. Like that version of the word spoiler.
I think the Texans, like the Jags, let's take that game. Well, let's take the Titans game. For instance, because that actually happened there. The spoiler in that game was the Titans. The Texans were supposed to win that game. They were favored by at least 7.5, I think, going into that game. Maybe the line even started at 8.5, whatever it was. But what happened? Typical AFC South game. You know this. You've played in a lot of them. The line doesn't matter. They're ugly. They're gritty. They're close. And it's just an all-out fight. For whatever reason it is, and maybe you could say the same thing about any division game, but the Titans were the spoiler, and they beat the Texans. Why do the Texans always seem to be the team that gets spoiled, so to speak?
I think some of it comes down to what are your expectations of the Texans, and what, like obviously the ceiling that a lot of us put on the offense was way too high. We're now in the point where we're just hoping for competence out of the offense in any given week. So there's that. I mean, it's that I think the expectations were way too high, and that in some of these games that people consider spoilers, the Texans, they were within a half inch or a half point of the actual line on the game. They played it the way the game was expected by Vegas or the betting public to be played. So I think part of it is that. And then I think also, look, if you play the keep away game, and if you're just going to try to maintain a lead, the defense has too many glitches in terms of allowing big plays, and then the offense just simply can't deliver it all. So, you're trying to maintain a lead. What are you going to do? Just run the ball over and over again when you can't consistently run the ball over and over again?
Yeah.
Or defensively, all right, all we need is for guys to play their role, not bite on double moves, all these things. And yet they're not quite capable of delivering that. I think that's I think that's the biggest things that stick out in my mind in terms of the disappointing performances.
Yeah, well, and look, there have been disappointing performances, and even in wins. Like, a team, and maybe we could have this conversation every year. I think we probably did even last year, as entertaining and as awesome as it was for the Texans, and God knows the expectations that most had for this team going into last year. It certainly wasn't 10-7 in a divisional round trip, to the playoffs. But it's when you have expectations, you're literally talking Super Bowl, and you feel as good about it as ever before in franchise history as we did this offseason, and then you see this. Well, that is something that's hard to kind of get back. But I contend, Seth, and it's not that this Jaguars victory taught me anything, but it's just the makeup of this team. That with Miami, Kansas City, Baltimore, and Tennessee remaining on your schedule and the position that you've put yourself in, it's kind of like I mentioned with the Rockets earlier. They stacked wins. This team started 6-2. They've put themselves in position, and only you can control yourself unless you play that divisional opponent, and the rest of the division has kind of helped you out in that matter. But you're in position now with a healthy quarterback, a running back in Joe Mixon that is, doing some pretty historic things, to be quite honest with you. And the Texans, oddly enough, have found a way here in the last 3 weeks to even decrease his carries, and he's still giving you the production. You can cement yourself as still a legitimate Super Bowl contender with 2 huge quality wins out of the next 4.
Right, yeah, and they've slugged it out with good teams. That's the interesting dynamic of however you want to define what a spoiler is, or getting a team spoiling a victory, what have you. This is where it gets really, really frustrating. So the Texans, for one, they're 5-8 against the spread this year, so they've underperformed based on expectations. They started off the beginning of the season, 3-1 in the real world, but 1-3 against the spread. So it just, and we got then that they just versus Chicago, certainly versus Minnesota, and versus Jacksonville, that they weren't necessarily living up to expectations. But you look over the last half of the season that's been played so far, where they've underperformed or not lived up to expectations, starting with the Colts game. even though they won, they beat the Colts and it was a close game, they lose to the Jets. So obviously they lose against the spread and they just got outright upset.
Yeah.
They lost to the Titans. So they're so against the spread and the disappointment. Whereas, hey, they beat the spread versus the Lions. The good teams that they played. They beat the spread versus Green Bay. Versus the good teams, they at least showed up and made it a competitive game. But versus these bad teams, they've just been not only losing the game, but obviously much underperforming based on expectations.
Hold on, so you're asking me to feel better about the fact that the Texans, met or rather exceeded the level of expectation against the good teams via the spread, but vastly underperformed.
No. I'm not asking you to feel better about it. I'm telling you why it feels so bad.
Oh, okay.
It's that, because they didn't win those games either. They beat the spread.
And they should have.
They beat the spread versus the Packers and the Lions, but they still also ultimately let you down in those games and you lost the game because of really annoying things. The decision-making in the game management at the end of the Packers game was infuriating. The Lions, you've picked off Jared Goff 5 times. 5 times you picked him off, and you couldn't win that game.
Yeah.
And yet you still also beat the spread in that game. But then you go into games like the Jets, the games like the Titans. They should be slam dunk. Of course you're going to win those games outright.
Yeah.
Maybe they lose the spread, but no, they lost the spread and they got beat and beat physically in those games.
What would have been worse, right? All right, so we know the Texans lost to the Lions, in which, as you mentioned multiple times, picked off Jared Goff 5 times.
Right.
All right. Well, we almost saw Jameis Winston win a football game this past week after having thrown 2 pick sixes, 6 total touchdowns in that game, but 2 to the other team. If he would have found a way to win that game, who's feeling worse in that moment? The Texans for having still lost to the Lions after forcing 5 interceptions, or the Broncos if they would have lost that game to the Browns the other night?
Well, the Broncos at least make sense, whereas, Bo Nix has performed way better than I thought he would. Kudos to Sean Payton for getting the performance they've gotten out of Bo Nix this year. But at least it still would have felt it would have felt like it made sense on the sum total of things. And Jameis Winston, we know this. We know this from firsthand experience when the Texans faced Jameis Winston last in Tampa, that it's a double-edged sword with Jameis Winston. Man, he can throw for 30-plus touchdowns in the same season that he also throws 30-plus interceptions. So that at least makes more sense. It makes more sense than losing to whatever version of Aaron Rodgers he is right now and that Jets team. That would have made 0 sense whatsoever, and it did, and it still doesn't to me. The fact that the Texans played the way they did versus the Jets
without Devontae Adams, right? That was
right.
Yeah, that stings even more, man. God bless America. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. So things that really need to happen for this Texans team to improve. I know you wanted to talk a little bit about Jalen Petrie and C.J. Stroud needing to flip a switch. I'm going to frame this question like this. What's more likely to happen? Jalen Petrie returns inside at some point over the course of the next month into maybe the postseason, or C.J. Stroud flips said switch. And I think there's probably the response to that is more multifaceted than an injured player returning to play.
Right, yeah. I think with C.J. it depends on so many other things. And I'm not 100% convinced that C.J. has to flip a switch. I think some of the things that I wanted more of earlier in the season, I think he started to do a really good job of hitting his checkdowns, taking the easy money on early downs, all those things. I think he's made progress. It's just, can the rest of the offense keep pace? The return of Nico Collins has made a big difference in that, to the surprise of nobody. Jalen Petrie's the big one where, look, last night we're watching the Lions. Frank Ragnow, the center, he's been playing with a partially torn pec all year long. Mm-hmm. We've seen T.J. Watt come back from a partially torn pec a couple of years ago. J.J. Watt was had the surgery and then came back over 2 months later. So the timeline that makes me most optimistic is the center Frank Ragnow for the Lions, he missed 2 weeks early in the season, and the timeline is it matches up perfectly with the Texans because he missed 2 weeks, but one of those was a bye week. so he missed 1 game total. So for Jalen Petrie, who theoretically doesn't need to use his pec as much as a center who has to use it every single play versus really large human beings, that's the one that's given me the most hope for that. I also think that the fact that the Texans haven't yet placed him on IR, Petrie on IR, gives me some hope, because he would have been. He's gotten his second opinion. There would have been time to make a decision on shutting him down for the season. So I think there's still – I'm allowing myself to maybe hope for that right now.
I think that's a really good breakdown and some good points by you. And just to clarify, ask you a question, like that particular type of injury, with a slightly torn pec or even a fully torn pec, like that's something you can kind of tinker with in terms of like, all right, let's rehab this first and see where we get. And if it's not working, there's still enough time with an off season to get that surgery and recover in time for the beginning of next season.
Well, and even if, and I guess I'm more optimistic, because if they had thought, okay, this is serious, but we want to, we think there's a chance he might be back for the playoffs, slap him on IR immediately, knowing that it's these weeks. Where now it's okay. Let's wait and see, because maybe he can be back inside of 4 weeks, and we don't want to handcuff ourselves with that.
Yeah. I could totally see that. That's going to be something that is interesting. I hadn't really thought about it in that regard. The Texans not putting Petrie on IR just yet, but
and the first thing that people will say when I bring that up is like, "Hey, man, Petrie's tackling hasn't always been the best. What do you think about him out there?" I'm like, "Well, okay. For one, I think his technique on tag. He still missed tackles this year, but his missed tackle rate is about the same as it was last year. His tackling technique has definitely improved, and I think the variety or the version of missed tackles he's had this year haven't been as maybe infuriating, I guess, partly just because of the position he plays.
Well,
so
yeah.
I think that if you get some bad tackling out of him, so be it. It's a better option and alternative if it means that Jimmy Ward moves back to safety and you see less Eric Murray.
We had John McClain on. We have him on every Wednesday on our show, Area 45 at night. And, for the last couple of weeks, we found ourselves kind of talking about the amount of explosives that the Texans have allowed in the air. They've given up, I don't know what the number is now, probably beyond 20 touchdowns in the air this season versus fewer than that all of last season. And the reason why I bring that up is like, okay, well, Jalen Petrie a lot of those times was one of those dudes on the island that had gotten burned, was giving up some touchdowns, last season. And even at times earlier this season, the missed tackles certainly exacerbate, the shortcomings of some of his play and how aggressive or maybe overly aggressive he is and has been. But I feel like we've got a better we like the play of Jalen Petrie more now because, well, he's used differently this season.
Yeah.
And so even though he's found himself on an island, it's really the larger concern here is the Texans secondary and why they've been so susceptible to allowing explosives that have gone for 6 defensively this year. Petrie hasn't been that poster child
right.
It's him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, and a lot of that is just simply, when you're playing true safety, especially when you're playing free safety or deep center field safety, you're the last line of defense. Or if you bite on a double move and the back end of the defense, then you're really screwing the whole play up. He's not in that position as much anymore. And then the plays like versus Devontae Adams in the Jets game, that's what we've known since training camp. During training camp, I just kept thinking, okay, well, look, certainly they can't be planning on him being up in man coverage at the line of scrimmage versus guys like Tank Dell or Stephon Diggs, right? Lo and behold, yep, they did. That's how they used him.
Yeah, who did he wind up on in a game?
Devontae Adams in the Jets game.
Golly.
Yeah. So there's that part of it, but that's not – I don't blame Jalen Petrie for that. I blame the Texans for putting him in that position and relying on him in that role. Yeah. That's where some of those plays that we've had when Ward's not out there.
Yeah,
we love Eric. We love Kalen Bullock and his upside and everything. That for a rookie, I think he's doing awesome. When it comes to kind of some of the veteran savvy type of stuff, you go over to the Cowboys game. I don't think Kalen Bullock was in the wrong position or wrong on that play because Okudah wasn't, so by the letter of the law, Okudah was supposed to just not give up the inside on that play.
Right.
And that's the way Kalen Bullock was playing behind it.
Yeah, and where did Okudah turn his hips? Immediately. To the outside.
Right. And he gets beat to the inside, but Okudah, even though by the book it's not his fault that it ends up going for a touchdown, I think with a veteran guy like Jimmy Ward back there, Jimmy Ward recognizes the mistake and the error in the weak spot in the defense quicker and maybe could have saved it. Likewise, Kalen Bullock wasn't technically in the wrong on that long run in the Jaguars game, but I think a veteran safety recognizes the soft spot in the mistake and perhaps gets leverage on it even sooner. Even though Kalen Bullock ended up hawking that down, there's the part of being a safety isn't just knowing your role, it's making everybody else right. And I think Jimmy Ward just has a better feel for stuff like that.
You know, I get crushed sometimes because I say this, and not just on the radio and stuff, but just to people. The Jimmy Ward effect. I felt this way last year, and I'm even more confident in saying it this year because he's been more available to them on the field. And I want to knock on wood because I've actually Jimmy Ward's availability for the Texans this year. He's already exceeded my expectations, but the pre-snap stuff, the communication from Jimmy Ward to other players, he is just literally another he's a linebacker out there. He's another coach on the field, so to speak. He just gets guys lined up, and he talks about it all the time. That's one of the most transparent guys. I love listening to him on the post-game shows. But yeah, maybe he doesn't fix like the pre-snap technique of Okudah, but maybe he says something to him like, hey, watch this, or make sure you don't do this.
Yeah, whatever you do.
Yeah, whatever you do. Like, you know, at the snap of the ball, don't immediately in an 8-yard cushion flip your hips to the outside and give up the middle. You know what I'm saying? Like what happened.
By a receiver who's got 200 yards receiving on the season going into that game, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. That was killer, man. But I think the Jimmy Ward
Okudah, man, Okudah was the guy I allowed myself to get excited about, or at least maybe think, okay, maybe there's upside here. Maybe the D'Amico glow up works or what have you, and so far it hasn't worked out that way.
Has not worked out. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast this morning. Coming up next, we talked about this a little bit earlier, Seth, in regards to the reported offer to Alex Bregman that the Astros have made, and MLB.com has confirmed via sources as of yesterday, a 6-year, $156 million offer. I want to know that outside of that contract, we're hearing more about plan Bs and contingencies. What do Astro fans actually feel about that situation? It doesn't feel like they're about to make an Astro lifer out of Alex Bregman. Do we like any of the contingencies? We'll discuss next at Sports Radio 610.
Kirk Holmes is a third-generation custom home builder, third-generation family.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast in for Sean Pendergast. I'm Sean Bijani. Pretty good to be with you this morning, man. Thanks for joining us, listening on the radio, all the platforms, the free Odyssey app. Thank you. You are wise for downloading that free app. You can take us anywhere and everywhere you go. If you're hitting us up on Twitch and the YouTube streams, thank you. A lot of reaction from Texans stuff already this morning, and we got you till 10, so plenty more to go and get to in regards to that. 713-572-4610. You can hit us up on the phone lines or the 5 Hour Energy fan text line. 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610. Seth, shot in the arm, shot in the ass. I don't know how you felt about the 6-year, $156 million offer. Was it insult or intrigue for Alex Bregman?
I still think it's intrigue. I think that, for one, look, Bregman, we go through this every year with Bregman. Every year. It's if he's in the middle of one of his droughts, you're wondering and you're frustrated, why? And then all of a sudden when he turns it around and he's performing like an MVP caliber player, you're like, oh, yeah, that's just Bregman. That's what he does. Hey, it's no big deal. And especially then if he performs in the playoffs that year, like, oh, yeah, you can live through the droughts. But it's something on the sum total of things that you got to look at and consider if you're a team that's going to bring him on. The fact of the matter is, Bregman shares the same agent as Matt Chapman. Matt Chapman got a deal that was $5 million less, but Chapman's a year older. But their numbers are very similar in a lot of regards. And that was a deal to keep Chapman on the team that he was with. And this is also $1 million more than Altuve's record-breaking deal for the Astros. Yeah. The Altuve deal the Astros have given out. And it's 1 year longer than anything the Astros have ever done before. So I don't know. It still might not be what Bregman is looking for, but I'd have a hard time if I'm Bregman feeling insulted by that offer. He knows this organization well enough to know that they operate a certain way. He's watched his friends Carlos Correa and George Springer and Charlie Morton or whomever else leave, and without getting an offer anything similarly competitive to what his is. So I don't think this is a no-brainer. Oh, no way in hell he's gone. And until I hear of an offer from another team that would render this deal insulting, then I can't imagine that he looks at it as an insult.
713-572-4610. We got this from the 713. Jim Crane is a bad owner without Jeff Luhnow. We know this, and the only reason we got our last championship is because Jeff Luhnow. It wasn't because of the owner or anything anybody else did. No faith in the Astros. He doesn't know how to spend his money, Jim Crane. So keep that in mind.
We know, for one, I'll say, we know for sure that Jim Crane is a bad GM when he's an interim GM. We know he was a bad interim GM. I have a hard time saying that Crane's a horrible owner because of the guy he hired and allowed to do and stood by the guy he hired for several years of being lambasted as the worst owner in baseball. That takes a certain level of brass balls that I don't think people understand. I don't think people understand how hard to do. Yeah. To just take all the slings and arrows that come with tanking and to stick it out. No, you can't have it both ways. You can't say Jim Crane's an owner because the guy he hired and allowed him to do his work was actually the guy that was good. That's not the way the world works. Yeah. So it's somewhere in between.
I'm constantly intrigued by the unwavering confidence, every year about this Astros team not worrying about letting key pieces, glue guys, heart and souls of the team, so to speak, flat out legends maybe, in Alex Bregman's case, walk. the potential. Like, is this going to be the one that bites him in the ass? You know, Springer, it worked out. Correa, it's worked out. Over the, like, Garrett Cole, seemingly it's worked out. Would you like to have Garrett Cole? Yeah, sure. But you feel pretty good about what the Astros have been able to do, from a pitching standpoint and some of the young guys coming up. I saw this last night from Michael Schwab on Twitter. Quote, apparently the Astros have checked in with the Cubs about trading for Cody Bellinger. That's per Bruce Levine from 670 The Score. Bellinger has a $26 million tax hit and a player option in 2026. It seems like a backup plan to add a bat if the Astros can't sign Bregman. I've heard the Bellinger thing before. Like, people have thrown that out there. But, maybe now it's catching a little bit more traction. And I was going to say I don't know why, but I do know why. Well, the offer's out there. It's been reported, and so that would leave me to believe that, it's not exactly what Bregman and Boris want, so the Astros have got to be pivoting. There's multiple different ways that they can go here, Seth, and me and Patrick Creighton on Area 45 have talked about kind of the doomsday scenario where it's a soft reset. That would be a doomsday scenario, I think, in our mind because, Bregman, that domino falls. Well, maybe you think about trading Fromber. Maybe you think about trading Kyle Tucker. Maybe you're going to unload Ryan Presley, and you're going to build through the draft and get some young guys in and all that stuff. But there's a contingency, and the key word here is contingency, not a plan B. Contingency, in my mind, is a word that intimates the Astros actually still wanting and thinking that they can contend for a World Series as opposed to a simple, here's our plan B and this is what we're going to do, a soft reset.
Right. I think with, for one, Cody Bellinger, boy, I'd be disappointed, man. I feel like as much as this team has done to, at least locally, and I think throughout baseball, in baseball itself, the being better than everybody else scandal is long past in the rearview mirror. Most people in baseball don't give a single damn about it. But Bellinger, man, it just brings all of that back. And I don't know, maybe there would be some kind of healing element to it or whatever. I think with Bregman, the biggest part of it that you forget on the sum total of everything, the things that aren't the eye-popping conventional stats that he brings to the table. One, the competitive stats. When it comes to competitive at-bats and all the stats that go along with it, like his chase rate, his whiff percentage, strikeout percentage, like all these things, he's elite in that regard. Mm-hmm. And that's something that whether he's slumping or not, that he adds to your lineup. Yeah. And then defensively, in a lot of regards, this last season was the best defensive season he's ever had. And that was with gremlins in his elbow for a good portion of the season.
And it wasn't a good start to the season defensively for Bregman either.
Yeah.
Because as much as he was struggling at the plate, he was missing some plays in the field that he typically made, but he put it all together.
Yeah, it was the highest. I think it was the highest run value he's had as a defender in his entire career. So, we've been spoiled with that. We've been spoiled with really, really good defense at third base. We've been spoiled with competitive at bats by a guy who is very streaky and prone to slumps. That's harder. I don't think you replace that in one fell swoop. It's going to be a hodgepodge of, you bring in, whether it's Bellinger or somebody else that can do something for you offensively.
Jorge Polanco's been a guy who's been mentioned, Willie Adames, but a lot of teams are in on him. I just, saw reports, I'm sure all of you have as well, that the Yankees were looking at the free agent shortstop, Willie Adames, maybe as somebody they could move over to third if, in fact, the Astros would be in on him. But those, to me, are real contingencies. Mm-hmm. The plan B is, okay, here's our plan A. It's to retain, a guy that we think we can contend and win a World Series with here in the next couple of. The plan B shifts away from okay, let's see what this fella Shea Whitcomb can do over there at third base, or maybe let's bring a old farmhand back in and Josh Rojas and, see if we can do something there. But to me, it's not even as black and white as that because if you went plan B at third base, doesn't mean you're going plan B as a team because you could significantly and should even still look to improve first base. You cannot go into spring training with John Singleton being even a platoon option, in my opinion, on a World Series contending team this year. Can't happen.
Yeah.
That would be disastrous, I think, and a thorn, maybe two thorns in the side of Astros.
Sorry, don't make me
fans.
think about first base, Sean.
I didn't mean to, but it is there. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast this morning. Coming up next, we'll hit the 8 o'clock hour, the aftermath of Aziz embracing the villain role. You down with that? We'll discuss next.
If you guys listen, you know my favorite place to go eat in.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Good morning, everybody. 8 o'clock hour on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. In for Sean Pendergast this morning, I'm Sean Bijani. You can catch me sometimes at night, Area 45, 8 to midnight. Though typically today, Friday, happy Friday, by the way, usually on 10 to midnight, we are foregoing our 10 to midnight, as far as I know, today. But we'll see you next week, and we've got you for another couple hours between now and 10 o'clock this morning. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Call or text the 5 Hour Energy fan line, 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. The aftermath of Aziz. Seth, I haven't said this yet, but it's the case. We all know this. When something like a fight and the extracurricular happen in a football game, it spills over things. Quickly, quote-unquote, fans, fanatics, trolls, needlers on social media, what have you, will make it about something that it's just not or shouldn't be. And you're familiar to this, but Patrick Creighton, when I brought this up a couple of nights ago, was not at the time. But Aziz Al-Shair, even pre his collage post on Instagram and Twitter with the Joker and the pro-Palestine cleats and, a quote that he'd had out there amongst some other things, there was a lot of hate and vitriol directed at Aziz immediately after that play on social media that I saw literally just an hour after the game. Maybe it was after the play, for that matter, about his views and political and religious beliefs. And that's what really prompted the type of response that we've all seen and talked about now on social media.
Well, yeah, I think, on the personal level of things, Aziz Al-Shair has been getting all kinds of hate poured into him and onto him. And probably, even if he tries to stay off social media, I'm sure people are telling him all about it. And I guess that's how does Aziz Al-Shair react to it? And does he feel like, all right, well, fine, go, everybody can go die. I don't give a damn. I could totally understand and get that. I think the more interesting thing from a Texans perspective as an organization is that in Caserio coming out as vocally critical of the league as he did, and D'Amico Ryans and being so supportive of Aziz Al-Shair, and actually kind of blame onto the Jaguars themselves and their sideline management, all of that. The organization itself now is starting to kind of take on a villain role. And I'm always torn with stuff like this because I like it. I like it if you can embrace the anti-hero role. But as multiple people annoyingly pointed out to me when I brought that up, it's like, all right, well, listen, if you're the Raiders back in the day or if you're the Astros as of late, it's a lot more fun to play the villain role when you're also actually winning championships. Yeah. And that's the missing part of the equation right here. Sure. But I think you got to remember with the Raiders, especially back in the 70s or whatever, that they were villains before they won their Super Bowl. And it was more of just the whole us against the world mentality and the way they operated, like the beginnings of all that I'd be cool with that. I don't mind being like looked at as the team that's, they're always pushing the line. They're just a little more violent than they should be. That if it's, as long as it does end up in a championship, I'm cool with that.
You're probably not going to remember this, but I do. You and I don't get a chance to do a lot of shows together, but it was probably in and around this time of the season last year that I brought it up. We had the conversation because, look, the defense was obviously looking really damn good. The football team was exceeding everybody's expectations at this point last year. And, look, the linebacker core consisted of a very surprising performance from Blake Cashman, and you had Denzel Perryman, who was, brought a little bit of that nasty edged player to him last season for the Texans. And I started to get the vibe and feel that, hey, you know what? The kind of player and culture, mindset, violence that DeMeco Ryans wants his defense to play with, we're starting to see that a little bit. And then look at the guys that they've continued to bring in this offseason. Look at the way that they're playing right now. And you could tell me if I'm flat-ass wrong on this, but this is just my feel. DeMeco Ryans is a freaking artist. And I mean that in many ways. And I'll attack it first from a player perspective, because as a player, I don't know that anybody was maybe more, and we know this more now than maybe what we recall when we watched him play, because people talk about him now, but he was a violent, bad mofo on the football field. But he was soft-spoken, very good with the media, very great in front of the cameras, and, just had a different type of aura off of the football field. He was able to switch it on and off, right? And I think Aziz Al-Shair is very much like that. I think Jimmy Ward is very much like that. To a lesser degree, because he could still be a little abrasive off mic. Joe Mixon is kind of like that on the offensive side. Yeah. But I bring all that up because I told you last season around this time that I would not hate it at all if the Texans earned the kind of reputation for being slightly a bit of a dirty team. And it was right at around when they brought Kareem Jackson in. So it was a little later in the season, I believe it was. And they're there. Here they are.
Okay, so this is what I wonder, too. When, and I'll say this without emotion, I wonder if the league has specifically zeroed in on the Texans, because if you look at the players who have been suspended 3 games for unsportsmanlike conduct, or at least that being a big fueling part of it, Denzel Perryman last year was initially suspended 3 games. They dialed it back to 2. Aziz Al-Shair this year suspended 3 games, not dialed back. Kareem Jackson last year, it wasn't his actions when he was on the Texans that caused him to be he was suspended 3 games when he was with the Broncos. But he did find his way to the Texans. So DeMeco, has zero issue having players like that on his team. And I wonder if the team is looking at the Texans as, hey man, all right, look, this is turning into a theme here. That you've got guys that you bring out the worst in them or the best in them, whatever it might. Perryman didn't have a really lengthy history before he got to the Texans.
No,
a lot of it just started when he got to the Texans. They might already in the league be identified as, man, DeMeco's guys are a wild bunch, and we got to keep a close eye on them.
I'm going to see if I can go here responsibly. But again, please tell me if you think I'm wrong or off base here. But the way that I just described DeMeco Ryans as a player, former player and head coach, is the guys that he wants. I don't necessarily think he wants them to, be him, but be like him in the sense that he was a controlled yet violent player on the field, but operate in a gray area. And that is a very difficult thing to do sometimes. And it's even more difficult, I'd say, nowadays in respect to just the defender versus the quarterback that turns into a runner. We know this discussion. We know how this goes, right? We're living it and seeing it play out this week after the Trevor Lawrence hit. But see if you can follow me here. Like, D'Amico wants these guys, and it now is his responsibility as a leader on this defense and of the team to try and get them to operate efficiently in that gray area that's so damn dangerous. And it's a very difficult thing to do. And Aziz Al-Shair is in a position now that he has never been in his career. But he'd been handpicked. D'Amico knew him in Frisco and saw the promise. He saw what he was capable of last year within the division, and he's got him on this team now, and he is executing it perfectly. But if you recall, the one thing, and D'Amico has said this twice, once last year, I think it was in response to the Denzel Perryman suspension, and he said it earlier this year after Aziz Al-Shair had that sideline scuffle against the Bears week 2, I think it was. We want that. But the one thing you can't do is get ejected because it costs you and it costs the team. It hurts the team. That's that gray area.
You know who the best example might be? And I've been thinking about this is, okay, coach who's widely regarded and respected as a stand-up dude, and yet his players are much different than that guy's public persona. Tom Osborne with the Nebraska Cornhuskers in the 90s. Mm-hmm. Those dudes were psychotic. But Tom Osborne, widely regarded and respected as almost like a grandfatherly type figure who does things the right way. Sean, I can tell you that I played with a few different guys who played on Tom Osborne's teams from that era. These guys were psychotic. Like, think about, okay, for guys our age listening, think about Tom Osborne's public persona as a coach versus Christian Peters, the defensive lineman. They couldn't be more divergent. And yet, they all played for Tom Osborne, those black shirts on defense that would do stuff that, Sean, some of the stories about stuff that went down, like, it sounded like these were stories like out of the program. Like the parties that they had, the stuff that got kind of brushed under the rug by the local police, the violence at practice, and like the hazing and stuff that would go on.
Talk about the Wild West.
It was out of control. Yeah, and there's no way it would fly in the modern era, but it can happen. Magical run that the Nebraska Cornhuskers had when they had a lot of guys like that out there. I think that's kind of where D'Amico is right now. He's a Tom Osborne guy, and like it's hard to manage, especially in today's world. But I think the sights of the NFL have kind of been leveled on the Texans right now, and they're going to be hyper vigilant about any transgressions. I think that Jimmy Ward, Jalen Petrie, the big hitters on this team, I think they're going to be under extra scrutiny for the rest of the season. And maybe as long as D'Amico is the coach.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. But is that something that D'Amico Ryans in this defense is willing to kind of bend on? Or is this going to be something that, you know what, this is who we are. This is what I want this defense to ultimately be. Yeah, it sucks right now, but look, this is the culture. This is swarm your ass off right here, man. And I think, honestly, Seth, and we'll probably end up talking about this a little bit later on, I think it's necessary. I think it's necessary with the way that things have gone with this team this year, the inefficiencies, the struggles that this offense is having. I don't know that you need to, kind of change course, so to speak, in what you are teaching and preaching to this defense and how you want them to play and attack the opposition. Because I think the defense, if the Texans are going to ultimately accomplish or at least put themselves in position to accomplish what they've set out preseason, the defense is going to have to be the mofo. They're going to have to be the attacker. They're going to have to be a reason, maybe the reason they get there.
When you talk about it in those terms, you think about the Ravens from their first Super Bowl in 2000, 2001, 2000. And that was a team that was led by its defense. You got a lesser quarterback than I think what C.J. Stroud can be, but they were able to do it with the defense. And likewise, that was a team that was getting Ray Lewis back from jail. They were psychotic. They pushed the envelope. They were very, very physical and very, very tough. Are they good enough as a defense to be that team? I don't think so. Not right now. and maybe they can be closer to it by the end of the season. But you're right. Okay. But how do they lean into that persona as they're also under extra scrutiny? I don't know.
Yeah, well, look, you can lean into it. Are you equipped to do that?
Right, right. Yeah. Do you have the same horses?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the question, I think, and we're going to have to see, and maybe it can be offset by significant improvement, which we're going to have to see, if we're being honest, from the offense to kind of counteract some of that stuff going forward for the Texans. You asked the question a little bit earlier this segment, like, maybe you don't know if you feel like the Texans should be, like, are they really a villain team? Are they ready to embrace this? To make it, like, more specific, does Aziz Al-Shair really want to be the villain? Like, does he maybe want to be the poster child of this? You can make it whatever you want, in my opinion. But I'd said this earlier, that when he said, you want me to be the villain, I'll be the villain. To me, that has not a damn thing to do with football, and has everything to do with a guy that is standing up for what he believes in religiously and politically, because that was the response for him on Twitter.
The anti-Islamic stuff was more so that probably hit him more harder than
absolutely
the actual football
and you know
stuff.
what? You know what's galvanizing that can translate to the football field is, I guess, by the way, Titus Howard's back on Twitter, because he was one of the ones that kind of had Aziz Al-Shair's back on social. Mm-hmm. Kamari Lassiter, Will Anderson, Nico, I don't know if Nico Collins was, I can't remember. Jimmy Ward. There was a half dozen Texan players that kind of said, yeah, and championed, that type of response from Aziz Al-Shair. That brings me to one of my biggest concerns about this team, Seth, and it maybe kind of ties into something we're going to get to next segment, but are the Texans paying far too much attention and being distracted by the outside noise? I can tell you at least on two occasions this season, we know that for a fact. We know it for a fact because they've acknowledged it. They've said it. The loss to the Vikings, and what was said by D'Amico Ryans and multiple players after that game is reference to the outside noise. Got a little too big for their britches going into that game.
Yeah.
And look, that was the outside noise, the rat poison, if you will, that they kind of bit them there. And look, if we're being honest, the inside well, because they blamed the stadium atmosphere for a lot of their struggles.
Oh yeah, the actual noise.
Yeah, the actual noise. That was a problem.
This team hates noise of any variety, but they cannot handle noise on social media or with actual decibels.
Right, yeah. But it came up again after the Titans game. They don't need to wear you can't ever ignore it completely, but you at least got to have some high quality, like, construction site earplugs in. you gotta dull it enough that you can operate your skid steer. Yeah. What was the loss here recently that prompted another player meeting? I think it would have been the third.
I don't. It felt like they had 17 player meetings in the course of 3 days. Was it the Titans? I think it was after the Titans.
No. It was the Jets game, I believe. It was the loss to the.
What prompted the initial, like the big one that was reported?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was the Jets game. Could have been the Lions game. Hell, I don't know. By count, at least what was reported, they've at least had 4. And we've gotten a couple of them confirmed by Jimmy Ward, who said, yeah, we'll probably have another one. But, for a team that has unpromptedly said and referenced outside noise as being a factor, showing up with too low of energy in games and not having killer instinct, all things that really very transparent Jimmy Ward has said on the postgame show here on Sports Radio 610 with Pendergast and Stoerner. That to me is a problem because the expectations of this team is at record high, and now you've got multiple occasions in the most pivotal season in franchise that your team can't handle the outside noise, and for whatever reason is paying far too much attention to it. And the Aziz Al-Shair response on social media, albeit non-football related, really is what has me a little bit more concerned these days.
Well, and I think a question I've gotten from some listeners that kind of surprised me, and then The Drive did a segment on it yesterday, asking a question basically, has D'Amico lost control of the team? Very interesting question that caught me by surprise. It is a bye week, so there is no official injury this news. Normally, our injury report would be brought to you by Mokaram Injury Lawyers, so I'll give you that injury report. First, a little bit optimistically, Christian Harris, who's been out with a Kyle Tucker-like lower leg injury that we know nothing about. The name was brought up unprompted by Nick Caserio a couple times, so there's a chance that Christian Harris might return after the bye week. Hopefully we find out something about Jalen Petrie and his partially torn pec. And for anybody who cares, Trevor Lawrence, as you know, was put on IR and will have shoulder surgery to end his season, something that's obviously evident should have probably been done before he entered that Texans game and was playing like garbage the entire first half. Almost the entire first half. Injured in a car accident that wasn't your fault? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Mokaram will pick up the phone. They've been doing it for over 25 years here in Houston, taking care of Houstonians who, if you've been injured in an accident,
up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I'm so freaking proud of you, man. That's the way to show up. You talk about pressure, we live in pressure. That's where we freaking thrive. You did it again. All right? It doesn't matter who's playing for us. It doesn't matter what's going on. You always find a way to win. This has been in the making, man. This has been in the making. All right? We were all supposed to be here together, man. We're destined for this. Just stay the course.
Yeah, let's go. Football Friday. Well, Dan Campbell for you. Wake your ass up at 8:27 in the morning. Holy smokes. I got fired up last night just watching that game. And then afterwards seeing that post-game speech from Dan Campbell on the Lions 34-31. Very dramatic because that's how they do it. Victory over the Green Bay Packers last night. That, Seth Payne, is an individual that nobody, at least since he started 0 for 5 in his tenure as Lions head coach a few years ago, is questioning his control of his football team. May not always agree with some of his brass balls decisions late in games to go for it, but everybody, I think, certainly did after the fact last night, going forward on 4th and inches, just to make damn certain that Jordan Love wasn't going to have any opportunity, at least in regulation, to lead his Packers team down the field to tie or win a game.
Yeah, and Jordan Love had, after a really moribund first half, it clicked in the second half. So I think that's where I think sometimes it's just too easy sometimes to say, oh, you don't trust your defense or this or that when it comes down to end-of-game decisions. It's always a game-by-game scenario, and I don't think anybody on the Lions probably ever thinks, oh, Dan Campbell doesn't trust us or anything. I think that the ability of Dan Campbell to be the guy that he was right from the initial press conference and for it to work out is more the exception than the rule. I think usually when you get guys that are hey, we're going to go in and we're going to do it with gusto and I'm going to be this leader of men and everything, and he's not an X's and O's genius or anything like that. People are skeptical of that. And people are skeptical of biting kneecaps and all of those other things. Yeah. Campbell is very much created a team that has taken on his identity. And they play that way on both offense and defense. I don't really think of him as an offensive-minded head coach because he's not the offensive brains behind that operation. That'll be the really big test for him is if Ben Johnson ever leaves Detroit. I don't know. It feels like Ben Johnson might not ever leave unless he gets the perfect landing spot.
Yeah.
But, that's when you watch Dan Campbell, there's a lot of elements to what you hope you get out of D'Amico Ryans, where D'Amico is a very, very good defensive coordinator. That's established, but it's his ability to have the entire team take it on his identity that is kind of what he was as a player, what he stands for as a coach. Can he get the offense to buy into that? Because I don't think the offense isn't playing like a D'Amico Ryans personality team. I think the defense 100% is playing maybe a little too much. But that's going to be the big question. Can he do for the Texans what Dan Campbell did for the Lions?
That's a great question. And look, TBD. We're watching it. We're seeing it play out. It will or it won't. You mentioned something real quick, just as a sidebar. You mentioned Ben Johnson. I am really hoping that he doesn't go anywhere for a few years. Now, I don't want the Lions to, rattle off like 2 Super Bowl championships in the next 3 or 4 years or anything. I'd like the Texans to be in the mix on a couple of those at least, right? But the reason why I say that is because I want the conversation, or at least it to be a good point, to go back and say, you know what? Why couldn't we have said the same damn thing? I mean, a lot of people did, but nobody wanted to hear it. They wanted to make it about race. But I want to be able to say, like, why couldn't that have been the case with Eric Bieniemy in Kansas City? Like, why couldn't that guy have been content working with one of the best head coaches and the best quarterbacks in Kansas City and winning Super Bowls and winning AFC championship games every freaking year? Like, why would he want to do anything else? Like, and if the guy really wanted a job, don't you think the reports of him being, just ass in job interviews wouldn't have been a thing? Like, he's probably like, yeah, if I get the job, I get the job. But it's not like he's going in there, I ain't going to wear a 3-piece suit, mofos. It's like, if you like me, you like me kind of a thing. I want Ben Johnson to, like, stay in Detroit just so people can say, be like, you know what? Yeah, there is something to, like, seeing this thing out and, just doing a lot of winning in the role that he has.
I mean, okay, so 2 guys that come to mind, Bruce Arians and then also dank it. Why am I blanking on his name? Current defensive coordinator for the Cowboys, former head coach of the Vikings.
I'm sorry. Former head coach of the
Mike Zimmer.
Zimmer, yes.
So Mike Zimmer forever was like, how come this guy can't get a job as a head coach? Because he had really good defenses with the Bengals forever. I loved him as a defensive coordinator. But it was like, for him, he has a really gruff personality. It didn't seem like. Same with Bruce Arians, like, I don't know if he's a head coach material. Those guys went on to do well as head coaches. Yeah. Bruce Arians, obviously, especially. But I think that with Ben Johnson, what you hope, this is what I'm always on the lookout for. All right, who's the coordinator out there who's established himself as a really good coordinator, but people really don't think of him as a head coach because he's failed as a head coach already? Josh McDaniels comes to mind. Okay, there's a guy that has done really good things, including with Mac Jones. Got really good performance out of Mac Jones as an offensive coordinator, but as a head coach, I don't think he gets another opportunity. I think that's done for. I think he's just shown too many glaring weaknesses as a head coach. So I think some team out there might end up getting Josh McDaniels and doing some good things with him. I think likewise, if you look on the defensive side of the ball, Dick LeBeau, I don't think, maybe didn't even want to be a head coach again, but probably also wasn't getting another opportunity. And for decades, he was one of the best defensive coordinators in the league. Yeah. So that's where Sean and I were talking about this yesterday. You kind of look around at, okay, who are the guys who might get fired this year? And Stefanski's a guy that I think if he did get fired, I would want him immediately.
I heard you say this, yeah.
But also, I think he might get another opportunity as a head coach. I think a lot of owners are out there going to look at him as like, okay, it's not his fault that Deshaun Watson was in the building and performed the way he did.
Absolutely. Great point by you.
So I don't want to bring a guy in that you're just going to lose 1 year later.
No, but if you're the Texans and there's any trepidation about Bobby Slowick and his future, you should absolutely be looking his way for an offensive coordinator spot.
But as far as because the question was asked by a few listeners, but then also I know it was a topic on the drive yesterday, has DeMeco lost control of the team?
Yeah.
I think defensively, that's exactly. I don't think he's lost control of them at all. I think they're playing and performing exactly the way he wants to.
I'm right there with you. Yes.
I don't look at the melee afterwards as DeMeco somehow having lost control of the team, because the melee was specifically Aziz Al-Shair and a bunch of guys trying to hold Aziz Al-Shair back. And DeMeco and Aziz have the same relationship they've ever had. They're very open about how they'll butt heads and everything, but they love each other. I think that all of that. So one of our listeners said, well, Seth, he couldn't control Aziz. Isn't that evidence that he's losing control of the entire team if he can't control Aziz? And my thought was, as it's always been, go ahead and try to talk somebody that you love and care about. Go ahead and try to talk them out of a rage in 45 seconds. Go get to stop being angry in 45 seconds. Your love has nothing to do with it. Like,
no,
you're
you
not,
know what?
Like,
that's a great point.
Yeah, that's not, like, go ahead and try to. Hey, that bull loves me. I'll get him to stop bucking. Like, no, there's certain things you just can't control in 45 seconds.
I'm 100% with you. I just said it last segment that I think this is, in large part the iteration of kind of character. Or perception or just way that he wants this defense to play. There's that gray area. It's kind of like, hey, we want to toe the line, but we can't cross it. That's going to hurt you, yourself, the individual, or the team. Like in terms of like being ejected or suspended and things like that. But it's funny, even like, all right, can you kind of bring a player that's in a full-on outrage that just got trampled by an entire football team in Aziz Al-Shair? Can you remove him from a situation and say, all right, big cat, go shower up. We'll see you in a few after we get this done.
Right.
Like, you know what? He almost did. Because you go back and look at that video, like when D'Amico and Will Anderson are walking off of the field, like, he's got him kind of calmed down. He's talking to him a little bit, and there's something that's said. He hears, he gets distracted. D'Amico turns his back. He leaves Aziz, and then boom.
Those guys, and this is where it's annoying too, and again, to point out to guys like Stephen A. Smith and others that the melee afterwards was not just Aziz Al-Shair.
Right.
And to point out, look, Casario wasn't there should have been a suspension. It's that he doesn't think it should have been a 3-game suspension. They used the melee and pointed to that as evidence. All right, he was getting into it with a Jaguars player who was down in the end zone, like following him out of the tunnel. So how are you acting like Aziz is the instigator in that regard?
Right.
And then not to mention that, look, Evan Ingram barreled. At the moment, Aziz didn't think he did anything wrong, whether you agree with him or disagree with him, and then he gets barreled into from behind by Evan Ingram.
In a millisecond.
And as of yet, we haven't seen a fine come out of that. Like, that's, like, to paint it out 100%. Like Aziz was the only guy in the wrong there in the melee, I don't think that's, I don't think that matches any of the actual evidence that we have.
No, look, Ingram, fine. Where is it? Jerry Jones, fine. Well, I guess he was ejected, so he's probably going to be fine de facto anyway.
Yeah. Saturday
but
afternoon is usually when the fines come down, so we'll see.
Sure, the guy that Aziz Al-Shair was chirping at, that kind of went, caused the 2.0 version of that. It's like, where's the fine there? Like, where's the instigation? Like, at least give me a BS John Runyon letter that's made public, that says, hey, Sheriff, you did this, and on video, you went and instigated this. Like, we know we're not going to get that because, according to John Runyon, it was Aziz Al-Shair, with the hit. It was Aziz Al-Shair with the melee. It was Aziz Al-Shair that continued the melee. All of that stuff. It was his fault. Everything. Yeah. All of it.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Talking about coaches losing control of their team. You and I are on the same page, Seth, that, the team and really the defense has taken on D'Amico's, ethos, if you will. I think the Rockets have kind of started to do the same thing with Ime Udoka. I want to talk about that and what this Rockets team's ceiling is coming up next. It's Sports Radio 610. Stay there.
The NFL.
the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast along with Seth Payne this morning. Appreciate you joining us. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610. The 5 Hour Energy fan line open. 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. Not necessarily per request, but just by happenstance, Seth, we got a number of. And I want to know Seth's Seth's opinion and thoughts on what Stephen A. Smith has had to say about the Aziz Al-Shair. And I was like, well, keep listening because we're going to do that at 9 a.m. So keep it locked in here.
I pulled a couple of his clips just this morning, actually. Yeah, and we'll play where Stephen A. Smith does what he does so well, just very eloquently taking half of the information and blowing it up into something without actually understanding the whole scenario. Yeah, he lambasted Nick Caserio, and I'll be honest, he and Jeff Saturday made some good points, but also got a few things egregiously wrong. So we'll play that for you in the next segment.
Coming up at 9 a.m. Right now, though, Rockets coming off a loss last night to the Golden State Warriors, 99-93. Very gettable game for them, Seth. It's off to a really poor shooting start, and typically when that's been the case, this season or even last season, it's been hard for them to kind of respond and rebound. Though I thought they did a really good job of that here in recent weeks, where Alpi himself got off to some slow starts, but ended up being the dude.
This is the first time all season they've had back-to-back losses. So I mean, it's so especially going into a Warriors game where they don't have their two stud players. It's not the best version of the Warriors. They're coming off of a loss. The Rockets are coming off of a loss. I didn't expect them to come out and go for two for 16 to start the game shooting. Except they're a bad shooting team. But it's the lack of a presence defensively and the sum total of things that's a disappointment. It's kudos to the Rockets for getting to a point where I can be disappointed in their performance in that regard, because I think this isn't who they've been for most of the season. But they didn't look like the gritty, tough team that they've played like for the majority of the season so far.
No, they haven't. And I was disappointed in that last night, and I told you this earlier today. When Ime Udoka calls, last night's game one of the softest, that he's seen his team play, I think the reason for that is more than just about the game itself, but it's about the lead up. You're coming off of easily your most quality win this season over the weekend against the Thunder, and then a very highly emotional game in the fourth quarter where Udoka and Şengün both get teed up, ejected. That was a difficult game. Look, they experienced a really horrid stretch in the third quarter that ultimately cost them the game. I know you could point to plenty of things in the first half the other night that also contributed to the Rockets losing a game that they had no business losing against the Sacramento Kings. But I thought maybe a galvanizing moment because, Udoka sounded off on the officials and had his players' backs and, lauded him for, being gritty and stuff to this point this season. I think he was fully expecting him set to come out, just kind of with a fire lit up under their ass last night, facing a team without Draymond Green, Steph Curry, in a situation where you feel like, it's time to right the track because you hadn't lost back-to-back games until last night.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, the response, even as they start off so bad offensively, it's all right, then you can't always make all your shots, but you can play physical. And you can grab rebounds. You can attack the rim. You can do all these things. The fact that the Rockets didn't do that was surprising. It was, but the thing that I take out of it, and I think I'm most optimistic about when it comes to the composition of your team, is that look, Jalen Green's going to be streaky. He was 4 for 16 last night. Şengün hasn't been the same guy offensively for the last 5 or 6 games. But you do have the veteran leadership of Van Vliet after the game basically agrees with Udoka. And that, all right, he said we're soft. Yeah, I mean, that's what it was. I like that.
I do too.
I mean, you look at the Patriots earlier this season, Gerard Mayo calls his defense soft, and people act like he had murdered a puppy or something. Oh, how could you say that about this defense? I don't know. It's a coach talking about his team. It's not the same as you're not committing a crime or anything and describing how you think your team is playing. Mm-hmm. And likewise, with Udoka, I don't think anybody, and Udoka's got more of a track record as a head coach than Gerard Mayo did at the time, obviously, and has done very well as he's the current NBA coach of the month. I like that Van Vliet shy away from that criticism whatsoever,
right?
And basically agrees with it, and I trust that they're gonna figure it out, and that sometime as the schedule gets tougher, they got to be more consistently the best version of their tough and physical self.
Great points. I think it's pretty interesting that we're watching both the Texans and the Rockets go through a little bit of a stage in the course of their season at different stages, but right now where they're galvanizing opportunities for both of them, coming off of a week in which if you can afford a distraction like the one that the Aziz Al-Shair hit has, created, well, do it during the bye week. That's when you kind of want to get all that over and done with. But at a point where the Rockets have, stacked some wins, put themselves in pretty good position and in conversation, probably more nationally, if we're being honest, than even here locally in terms of people paying attention to this team, I think it's going to start to come locally. But the Rockets clearly have taken on the personality of Ime Udoka, and he's very much leaning into that. And I think the Texans as a team, specifically the defense, has taken on the personality of D'Amico Ryans. But who's going to flourish more by leaning into that? So I ask you this question in regards to the Rockets. Has their ceiling coming into this season now become their floor?
Oh, yeah. I guess what was the ceiling coming into the season?
I think the ceiling, in my opinion, my vibe was just get the play in. But through the first 21-22 ball games, very much operating in and around the 3, 4, 5 seed territory within the West.
The second seed right now. If the playoffs started, if all of a sudden there was a pandemic and we had to bubble up and start the playoffs today, the Rockets are the number 2 seed. So it's more a matter of, okay, can they sustain that? Whereas with the Texans, the ceiling was, well, this might be a Super Bowl team. And now you're like, well, they're in the AFC South, so they're probably going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And yet also are the third team in the AFC right now. Mm-hmm. So that's the Rockets. It feels more promising in terms of the total package, the hope for the future, and everything else. Boy, who's done more to live up to the preseason expectations? I think the Rockets emphatically have more than lived up to preseason expectations. Even for the most optimistic, the most optimistic of Rockets fans wouldn't have predicted that this is where they'd be sitting right now.
I don't know. Them Red Rowdies are a crazy bunch.
Good point. All right. Let's say if you separate the people who are always doom and gloom or the people who are always convinced you'll win a championship, I would say at that upper echelon of optimism, this is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say that the Rockets, I think, have surpassed that. Whereas with the Texans, we've already reduced our standard for what we're hoping for by the end of the year to, hey, can we get competent and consistent offensive performances where early in the season or early in the offseason, they're lusting after, hey, can we get 3 wide receivers that have over 1,000 yards receiving? Can C.J. Stroud be all-pro? All those things. C.J. Stroud's not going to be all-pro this season. Neither will Pat Mahomes, so it's not an indictment of his entire career or anything. But, the offense has fallen way short. And then because of it, the sum total of where the Texans are right now, it doesn't feel nearly as good as I think the optimistic Texans fans would have thought. There's a bunch out there, people telling me right now that they knew that the Texans weren't ready for prime time. I get it. But the ceiling is definitely not where they thought it was going to be.
That's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. You want to talk about competency. What about incompetency? We'll get Seth's take, and we'll give you ours collectively on, Stephen A. Smith getting into his bag and his thoughts on Nick Caserio and the whole Aziz Al-Shair situation. We'll have that audio and reaction for you next at Sports Radio 610.
My guy Ruben Mendoza, the GM at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, wants to get you into that.
For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, buddy. Football Friday, Sports Radio 610. Seth Payne, and in for Sean Pendergast this morning. I'm Sean Bijani. Great to be with you. If you'd like to be a part of the show, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You can call or text the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. So, Seth, per request, also, we were going to get to this anyway, but you found some Stephen A. Smith audio.
I didn't have to go far to find it. Multiple people sent it to me. Yeah,
like we want to hear it.
I found it in my inbox.
I'm sure, probably multiple times. Stephen A. Smith's, I guess, reaction to Nick Caserio and his defense of their guy, Aziz Al-Shair, after the Trevor Lawrence hit. I'd be interested to hear this because I purposefully have not listened to it because I knew we were going to do this. So I always like to have my initial reaction, especially with you.
Yeah.
So go ahead and set this thing up for us, man. What are we about to hear?
Okay, so Stephen A. Smith and Jeff Saturday were on ESPN yesterday or the day before, and we're lighting into Nick Caserio specifically, calling it an embarrassment that Aziz got a 3-game suspension because of the consistency, the lack of consistency in the way the NFL doles out these punishments. And I think one key thing that we need to remember is that Caserio never said that Aziz shouldn't be suspended. His issue was with the 3-game suspension and the seeming lack of precedent for it. Denzel Perryman was suspended 3 times last year, or for 3 games last year. It was reduced to 2 games. But for a guy who had never been suspended or ejected before, that's the issue that Caserio had. Here's Stephen A. Smith on what he thinks of Nick Caserio asking for consistency from the league.
You gonna go in front of the reporters knowing your player was warned 7 times? So you're asking for consistency. So how about the word appreciation? The fact that they didn't suspend him before. Are you saying they should have suspended him earlier?
Right.
Because basically what you're doing is maligning and excoriating the league for finally doing what it should have done earlier.
Right.
Now, if the man didn't do anything, he didn't commit any violations prior to that.
Right. So, again, Caserio never said he shouldn't be suspended. Caserio's issue was the severity of the suspension. And I saw this all over the place, people acting like Caserio was some wild, out-of-control lunatic who thinks that Aziz should be able to act with complete immunity to the laws of the land because just for whatever, when that's not what he was ever asking for, and you cannot find evidence of in Caserio's press conference. Mm-hmm. And yet, Stephen A. Smith is using it to make Caserio just his bludgeoning tool for what all he was asking for was consistency. I just don't get it. And by the way, Ben, I sent you an actual audio file this time of Jeff Saturday, if you can check that. Usually, this is what happens on the show. I try to make Ben's job easier for him, and I end up making it way harder. So I sent Ben video that he then has to convert to audio. This time, so we'll have some Jeff Saturday.
Hey, but that's why Ben's Ben. He can handle that. He's badass.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the part that drove me crazy. And Stephen A. Smith went off for like 3.5 minutes on basically saying that Caserio is a clown and a fool for a guy that has had 5 penalties before. The 7 warnings is interesting, but he's had 5 penalties in the variety of either late hits or unsportsmanlike conducts or what have you. The issue that Caserio has is that they went from 0 to 60 very, very quickly, whereas there's multiple instances of guys who have had multiple offenses and ejections before they get suspended for a single game.
Yeah.
And that's the sum total of it. So ESPN got 10 minutes of content out of basically attacking a straw man argument of something that Caserio never actually said, which is that, he shouldn't be suspended at all. Caserio never said that.
And it's so impassioned, so emotional that, and look, we all understand what Stephen A. Smith's real job is and what he does, who he has been, who he's become. He exacerbates a lot of things. I mean, I've got multiple examples on YouTube and the text line this morning. Hey, go ahead and pull up the 2017 clip of Stephen A. Smith on the Flacco/Alonso hit, where he said it's a fine, no suspension, and nothing else, and the quarterback should avoid the hit, like had a completely different stance. Like, I get that example too, though. Granted, that was 7-8 years ago, so opinions can change. Ours do all the time. I know, speaking for myself, my opinions change sometimes on the daily. I just sit and consternate over things, and you know what? It's like, yeah, I could see it from this side too. But I got this from, one of our loyal listeners on Twitter, Seth, Michael Beckman. You probably saw it. He says, I appreciate Nick's outrage and fans getting pumped up about it, but I believe his job as GM was to try to do everything in his power to get the suspension reduced. Call me crazy, but to blast the guy making the decision wasn't the right way to do it. I've seen that opinion multiple times, and this isn't. I just told you about opinions changing. This is the latest example of, my opinion maybe not changing, but totally understanding another side of it. Because I, like many, I love the fact that D'Amico rallied behind Aziz. He's done that before. I fully expected him to do it this time, and he did. Nick Caserio, done the same thing. I love the impassioned, speech that he gave before the Q&A session with the media the other day. But, I fully expected really Nick to say, I'm going to reserve comment on this until after the appeal has been heard, and then he can lay into whatever he wants to, because I do think, that if Nick doesn't go scorched earth, on the NFL and John Runyon, I do think there's probably a pretty good chance that the suspension was reduced to 2, which I thought would have been appropriate.
You think that that Caserio may have been prematurely excoriating?
I think he fanned the flames. Absolutely, I think he fanned the flames.
And that's where the statement by John Runyon, I think, that kind of questioned Aziz's respect for the game and all of that, and all the coaches and all the fans and all the players. That's what was fueling a lot of that. And I think that it's twofold. One is that I think that Caserio wanted to show support for Aziz Al-Shair. He's not allowed to talk to Aziz Al-Shair, and maybe this is the only way for him to get that out there. But, ironically, I was upset that John Runyon delivered that statement without ever having spoken to Aziz Al-Shair, and before there was an appeal or anything else like that. Likewise, maybe Caserio should have waited until after the appeal. And that in that instance, okay, you got to hold your water for a little bit and then maybe deliver the diatribe after that.
Yeah.
I can go there. I just don't like the mischaracterization of Caserio as a guy that was saying there shouldn't have been a suspension when he never once actually said that.
Who's John Runyon's boss?
Roger Goodell.
All right. So here's what I think is probably not going to be talked about until it needs to be talked about. Like there's maybe Runyon's not in that position anymore, but maybe there needs to be multiple examples of this, and maybe they find that there is. But John Runyon's job in that role is to sit back, watch everything, investigate, talk to, and do everything he can to make the most sound judgment call possible. Mm-hmm. To me, that clearly didn't happen. That was a guy, after reading that statement, felt like it was typed out like 15 minutes after the fact, because it read emotional, it read personal to me, and I don't think that is at all the essence of the job. And I think that's why Nick was pissed, because every finger was pointing at Aziz. Mm-hmm. Nothing was, talking about what exacerbated it? What about Evan Ingram? What about Jerry Jones? What about, Scherf, who, was following D'Amico and Will Anderson and Aziz to the concourse? You know what I'm saying? None of that was explained, and we could all see that on video.
And I know that there are Texans officials who are unhappy with the answers or complete lack of answers they've gotten from the league about that for clarification. Mm-hmm. That's where I think the frustration in D'Amico and Caserio's part comes from. Okay, you're delivering this, but it feels very arbitrary if you can't answer these questions we have about why is our situation different from others. Yeah. The melee being a big part of it. I feel like you don't go from taking something that's typically when a guy's had multiple offenses and then gets suspended for the first time, usually it's a one-game suspension. Denzel Perryman was an exception. Kareem Jackson has been I think his suspension was reduced to 3 games last year. That was after he'd been suspended once before, though.
Yeah.
So, like, the first-time suspension is typically 1 game. I don't see that the melee, which the Jaguars fans were also, or Jaguars players were also responsible for, being something that you get suspended 2 games for. That part of it bothers me. This is the part that really bothered me about Stephen A. Smith. This was his preface to discussing the actual topic at hand. This is how he primed the pump in this discussion. Stephen A. Smith on Caserio being an embarrassment himself.
When he mentioned the word embarrassment, the first thing I thought about when the name came to Nick Caserio was how embarrassing his tenure was before he lucked up and got D'Amico Ryans and drafted C.J. Stroud. Because prior to that, one would argue that his tenure there was embarrassing and disgraceful with the coaches he kept pushing in and out the door and all of this other stuff. You know, I got on national television just so y'all know, fellas, and was like, I'm talking about you're a black man looking to be a head coaching job. Don't talk to that man. All right, I was nervous for D'Amico Ryans. I said, he's just using you for a year and they're going to kick you out the door.
Okay, which was odd to me because he brought up as a way to prime the pump, like, hey, I used to criticize the Texans for something that turned out to be wholly incorrect. And now the black football coach for the Texans is the guy that I also disagree with in Nick Caserio. I didn't get or understand or respect that line of argument whatsoever. Like,
Nor
okay,
should you.
Hey, by the way, I used to criticize him for being an embarrassment for hiring black football coaches until he lucked out and hired another black football coach. All right, Stephen A. Smith, whatever. It was hard. I had to hit my space bar and calm down a little bit before I listened to the rest of his arguments that came after that. I just that's where I could see from the very beginning he was not operating in good faith on this. So he brought up his own flawed perception of the Texans as evidence that Nick Caserio can't possibly be a good GM because I used to say he was embarrassing for reasons that turned out to be wholly incorrect, okay? But then also he's criticizing and jumping on Nick Caserio for saying something that Nick Caserio never said. Nick Caserio has not once said that there should be no suspension at all. It was about the severity of the punishment and everything else that went along with it.
Right, because it focuses on the details. They're not worried about that. They're like the emotion and what gets people riled up and what had gotten them riled up. Without listening, we make fun of this all the time, right? Like, it's hard to sometimes listen to the words that come out of Nick Caserio's mouth. But if you really do listen, like, he says sometimes more than what you think. And I think for people that don't constantly, parse Nick Caserio's words and listen to the responses, I mean, we get a chance to hear him multiple times a week here in Houston on this very station. And so for people that don't talk Texans, don't focus on them, like, they're not really listening to the words. They're hearing a guy up there in front of the media and cuss and speak impassioned about a situation that was inflammatory to the entire league and fan bases around them, particularly Jacksonville. And that's what they're preying on, in my opinion. And that's what Stephen A. Smith's shtick has been, and will be. It's to move the needle and to get people talking. So if you want details, you're not going to Stephen A. Smith in terms of that being a particular source. Well,
and that's where, Jeff Saturday isn't that guy. Like, he doesn't operate on the same type of methodology as Stephen A. Smith. Mm-hmm. Here's Jeff Saturday on Caserio being evidently an embarrassment.
Basically, what Nick Caserio is doing is saying, you should have punished my guy. You shouldn't have given the tolerance that you gave him, right? Which is ridiculous. As they had talked to that man a number of times. And when you talk about the warnings, 5 warnings, 2 fines, and then 5 more fines without ever being a suspension or an ejection, and that's your complaint, that's laughable.
Right. So, again, that's not what Nick Caserio was saying. That's how you guys have delivered a very effective and eloquent argument against something that Nick Caserio never actually said. It's so what he was saying there at the beginning was, like, basically both these guys made this point, was that, okay, Caserio, by pointing out that, they hadn't suspended him before, all he's doing is looking a gift horse in the mouth and saying, like, well, no, look, they tried to warn you, but you guys didn't listen. Why are you even bringing that up? Well, because the precedent had been typically that usually it's a one-game suspension, and that's the sum total of it. It's not that he shouldn't have been suspended at all or anything else like that. So, and I think that there's even a lot of people on Caserio's side of this or Texans fans that don't realize that. I anticipated that he was going to get a one-game suspension at least. I thought that the 3 games would be reduced to 2. Yeah, I do wonder. I'm with you. I wonder if both Caserio and D'Amico being as combative as they were, especially because the melee had been cited, if it ended up becoming as much of a team punishment as it was an individual punishment, that maybe they would have reduced it to 2, but then with Caserio and D'Amico doubling down, which they could have done after the appeal.
Yeah.
That also made it impossible for the league from a PR standpoint to dial it back.
Yeah, and look, it would have been really hard for D'Amico to wait until after the appeal because, look, he's spoken to minutes after the loss, or the win, rather, after the game. And so he's got a lot of emotions that he's already kind of had to quell and then share immediately to the media. And I never expected D'Amico to do that because he hadn't done it before. And I think you could get away with his reaction as impassioned as it was. But Caserio, again, in hindsight, which one of you, it was you or Sean, I think, yesterday on your show, said, hey, if you injected, Nick Caserio with truth serum and asked him if he would do that again, I think his answer would be no. Wasn't it Sean that asked that question to you?
I think so, yeah.
And I fully agree with that. I don't think he would have done the same thing. I think he might have done the same thing, but waited until after the appeal because I agree with Michael Beckman on Twitter. It's not necessarily his job, but it turned into it because he had his availability and he very well at least could have tried to kind of quell, the fire. At this point, you can't put the damn thing out, but you can try your damnedest to get that suspension reduced. And his reaction and words didn't help the matter.
The other thing that bothered me in the segment that they did was that they did something that happened after the Astros scandal, which was they acted like D'Amico had never actually even criticized the hit itself. So likewise, remember, we still to the day have to listen to people falsely claim that none of the Astros players ever genuinely apologized to it for anything, because after that weird press conference, they didn't air any of the lengthy interviews that guys did in which they expressed contrition and everything else. So to this day, people in baseball media will still say, well, they never actually that's bogus. It's false. Likewise, on that show on ESPN, they said, well, and D'Amico never even criticized that. Yes, he did. He said, we don't coach it that way.
Yeah.
It's 100% false. You're lying because you're misinformed. But you're lying because you don't know and you didn't watch the entire press conference. You're aware that you don't have all the facts. So I'll call that lying because you know that you're uninformed. And they almost they tried to backpedal a little bit and say, well, did he? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Wasn't good enough for them, right? It wasn't convenient for their argument.
Yeah.
All right.
What we really need is for somebody to just really have a dirty hit this weekend and take some of this. As we get past the bye week, I hope there's a really dirty, vicious hit against the quarterback who's honestly, I don't care about them. Screw brain matter. I'm done with it. It's never done me any good. These fancy lads playing quarterback, whatever. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I own your brain matter, damn it.
That is Seth Payne. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, we'll get into what's ahead for the Texans coming out of this bye week of 14. And are they actually in better position right now than they were earlier this season? I'll explain more trade 610.
You'll be in better position right now than you were beforehand when it comes to buying your holiday gifts if you go to the Zadok Winter Wonders open house this weekend.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
On Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani. Seth Payne here. We've got you till 10 a.m. You'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610. 572-4610, the 5-hour Energy fan line. Somebody texted in, Seth, who over at NRG is going to be an adult and try to put the fire out instead of adding more fuel to it?
Ooh,
and,
good question.
You know, we've kind of talked in and around that earlier this morning, more specifically with, you know, the Aziz Al-Shair stuff and his quote-unquote response, which was a response not to the suspension. It was a response not to the hit, but it was a response to all of the criticism and hate and vitriol and commentary he was getting on social.
It was a response to the severity of the length of the suspension, too, I think. There's two things. It was a response to the length of the suspension, and then it was also a response to the wording of the statement.
Well, yeah, and it depends on what response you're talking about. I was more referring to, like, the picture collage, you know, where, like, hey, you want me to be the villain? I'll be the villain kind of a thing. And I took that as strictly a response to people talking about his religious and political beliefs, you know, with the pro-Palestine cleats that he was wearing and his you know, just known kind of public belief and viewpoint on things. And he even had a quote, you know, that he was talking about praising Allah and stuff like that out there. So like that's one side of it. And it's always going to be taken to another level and maybe a point where is unnecessary. But if it's out there, it's out there.
Well, right. Yeah, I guess but that's where it gets key because, you know, without Caserio explicitly saying that, I think that Al-Shair has faced a lot of public criticism. Not all of it has anything to do with any of like either his religion or anything else like that, but a good chunk of it, especially from the ugliest side of the social media public.
Yes.
A lot of it has been that.
Yes.
That's certainly that. I don't think that was like you couldn't detect that in the league statement or anything.
No. But
that statement from the league is similar to like what other suspensions have been with some guys like Kareem Jackson.
Yeah.
But I think in keeping in mind backing up their player, for Caserio, I could see where it's the sum total of everything. It's like the onslaught of criticism that Al-Shair has probably faced personally and whatever is filtered through to him. Yeah, he was trying to back him up on all fronts.
I think with Caserio, he was responding to, you know, media types, kind of like the one that we played last segment, you know, Jeff Saturday's reaction and, you know, other things that have been written, and then obviously the John Runyon thing. And then specifically the suspension being too harsh in his opinion. But the reason why I brought up the social media post from Al-Shair is that you cannot, I haven't seen it yet, you cannot put a fire out on social media. Once it's been started.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, right?
It's not going to happen, but you can, you know, kind of quell things or tamp things down, so to speak, when you've got a camera and a microphone in front of your face and you're a general manager of a football team. And I thought, you know, as much as I, like maybe most of us, enjoyed seeing that unification from D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio on the matter, I enjoyed it. I love it. I love that passion. I like it when my general manager goes up there and cusses his ass off. Like, I enjoy that stuff. And then mainly because I think he's right, I just didn't like the timing of it after the fact because maybe there was a chance that the suspension's reduced. And if it wasn't, then you know what? So what? The damage has already been done. You move on, and you got your 2 cents in. And that's kind of where I was lying there. I don't think the Texans, in hindsight, did the best job of trying to put quote-unquote fire out, but I don't even know that it was really possible.
Well, was it possible? And then also, though, all right, are the Texans now kind of being scrutinized by the league? Because the guys who have had multiple game suspensions for unsportsmanlike conduct, the two guys whose names keep coming up are Denzel Perryman and Kareem Jackson. Now, Kareem Jackson got his punishments while he was with the Broncos, but the Texans did bring him into the organization last year after he'd been suspended for that stuff. Denzel Perryman didn't really have a lengthy penalty history before last year with the Texans, and then he ends up getting suspended for illegal hits. for an illegal hit. And then likewise, now it's Aziz Al-Shair, who goes from 0 suspensions ever, 0 ejections ever, to a 3-game suspension. That, all right, maybe the league already felt like, all right, D'Amico's kind of ruin a toxic situation down there in Houston.
Yeah.
And those Caserio and D'Amico responding the way they did is not going to take any of that heat or scrutiny off. I think that might end up being something that maybe during the bye week, maybe Caserio, to address the texter's question about when is somebody going to be an adult and try to take some of the heat off, maybe that's something that happens through back channels, talking to people in the league, trying to figure out, all right, exactly, please give us a better explanation for exactly why this was a 3-game suspension. Because I know that a lot of the Texans' questions that there's people within the Texans who feel like their questions have not been answered or addressed by the league, even behind closed doors.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. And look, as far as like the Texans, taking this villain role, we've seen many teams over the years be far more egregious and, have many more of these situations, like this repeatedly in a season. The Texans have barely hit the tip of the iceberg here. And so I really don't think they're going to be leading the charge to oh boy, this is like an epidemic in the NFL, and the NFL is going to make the Texans as this example, and we've got to stop this culture that D'Amico's creating.
The thing that bothers me about the Aziz Al-Shair stuff is that I feel like it's more the quarterback dynamic to it, the fact that it was a hit on a quarterback more so than anything else, because we've seen guys like Vontaze Burfict be literal and go after guys and hit them helmet to helmet when they're defenseless receivers. Al-Shair is not a headhunter. Al-Shair lays some big hits. He does. I've said it before any of this, that, man, he's probably got to dial it back half a tick. There's just a little bit, the sideline punch in the Chicago game, all of those things. But that's an interesting scenario because people point out that whole sequence of events without pointing out that the hit on Caleb Williams that led up to that was a legal hit that came when a quarterback kind of tiptoed on the sideline and maybe was trying to fool a defender into thinking he wasn't going out of bounds. That was a legal hit. The hit on Trevor Lawrence itself was not headhunting. Yeah. It keeps getting presented as that he targeted. It was been presented as helmet-to-helmet contact, which it was not. It's presented as targeting the head, which it was not. All of these things, that's not what Aziz Al-Shair has been as a player. He's been a guy that pushes the envelope, but he's not a headhunter.
Look, man.
And yet he's being maligned as a Vontaze Burfict type character, and he simply hasn't been that guy.
Yeah, and I don't think you're embellishing the narrative that's been created either. I think that's exactly the picture that is trying to be painted, and it has been painted, to be honest with you. But, dude, come on. Hey, you're a former NFLer. I've heard this from, who said it? I was talking to another former NFL guy the other day, and they were saying, hey, leading with the forearm, that's kind of, what really did the whole thing. And forearm, I'm like, do you Zapruder the hell out of this thing like everybody else has? Initial contact was made on left shoulder and then into the chin area.
It slid up into the chin area.
Yeah, it slid up into the chin area. Head bounced off of the turf, the whole thing. But somebody told me, I can't remember who the hell it was, they're supposed to take their arms away when making a play like that. So it becomes a missile
who's then it's launching.
Dude, then it's launching, and then what do you make yourself susceptible to? Helmet to freaking helmet, and then you can paint that damn picture about a headhunter. It's what would we be talking about today if Aziz Al-Shair would have launched like Superman and smoked Trevor Lawrence in the face mask, and then his head bounces off the turf?
Look, we've seen this multiple times before too, where you can tell when it's clear and obvious, a defender is trying to avoid contact, but when he's flying over the defenseless guy, they end up making contact because the guy, if you're sliding, and I think that's where it bothers people. Usually with the receivers, they are genuinely defenseless. Mm-hmm. They're catching a ball, they're coming down, there's absolutely no control they have in what happens to them. With a quarterback, when a quarterback slides late, they're sliding into danger. Where if Aziz in that instance, let's say Aziz in that millisecond amount of time to make a decision had thought, oh crap, I got to try to go over the top of this guy. I think he hits him in the head. And then is that somehow a better alternative? No. So you can't have it both ways. You can't claim that Aziz could have made the decision to not go for the tackle, but also you're also claiming that he was trying to go for the head, he just couldn't hit it. I feel like he did once he made the decision. Okay, maybe the original sin was in him deciding to make a tackle because he didn't know whether Lawrence was going to slide or not. Yeah. Okay, that's the original sin. After that, I think there's about nothing else he could have done that wouldn't have been worse in that moment. Man. And that's where the helmet, there's no Vontaze Burfict element to this play where he was specifically trying to concuss this guy. I just don't see it.
I don't understand why people don't listen more intently and respect the opinion of people, logical people that have played this game before, such as you and most of the other people that have been in front of microphones and cameras this past week, that in large part have sided with the Texans, so to speak, in that, hey, what else do you want Aziz Al-Shair to do? Because you've played the game, you know how fast it goes. All you dorks out there want to freeze frame, like the 6 yards that separated Al-Shair and Lawrence before the hit occurred, and don't have any understanding at all how fast 6 yards closes within that time frame. It's ridiculous.
Well,
he could have made this decision instead and landed
Sean,
here.
And I'll go back to when they first started to try to police the unprotected receivers and everything. I've been pretty on this throughout. I was a former player who said, listen, I do think defensive players and defensive backs in a lot of these hits that used to be allowed, at the time I thought, no, I think there are times where, they are able to control with more precision where they attempt to hit. And we've seen that over the course of the last 10 years.
Yeah.
A lot of safeties who in a previous generation might have been Steve Atwater, might have been headhunters. Guys like Justin Reed, I think Jalen Petrie does a good job of this. They've learned how to make the clean and legal hit. They know how to go after the torso, because with a receiver, you can see the trajectory. You can understand, all right, this is where the guy's going to be, even though it's happening very fast. When you're going at closing speed, like when Trevor Lawrence and Al-Shair are running at each other at great velocity, and you don't know whether the quarterback's going to slide or not, it becomes, the level of difficulty becomes amped up by 10 degrees, I think. And when you watch that in real time behind Al-Shair, when you watch the angle from behind Al-Shair and watch it at real speed, I think you get an appreciation for just how impossible it is to make. It was either going to be, Al-Shair was very much in a position where he could have pulled up and Trevor Lawrence could have kept running. And to make that decision in split-second time, I don't think it's possible. And that goes back to, without blaming, because I'm not going to blame Trevor Lawrence, because Trevor Lawrence is playing by the rules the way the rules currently are.
Yeah.
So I won't blame him, but I think the way the rule is now, it invites situations like this, because can slide when they are putting themselves in imminent danger. And they've just got to change that part of the rule.
100% correct, in my opinion, man. That's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani at Sports Radio 610, in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, we'll talk to the fellas. Reggie and John out today, but in, my dog, Patrick Creighton and Luke Morrow are in, so we'll holler at them, and we'll get to why I think the Texans are in much better position now than they were earlier this season. I'll explain next. Stay there.
Bayway Chevrolet, where you already know, it's the best place to get the best deal in the Houston.
fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Mobile.com.
This hour is brought to you by Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast in for Pendergast. I'm Sean Bijani. It's great to be with you this morning. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll talk to the fellas. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez out today. In is my dog, Patrick Creighton, and Luke Morrow. They'll have you from 10 until 2 on In the Loop. We'll holler at them in just a bit. 713-572-4610, 572-4610 if you'd like to be a part of the show. 5-Hour Energy fan line always open. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and Football Superfan. We got a text earlier in the show, Seth. It was like, man, this happened at the worst possible time, the bye week. We got 2 weeks of this conversation. I was like, yeah, I get where the texter's coming from, but I told you this earlier in the show as well. I think if something like this did happen, the bye week is the perfect time for it. Like, you flush it, man. You get all of this out of the way during the bye week, and then boom, it's on to preparation, on to Miami. Like, this is the most pivotal season that you've had in your franchise's history. It is upon us, Seth, and I legitimately think, and I want to know what your thought is on this, that the Texans are in the best possible position, at least, or let me say this, they're in a better position now than they were earlier this year between weeks 7 through 9. And what I mean by that, why I picked that particular date is, well, that's when Aziz Al-Shair missed 3 games due to injury. And we didn't know what Neville Hewitt was going to be capable of. We didn't know what Jake Hansen was going to be capable of. We knew that Christian Harris wasn't coming back. We were like, hey, where's this dude? He's not even showing up on milk cartons. He's like so MIA. Like, what the hell? Devin White wasn't even a Houston Texan at that point in time. And now we've seen all of those guys play football this season for the Texans in a kind of desperate times, call for desperate measures role and situation. And now you're going to be missing Aziz Al-Shair for the next 3 weeks during the most pivotal stretch of the season. Mm-hmm. And you know exactly in spot duty what Neville Hewitt's capable of. He's a little thumper, a little violent, that guy that plays on the edge. Devin White, former Pro Bowler just a couple of years ago. We've seen that already from him. And Jake Hansen has played some good football this year. And, I didn't even mention this dude. Henry To'oTo'o looks really, really solid right now, Seth. And you might be getting Christian Harris back over the course of the next 3 weeks as well. That's why I think this Texans defense, at least specifically, is in a far better to deal with this absence, a team leader, than they were earlier this year.
I think maybe they were better than they were earlier in the season, and yet the slate of quarterbacks they're about to face negates any of that. I think because if you look at what Mac Jones was able to do, where admittedly the Texans were playing a little bit of soft zone, just kind of not outright prevent defense, but they were softening up a little with a lead to try to just bleed clock. And Mac Jones was able to take advantage of some easy access over the middle, especially without Aziz Al-Shair in there. Yeah. I think the return of Christian Harris really, really matters because, look, Tua Tagovailoa gets rid of the ball very fast. The coverage is one thing, but then the tackling after the catch when you're going against that Dolphins offense really, really matters. So it's really, in my mind, in some ways, this next game, even more so than the Chiefs or Ravens game, might be the worst time to be without Aziz Al-Shair. Maybe if Christian Harris can come back, that allays a little bit of that. But I guess, we've done this a couple times this show. You got to always remind yourself, we've reset exactly what we think of this team and where we think they can go. Yeah. So, all right, headed into the season, you're thinking, man, all right, if the Texans can be humming like they look like they could be offensively on paper, then those will be some real battles. Now it turns into, you really got to lean on your defense. And losing Aziz Al-Shair, it's not just his individual play, it's just from being the signal caller and the guy who directs traffic that I worry about against these next 3 offenses.
I'm glad you brought that up because we're gonna talk to the guys here in just a minute. Patrick Creighton, Luke Morrow in for Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. But it was maybe a week or two ago where Patrick Creighton just got all over my ass, man, because I said, at this point in time, I've gotten more confidence in the Texans' defense to go out and win a game late than I do C.J. Stroud at this point in time because of the inefficiencies of the offense, because C.J.'s maybe taking a little bit of a step back. He's not making the same throws, not seeing the same thing this season that he was last year. But I can point to 3 games, particularly this year, where the defense has gone out and stood up late and won a game for him. And coming out of this bye week and going into the most pivotal stretch, because of the conversations that we've had all morning long, in almost direct response to this Aziz Al-Shair situation, which I think can be and probably will prove to be another galvanizing moment, maybe more than any damn team meeting they could possibly have is that this defense, this culture, if the Texans do anything, they might as hell double down on it. And I think it's necessary maybe for them to do so this season, particularly because of the inefficiencies of the offense. If they want to accomplish what they've set out to accomplish, and that's put themselves in position to compete for a Super Bowl, it's going to have to be because of the defense is so damn badass.
I think that, one thing that D'Amico said in his that pep rally that they had his first named coach that offseason leading into the 2023 season, he said, when we want teams to feel like, okay, when you play the Texans, they're going to feel it the next day. I feel like they've delivered on that promise on the defensive side of the ball. Like whether you think that D'Amico's out of control or that like any of that other stuff, that part of it, they've delivered on that. I think this is regarded as a defense that when you show up, man, you better put your big boy pants and maybe a Guardian cap on because they're going to come after you. And I'm okay with that, but I also do think that you gotta play the game in the current environment and the way the rule is being officiated or the game is being officiated. And that's the part where just, man, dialing it back a smidgen in key and critical moments, it's important. It's just, from the very get-go, I thought that Aziz was probably going to get suspended a game. And I'm like a lot of other people, I think that for a first-time suspension, this is more the exception than the rule, that it's a 3-game suspension. So that's partly where my anger or my reaction comes from. But as far as Aziz Al-Shair goes, I've said before this past weekend that, man, he's just got to dial it back just one notch. The late hit in Tennessee last week, that's the kind of thing that you just can't be giving up yardage. As a Texans fan, I'm more upset with the late hit in the game than I am with the Trevor Lawrence hit. The Trevor Lawrence hit, to me, makes sense. If I try to put myself in Aziz Al-Shair's shoes, I could see myself being in that same position. I don't want to be the guy that pulls up on a quarterback who's faking a slide. So I'm gonna string it out to the last possible moment and be sure. Whereas the late hit in Tennessee, that was egregious. And it wasn't on a quarterback, and nobody got injured, but it was 3 yards out of bounds, or it was a full yard out of bounds. And you could see...
Man, that's a great point, because that's really at least the second time, to my recollection, where Aziz Al-Shair is directly... Like, that's him. It was week 2 against the Bears. People thought that he hit Caleb Williams late out of bounds. Certainly his team did, and that caused a little bit of a scuffle over there, and Aziz ended up
that was a clean hit.
Guy.
The hit was clean. It was clean. The punch afterwards. It was you're stepping over a line there.
Yes, and it goes back to, and this is where me and Patrick Creighton, do agree, is that this suspension has as much, if not more, to do, the length of it anyway, with what happened after the hit than the actual hit, because take into account week 2, the little scuffle on the sideline, the example that you just gave in regards to the lay hit on Tennessee, and then the melee that ensued after the hit against Trevor Lawrence and the Jags. That's where, what John Runyon says about Aziz Al-Shair, you could kind of look at and be like, you know what, I get it, because Aziz Al-Shair after week 2 said, yeah, you know what, on national TV, that's not me. I don't want to pawn a guy like that. That's not how I want to represent myself. But damn, then you do it again, in week 13, and there's a week after you had a late hit on the sideline against, the Titans. It's just, that's a tough look, but it still has to be and demands the attention and the investigation and the professionalism, and that's where I thought John Runyon and the league really screwed things up and that pissed Nick Caserio and the Texans off.
Well, and I do think, too, though, delivering that statement before they even heard Aziz Al-Shair's side of the melee and everything that ensued, if you're going to factor it that heavily into it, then don't deliver a statement about it until after you actually have a discussion with him, because the melee afterwards was not nearly as clean cut as the league presented it.
Yeah.
For one, Evan Ingram had a very, very illegal hit on Aziz Al-Shair.
Mm-hmm.
You might look. I 100%, if I'm a Jags fan or something like that, I would say, yeah, it's justified. As a former player, yeah, I get it. I would want my team to respond that way. But if the league is supposed to be hovering above everybody in the voice of reason, you got to factor in the fact that Evan Ingram had a very, very, very illegal hit on Aziz Al-Shair immediately afterwards. One of their player safety initiatives is to keep guys from contributing to a melee or anything afterwards in the aftermath of that stuff.
What if Aziz Al-Shair would have suffered a concussion? Like, what's Evan Ingram looking at? Honestly, what's Evan Ingram looking at this point in time in terms of punishment? Does he get a game?
Yeah, I don't know. So that part of it, that's the part that murkier and rubbed people the wrong way, rubbed Nick Caserio the wrong way. All of that is just the framing of the punishment and like putting the sole responsibility of the melee on Aziz Al-Shair, when also Jaguars players were following him to the tunnel as he was trying to leave the field.
Patrick Creighton, Luke Morrow in for Reggie Atatula and John Lopez in the house. What's up, fellas?
Dude, it's amazing to me that Aziz Al-Shair gets suspended for 3 games, but Monday, it's Friday. This is still not only a local talk, but this is a national talking point. Mm-hmm. Did Aaron Rodgers not say something stupid this week that we could move on?
He's had his time.
I know.
Line, huh?
Patrick, you're exactly right. That's why I was hoping for awful things to happen this weekend in the NFL, because I know that it wouldn't affect the Texans at all. And it might shift some of the focus. And maybe next week we can look. We're still going to talk about Aziz Al-Shair next week, I think, probably. Yeah. But we did. If you had told me 2 weeks ago what's the big talking topic going to be during the bye week, 100% it was Bobby Slowick in the offense and their offensive ineptitude. And yet we've barely spoken about it this week.
Yeah, well, the second half against Jacksonville, them scoring 2 touchdowns. 2! They got 2! That kind of quelled that discussion a little bit.
By the way, coming up later.
All right, we don't want to eat into your time, Seth. Fun as always. I will see you again on Monday, my man.
Awesome. Look forward to it. That flew by.
Hey, the whole antibodies thing, my man.
You're a lucky man, Creighton. You get to have this morsel to yourself all the time.
All right, Luke Morrow, Patrick Creighton coming up in for Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. You're listening to KILT. KILT and H2 Odyssey Station. In the Loop starts now.
What's up, everybody? Patrick Creighton, Luke Morrow. And, of course, hey, Luke, you want to see a dead body?
Yeah.
Turn around and look at Figgy's face right now and watch what happens when I say this.
Oh, my goodness.
The doctor of Figonomics. I don't know why he hates when I say that so much.
It's pretty good.
He hates it.
I like it, actually.
No, I hate that you give me a nickname on top of a nickname. Like, the nickname not enough for you? Are you not entertained?
Of course I'm not entertained. That's why I'm here.
Are you not entertained?
That's why I'm here. So, John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, those scrubs didn't feel like working today. That's what happens when you're a big baller and you make the big money. You could just say, you know what, I feel like playing hooky on a Friday. And they did. Whereas guys like Figgy and myself and Luke and Sean Bijani, we're all out here hustling. We're earning it. We are here for you. We never turn our backs on you. Although, it is Friday. This building is a ghost town on Friday. And I don't know what it is, Luke. Something about waking up real early on a Friday. Bijani knows about this. Waking up real early on a Friday hits different than any other day. For some reason, on Friday, when the alarm goes off at 10 to 6, I'm angry. And As somebody who generally works late at night, my body is used to staying up late, not necessarily getting up super early.
Mm-hmm.
So alarm went off this morning, 10 to 6, and this is essentially what happened.
Oh, fudge.
Only I didn't say fudge. I said the word, the big one, the queen mother of dirty words, the F-dash word.
What did you say? That's what I thought you said. Go on.
Now, the reason why this is so important today is after I let out a very loud and audible, oh, fudge, my wife, who happened to be in the bed next to me, already awake, slugs me as hard as she can. To which my response is, what the F was that for?
You said the queen mother of dirty words.
And she is fully dressed in the bed next to me on the phone with one of her credit card companies because she had found a fraudulent charge on her card from like 4 something this morning from the Buc-ee's in Ennis.
Mm-hmm.
Now, she hasn't been to Buc-ee's in Ennis since like August. But because I let it on the phone with bank, she wails me like as hard as she can, like, what are you doing? As if, I'm awake and I knew she was on the phone. And turns out there was a fraudulent charge on her card for $6.17.
Ooh.
So I got punched for $6. That's how my day started. I got punched for $6 frickin' dollars.
That might have been worth the money.
For her, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, there might be some other people that would want to pay $6 to be able to punch you, too. I don't know, but
I think I'd charge more than that.
It's a tough Friday morning for both of you. And whoever's, scamming at Buc-ee's, you got to do better than $6. You could get lost in that place and drop a quick grand in there.
It's like for $6, would you buy like one bag of chocolate-covered almonds?
Yeah.
It's like, that's it?
They should have got the fire pit, man. Get you that fire pit that's flying off the shelves.
That's what I'm saying. $6. That's a poor job, but that's a hack criminal.
It's almost like you're floating the balloon out there to see, well, if I put this out there, will anybody notice?
That's true.
Like you're Rob Manfred talking about golden at bats. Let me float this out here and see if anybody notices. And
that's a good point. You got to make sure that it'll actually work before you show up at the register with like 30 things.
Yeah, I knew somebody that did that one time. They found the card and they went to a gas station and tried to use it. And it worked. We on our way to Walmart. We about to buy some TVs.
Exactly.
And it did not work.
What do you want to buy? See that section over there? That.
Yeah, there's nothing more embarrassing than getting stood up at the register. Like if your card gets declined, let alone if you're trying to use somebody else's card and that gets declined. So I guess it is a safe play to use the. By the way, The Christmas Story, I don't know where you are. I think it's like one of the most overrated movies. I can't believe that's played 24 hours on loop around the holidays.
Ooh.
Great clip nonetheless, but the movie itself, I think, is
hold on,
is overplayed.
How old are you?
33.
See, you're on that cut, like that, like borderline of should know better than to say toxic, horrible things like that about one of the great classic Christmas movies of all time. You are like right on the border. I will say that the second one, I couldn't even get through it.
I didn't even know there was a second one.
Yes, it came out like a year or two ago, where Ralphie is now the parent. It was so bad I couldn't even get through it.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
So, Christmas Story, yay. Christmas Story 2, save the hour and a half of your life.
Christmas Story, yay, nay?
I'm in the middle, man. Like I can watch it if it's on. I'll watch it, but I'm not like pom-pom for it.
Yeah, see, there's too many classic moments in that movie.
Joe Pesci, I felt like he did a better job at Home Alone. Give me Home Alone.
Home Alone is another classic movie. Home Alone is a classic movie.
Yeah.
Watched that with my kids the other day.
Home Alone 2 or Home Alone or the first one?
Watch the first one.
I like the second one better.
Yes, thank you. I've always said that.
Well, my kids had to see the first one.
I get that, but I feel like the second one is better than the first one.
I agree. I've argued with many people over the years.
Now, I had this conversation with Bijani since we're talking about Home Alone, all right? So mean, like this today. It's Ball Friday. We're talking about Christmas movies.
It's a bye week.
So, you know, in Home Alone, the movie that Kevin watches, Angels with Filthy Souls.
Yeah, it's not a real movie.
Sean didn't know that wasn't a real movie.
Really?
And he was like heartbroken when I told him this. He's like, no! He's like, I always wanted to find that movie and watch it. And when you watch Home Alone 2, Kevin watches the sequel, which is Angels with Even Filthier Souls. And it's like, wait, no, this was just made. Yeah, they made like, you know, a 20-second clip of a fake movie.
What's funny is you could catch a lot of people in a lie, because I caught somebody in a lie, like, oh yeah, I seen that movie. That movie came out in the 1940s. I'm like, that's not a real movie.
Yeah, you didn't see that movie.
Yeah, like, nah, you can't trick nobody. That's not a real movie.
They came out with a new Home Alone in 2021. Disney did it. It's not great. It's entertaining. It's funny. But anyways, in that one, it's like angels with filthy souls in space. And
in space.
Yeah, and they're in space.
In space.
Have y'all seen Home Alone 3 since we here? Have y'all seen
Yes.
I'm going to say I've seen it, but I couldn't tell you anything about it.
I was
terrible.
I was so disappointed. I saw that as a kid, too. I remember when that movie came out as a kid.
Yep.
I was so disappointed, man.
Yeah.
By the way, 5 Hour Energy fan line, our text line, 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Not happy with you right now, Luke Morrow.
Really?
About your Christmas story slander.
Really? Wow.
There are a lot of texts that are no Christmas story slander.
Wow.
You are not endearing yourself to the public right now.
Tough start on a Friday. Look, they play it 24 hours for a reason. But maybe I'm scarred. We were forced to watch that in school every year growing up. I just never liked that movie. Here you go. Here's a great soundtrack.
Now, you were talking about how they made the fake movie for Home Alone. You've all seen the music video for Money for Nothing by Dire Straits, right?
It's been a while.
Yeah,
but yes.
Okay, so you know the part where, you know, he's talking about, look at it, stick it in the camera, yeah?
Yeah.
And they got the music video of, like, some rando pop song and some girl who's basically, like, 9/10 naked shaking her tail. That's also fake.
That music
that's not a real music video. They made that to put in the video.
Yeah.
So they made a video for the fake video.
They made a fake video for their own video.
Yeah.
That's a lot of production, man.
You know what? It's a lot cheaper than having to pay royalties for, hey, can we borrow your...
That's true.
And that's, another one that when I told Sean that, he's like, what? No, why would you do that?
Hey, that movie did look fire in that Home Alone movie.
Oh, I totally would have watched that. I'm going to give you to the count of 10 to get you ugly, filthy, stinking carcass off my property, or I'm going to fill you full of lead.
Get down on your knees and tell me you love me.
1, 2, 10.
That's great.
The things that we remember.
He lit her up, too.
The things we remember from various movies is really weird. Like these are the lines that we remember, right? Like not necessarily like this is the best part. No, just random-ish.
It's the smallest lines in the movie that they probably didn't even care about. That's most memorable.
Those are the lines that almost galvanize you. It's like, hey, everybody loves the movie. Why? Well, there's this one part we all freaking love.
My brother and I reference all the time in Home Alone 2 the way that he says pizza. I'm drawing a blank on his name from Rocky Horror Story.
Tim Curry?
Tim Curry.
Oh,
the way
yeah.
he says pizza, and we say that all the time, just a random throwaway word in that script.
But you know that of all the movies he's ever done, Tim Curry basically refuses to acknowledge the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Really?
He never shows up for any of the events. He basically, if you ask him about it, he will end the interview. He wants to put that entire part of his life like it never freaking happened. I'm like, that's the whole reason we all know who you are.
Wow, that was the start.
You're just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania.
Yeah.
Come on.
He's so good. He's great in everything, too.
Where's Meatloaf? I mean, it doesn't matter. You could have seen that movie once or 800 times. You know the words to every word in the songs. Every single one of them. And you know the audience participation. We used to, like, when I was in high school, there was a movie theater that used to show the Rocky Horror Picture Show every Friday and Saturday night at midnight.
Nice.
And we'd have toilet paper wars, and we'd crucify the virgins.
Mm-hmm.
And we did all this crazy stuff. You watch a movie. You just did your own audience participation things.
Right.
And that was like a galvanizing thing. Everybody got together and said, yeah, we're going to go do this. We're going to have fun. This is what brought everyone together.
Yeah. I get that. That was like Dave Matthews concerts growing up.
And
you didn't go for the music.
You went for the chicks were there.
You went for everything else.
It's like I didn't pay attention to this, but I know there's going to be a lot of hot chicks at a Dave Matthews show.
Did the band ever come on stage? I don't know. But we had fun.
But, things that bring everybody together. And, well, all right, it is Football Friday, and we have to talk about football. So, things that bring the Texans together, a team that has not played a full 60 minutes in a single game this year. A team that offensively, across the board, has underperformed, unless your name is Nico Collins. And defensively, they've got all these great stats, right? Like they've got two guys with big-time sack numbers, and they're one of the top sack teams, and they're the number one team in getting pressure. And you've got the number one and number two cornerbacks in terms of QBR allowed, yet they've given up more passing touchdowns this year than they did all of last year, of which like 45% of those are 30 yards or more. Texans giving up chunk plays, and you heard Sean Bijani talking about how I kind of got on him about the whole idea of, no, the defense is going to win us games. Okay. Green Bay, Detroit, Tennessee. Tell me what my defense did late in those games. Okay, they parted like the Red Sea. And look, the rules are designed for the defense to be at a disadvantage, especially late in the game when everything's moving fast and everybody's in their hurry-up offense. You know that's how it's going to be. But is this moment here, you saw how, D'Amico, look, here's D'Amico Ryans talking about Aziz Al-Shair. Like, he's our leader. This is D'Amico on Aziz Al-Shair.
Yeah, Aziz means everything to us. He's our leader, especially on the defensive side. He's our leader. He gets our guys going. He's the communicator on our defense. He's that quarterback of the defense. Mm-hmm. So he's everything to what we do and how we can be effective. It takes him, right? And you don't have that Mike Backer out there like you're seeing in the game. Yesterday, we missed him. Right, we missed his presence. He was on track to have a really good game. He had a very productive day within 19 snaps. I think he had like 5 tackles. So he's having a productive day. But Aziz, just the character and the guy, he's such an amazing guy. You wish, everybody could get to talk to him and know him. But he's a guy who wears his heart on his sleeve. Like, he really cares about others. Like, not only his teammates, but others. Like, Aziz came from a rough upbringing. So he understands what it's like to not have, and he wants to make sure he shares and helps others, and that's important to him.
A day later, Nick Caserio basically looked at the NFL and said, oh, fines? I got your fine right here. And he then turned around and doubled down hard on Aziz Al-Shair. Here is Nick Caserio.
What we take on is just paint the picture that's been painted about Aziz, his intentions, who he is as a person. I mean, quite frankly, it's bullshit.
Is this the moment that galvanizes the Houston Texans? Is this the moment where this team finally comes together, all facets, puts everything else behind, everything else outside, and really just commits, doubles down to, we are going to execute, we are going to play our best football going down the stretch? Is this that moment?
Certainly can be. It depends how they want to use it moving forward. I mean, so far, yes. Not only for them, but the fan base, this whole Houston versus everybody. And then the team as well, with everyone standing up for them. Teammates on social media as well. And I think teams are always looking for those moments. And if you look at like the Eagles this year, they started 2-2. They had their bye week, and that was when everyone was talking about Nick Sirianni should be fired. If you remember, the first game after that bye week was when Sirianni was taunting fans at home after they barely beat the Browns. But the reason why I bring that up is because now, in hindsight, this past week, the Eagles said that became that type of moment when everybody during that bye week was talking about how Sirianni should be fired, and people are calling into the radio station, and Jalen Hurts said, we were FaceTiming every day, we communicated more than ever before, and they haven't lost a game since then. And that was kind of another situation where it's like everybody against us. Everyone thinks our head coach should be gone. Everybody thinks we're not very good. We're going to prove them wrong. And so now for the Texans, you can put that chip on your shoulder, kind of like Michael Jordan would find ways to manufacture things. This has been manufactured for the Texans, a reason for them to feel like they've been slighted, to pull together as a group in the locker room and take it out on everybody. And they could, like Michael Scott, when his math teacher told him he was going to flunk out, and he went out the next day and scored more goals than anybody in the history of the hockey program, as he tells the story. That's what the Texans can do, and it could come at the perfect time here late in the season. And maybe that's the ironic part, that we could look back and say, like, hey, that's the moment that really got them going late in the season and into a playoff push.
Yeah, we talk about, D'Amico and Caserio, having that, like that symmetry where they're on the same page and how they work hand in hand together. And I don't think it's an accident that you had D'Amico came out, very strong defense of Aziz, and then Caserio comes out with the fire and brimstone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we always talk about Caserio, how he gives you a lot of word salad, and he'll take 37 minutes. There's a little Charles Dickens to Caserio, right? Where, if you're familiar with Charles Dickens and you ever read a Tale of Two, it's like, well, my name is Philip Pirrip, but I could not say Philip Pirrip, and so I called myself Pip, and Pip I came to be called, and my name is Pip. That's all you had to say. Right? This is Caserio, who normally takes 3 paragraphs to say my name is Pip. No, he launched into where every single sentence had a meaning and a purpose, and I don't think that's an accident. This is the moment where the leadership of this team is trying to rally the troops to, hey, you know what? We've gone through a rough stretch. We lost 4 out of 6 games. And then we just barely beat a team we should have mopped the floor with. It's time to rally the wagons. And look, this team hasn't had a bye week for 30. They're tired. They're hurting. They're beat up. They need a reset. This is that moment. And like you said about the Eagles, I think that was a great analogy. Theirs came early, and they've been maybe the hottest team in the NFL ever since then. Right now, where people like the Lions, best team. I tell you, the Eagles might be the best team in the NFL right now, and that includes the Lions, and that includes the Ravens, and that includes the Kansas City Chiefs. The Philadelphia Eagles might be the best team in the league, and for all intents and purposes, they have a very legitimate MVP candidate in Saquon Barkley.
Oh yeah,
that might be the team to beat in the NFC, and they had that galvanizing moment when they hit their bye week. Is this it for the Texans? We're going to know when they play the Dolphins. When they come out against Miami and they look like a team and they're on point and they're sharp, it was that moment. If they come out and they look like they did against Jacksonville in the first half where they barely scored 6 points, TVs are probably going to get broken all around the city. And it's just kind of how things are going to work. You ever wonder how players around the league view a situation like Aziz, or maybe even a player from another team? We'll get to that next.
All right, let's talk about Driftwood Shores at Wolf Point this Saturday.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. energy every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Houston sports leader.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
PC and Luke Morrow in for the lazy John and Reggie, who think that it's bye week for them too. They left Figgy here. Figgy shows up to work because Figgy is dedicated. Figgy hard working. Figgy got a good work ethic. Them other two bums, L-A-Z-Y. Telling you. Now, Luke, you ever think about, hey, what, how do other guys around the league like look at something like what went down with Aziz? And look, we've got to be transparent about everything that happened with Aziz. This is not about a hit. This is about a hit and then a brawl and then starting a second brawl, you know, and just going straight nutso on the field. I'm not even getting into the, sir, please put the phone down, close the computer, and go outside. We're not even going to get into that part. But you do wonder how other guys around the league, maybe even other guys on that other team, And we saw a couple of guys from the Jaguars who, just took the kind of like the team motto of, I don't even want to talk about that D'Amico guy because, well, he's scary. But Eric Armstead, former teammate of Aziz Al-Shair in San Francisco, now a member of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Not entirely sure how he's not currently a teammate of Aziz Al-Shair with the Texans, but that is another conversation for another day. But Eric Armstead, who, has a very good relationship with Aziz, and obviously his quarterback is Trevor Lawrence, caught in that no man's land between my teammate and my friend. Well, apparently he liked one Aziz's IG post, the one where he said, if you want a villain, I'll be the villain. And he posted the picture of the Joker. By the way, what do you guys think about the Joker one that he used? Like, he used, the Joker movie. He didn't use, the Jack Nicholson. Phoenix. He didn't use the Jack Nicholson, and he didn't use the Jared Leto, and he didn't use the Heath Ledger. He went with that one.
He should have went Heath Ledger, man.
So I kind of feel like he could have used a better picture of the Joker.
Well, yeah, but I guess just the idea, maybe it's recency bias, but also the Joaquin Phoenix, the whole thing about being like a normal guy and then society turning him, that's the idea of the Joker, but it was portrayed so much in that film of society doing that to him, turning him into that role. And I guess he sees himself fitting that same thing now.
See, it's like, which Heath Ledger, don't ask me why that was so hard to say, which Heath Ledger would you, I just did it again. Anyhow, which Heath Ledger
there you go.
Would you want him to go with? The one that goes, why so serious? Or, and here we go.
That last one.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
You want to see how about I show you a magic trick? I can make this pencil disappear.
Yeah. I feel like you could. There's so many better Joker pictures you could have used than that one where he kind of looks like the Joker mask that Mr. Rogers puts on. It's not quite the same. But anyway, here is Eric Armstead, former teammate, friend of Aziz Al-Shair, teammate currently of Trevor Lawrence, talking about, hey, he liked Aziz's IG post, where he said, hey, if you want a villain, he liked it. And obviously, members of the media in Jacksonville were well aware of that. Here is Eric Armstead.
Saw people talking about me liking Aziz's post, and I think it's I wanted to address that because just what everyone was, everyone has their opinions. First off, I love Trevor. He's a great teammate, great player, great person, and what happened. Seeing him getting injured was terrible. You never want to see that happen to a teammate of yours. And also Aziz is a great friend of mine. We were locker mates for 4 years, right next to each other. We have a great relationship as well too. And so it was a weird situation for me, for sure, seeing my teammate get injured, but also a friend of mine being in a situation like that. And he was definitely in the wrong, and made a bang play that I wish that could have back. But to see the ridicule and him being ostracized the way he is, and the remarks that people are making about him is also terrible. And I feel like I can support my great teammate Trevor, and also I can support a friend in a rough situation when people are being racist towards him, and a lot of hateful things being said about him. I know his character. He's a good dude, and I talked to him and told him that what he did was wrong, or he made a mistake. But that's what happens when you're sometimes in a football game. So just wanted to address that first. That I spoke with both of them. I spoke with Trevor as well too. If he saw the like or whatever people were talking about, and me and him spoke about it, and me and him are good as well too, and he completely understands it. It was good to have a conversation with him and check on him too, and see how he was doing. So yeah, just getting that.
Luke, thoughts on Eric Armstead's comments? It's kind of like he's giving you a little behind the scenes. Like, this is some real talk, but should he have kept that real talk quiet?
We've been talking so much about movies today. It's like Chinatown. My sister, my daughter, my sister. He was stuck in between the two. I think I love how he handled it. I believe in congruent arguments. So I think two things can be true at once, where you can be against like the hit, but maybe not the harsh suspension or the way people have acted in the aftermath or the character assassination, all that sort of stuff. But I think he can certainly empathize because he could very well be in that position, and that's such a tough position for any defensive player to be in to try to avoid that penalty. And then when that penalty comes, and look, as you laid out, I mean, a lot of stuff happened immediately after the penalty, and then maybe even the comments from Nick Caserio this week played into the lack of an adjustment of that 3-game suspension. I don't know. I think a lot of things have been piled onto this whole story. But just the idea of Armstead looking at this from the outside in of like, hey, I could be in that situation where it is so tough on the defensive player to avoid hitting a sliding quarterback in a way that could be flagged. And then that could turn into a 3-game suspension, and then that can turn into a whole change of your reputation. And then, the national media talking all week about it when there's still games being played. So I think he could put himself in his friend's shoes and realize how tough it is. I mean, we've heard Richard Sherman defend him. We've heard a lot of defensive guys defend him because they know how tough of a position that is for a defensive player when a quarterback goes into a slide and you have to react in a split second to not hit him in a certain place to get flagged and then suspended and everything else that comes with that. So I like the answer. I mean, I don't know how well it plays in the Jaguars locker room, but I was also surprised that the Jags reacted as strongly as they did at the time. I thought that was a team that already quit and didn't really care about each other. So, but I don't need to worry about the Jaguars. I like the response just in general from Armstead.
Flip this situation, right? C.J. Stroud's on the receiving end of the bad hit. There's 2 brawls, and then, a Texans player gave a statement like that. Houston-wide meltdown?
Yeah, I think so. I think most places. Like, I get Jaguars fans being unhappy. If I was a fan of the Jaguars, or if that happened with my team, I would be unhappy. But that's as a fan. Like, in this situation, I can remove any sort of bias because I'm not a Jaguars fan. Whatever Eric Armstead thinks doesn't really impact me like that. So I can look at it from a neutral plane, and I think it is a good response. But with that said, and maybe I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth, if I'm a Jaguars fan, I do think you have the right to be upset with your guy in that locker room, liking a comment, supporting the player on the other side of this, because it should be all for one for all type of deal where you have to back your team no matter what.
That actually happened here with Deshaun Watson. The first game he came back here, and a lot of his former teammates came over and, shaking his hand, taking pictures with him and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I think some of it was like Titus Howard and stuff like that. And people were upset about it. And I kind of understand it from a fan standpoint. But on the other side, they were teammates. And so maybe, they still a cool relationship.
Is it bad that when you said Titus Howard, my first reaction was, oh, of course, Titus Howard.
I know, man.
Like, just right on, oh, of course, freaking Titus Howard.
It might have been it was somebody else, too, but I know for sure it was Titus Howard. I think he went over there, dapped him up, probably took a picture, did a jersey swap or something like that.
Yeah, I didn't like that move either. So I guess, again, here I am being hypocritical. But if it's not my team, I think that is like the diplomatic, proper response from Eric Armstead that if you're just a neutral football fan, I think you should appreciate. But again, if you're a Jaguars fan, if you're a Texans fan with that whole Deshaun thing, I guess I wouldn't like that because I didn't like the Deshaun situation with the Texans.
What's the conversation you have with Deshaun Watson when he comes back? Hey, man, I know like 52 girls are suing you. Can I have the number for 26? Like, what are you even saying to him? Dude quit on your freaking team before it was revealed he was a mega perv. He quit on your friggin' team.
Yeah, see, that's the problem I had with it, man. Like the Eric Armstead thing, like I understand that part. But to me, I feel like if I'm in that locker room and this guy said, I don't want to play here. And after the game, and by the way, they lost that game. So after the game, you running over to him and just, hey, what's up, man? Like, I'm like, nah, it will rub me the wrong way as a fan.
That's a whole nother conversation. I guess I'm an old man yelling at the clouds, but I hate all of that. As soon as you lose a game, you're greeting the other team, you're smiling, you're swapping jerseys. I guess I'm old school in that sense, that the last thing I wanted to do after getting beat on the court or the field or whatever is go fraternize with the other team. I wanted to go rip their heads off.
By the way, we were in the stands booing the whole game. And after that, now, it's all good. And I get they probably still cool, had a good relationship and all that stuff. But as a fan, I don't want to see my team do that.
Man, all I know is if I'm a fan and I have a guy who quit on my team, my only reaction is you go full Ari Gold. Get the F out. All right, coming up. It's a little chilly outside today. Luke's still got his scarf on.
Right, it's cold in here.
He's warming up, but that hot stove might be heating up for your Houston Astros. Latest rumors around the Astros. Next.
Even on a bus.
For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
In town and so much more at Beck's Prime. 10 Houston area locations, BecksPrime.com.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
PC Luke Morrow in for John and Reg, those lazy bootlickers taking a week off on the bye week. Can't believe they do that, but Luke and I got you today. Figgy's got you today. Figgy's always here. Figgy doesn't take days off like those other bubs. Oh, you knew I was just going to rag on him.
Yeah,
I mean, you knew that was coming. I just can't help myself. There's smack is going to get talked, and that's just how it is. Astros Hot Stove is heating up. Bob Nightingale joined Shawnee and I on Area 45 on Tuesday and dropped an interesting trade scenario. And then yesterday, reports coming out of Chicago from 670 The Score in Chicago regarding the Astros and the Cubs having conversations. Let me ask you something. Sometimes it's hard to forgive and forget when somebody says something that's not entirely true and is very much designed to be hurtful and hateful. Could you forgive and forget a player who once had these things to say about your Houston Astros?
I thought the apologies were whatever. I thought Jim Crane's was weak. I thought Manfred's punishment was weak, giving him immunity. These guys were cheating for 3 years. I think what people don't realize is Altuve stole an MVP from Judge in 2017. Everyone knows they stole the ring from us. But it's over. They apologized. They went together and apologized. And, it is what it is now. I don't know what human hits a walk-off home run against Aroldis Chapman to send your team to the World Series. And one has the thought to say, don't rip my jersey off. But two, go in the tunnel, change your shirt, and then come out and do your interview. Like that makes no sense to me. It makes zero sense to me. Because I know me. Gary Sanchez said yesterday, you can rip my shirt off, my pants off. I sent my team to the World Series off for Aroldis Chapman in the ninth inning at home. You can do, I'm going crazy.
Now, that was then National League MVP coming out of the 2019 season, Cody Bellinger, then of the what we now call the L.A. Boner Bumpers. And he had a lot of very negative things to say about the Houston Astros, a lot of false things to say about the Houston Astros. In fact, those were the comments that got the Carlos Correa, know the facts or STFU comment. Could you welcome a guy like that who once said very false, very inflammatory things about your franchise and the face of your franchise into the locker room of your franchise?
Yeah, as a fan, I can. If I'm Altuve and I have to be with him in the locker room, that might be a different story. But as a fan, absolutely. Because, in a prior life, I might have rooted for a certain Minnesota Vikings team that used to hate Brett Favre, and then when he came and led the Vikings to the closest they've been to a Super Bowl in 2 decades, I was all gung-ho rooting for Brett Favre. If you're helping my team, I'm all in. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. And if you're on my team, the other teams are the enemies. You're now their enemy. That makes you my friend. So I don't know what that says about me, about being maybe a soft sport. I'm able to forgive and forget so easily. I'm also wearing a scarf in Texas right now. So
indoors.
Yeah, so soft for multiple reasons.
What time did you get here?
A couple hours ago. I don't know, 9?
So it's been like 2 hours, and you're still wearing the coat and the scarf.
I know. We gotta bring hotter takes to warm myself up.
That is commitment.
That's right. But at the end of the day, as the great Jerry Seinfeld says, you're just rooting for laundry, and loyalty is a hard thing to justify in the end in sports. So if you can help my team, I'm all for it. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's my biggest rival, somebody on the other team, someone that's beaten my team year after year. If you're going to help my team, I'm all for it. I may not like the person. I may not necessarily cheer for you at the games, but as long as you're helping my team win, I'm all in. If you make my team better, I'm in for you. I'm in with you. And as they say, holding a grudge is like chain smoking hate. So maybe we let bygones be bygones. Opinions can change over the years. I'm sure if he came to the Astros, he'd say all the right things and try to bury that hatchet. So to answer the question, absolutely, yes. As long as you're helping my team, I'll ride with you.
Now, as a non-smoker who absolutely can hold a grudge, I mean, I am from Brooklyn, know how to hold a grudge. I will say that when it comes to things like this, if you're running out of your mouth is sports related, and everything in here is sports related, there's a way to get past that. If this is, hey, you're welcoming a guy in here who just beat the snot out of his wife and kid, I'm not rooting for that guy. The Astros once upon a time had a closer that I couldn't root for. Could not root for that dude. Sorry, and the fact that his career basically ended because of an injury, too bad, so sad. Look at all the tears I'm crying. But that was while misinformed and not necessarily accurate, takedown of the Astros by Cody Bellinger. It was sports related. It was, at that point in his mind, as twisted as it may have been, you guys cheated. We feel cheated. They feel cheated. Everybody feels cheated, even though we know you were also cheating because every team in the league was cheating, as we would later learn. It was all about sports. It didn't get into, like, physical violence against people or whatnot. So, and another thing that we've seen is how many Astros, former Astros, have now gone to other places where, before that person went, they'd get booed, they'd get called a cheater. But now that they're there, they love him, right? Nobody's calling Garrett Cole a cheater in the Bronx.
Right.
Nobody's calling George Springer a cheater in Toronto. Nobody's saying that about Carlos Correa in Minnesota. Every team that hates Alex Bregman, well, now they're all trying to get him. And he's the greatest guy in the world. Big team leader, team captain type guy, proven performer, RBI machine, playoff hero. You never hear anything about any other stuff. So it's very much, there's a lot of laundry involved. And I think that, when like Bellinger saying what he said about Altuve can very much be handled by, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't know everything about the subject. And Altuve. Okay. Like, that's Altuve's front, everything, whatever. And that'd be it. But the Astros, according to Bruce Levine, 670 The Score, The Astros have had conversations with the Chicago Cubs about Cody Bellinger. And Bellinger's a really strong defensive center fielder. Solid bat. Those are the positives. The negatives, he's going to make $27.5 million this year. And he's got a player option next year for $25 million. And if he opts out, you got to pay him $5 million. Whereas the understanding that I got from that story from Bruce Levine is that the Cubs would be looking to move Bellinger for the purposes of reallocating those funds to other positions of need, not to take on a lot of salaries. So I feel like they'd be looking for very young players, prospects, etc. The trade that Bob Nightingale floated out to us on Tuesday night was Ryan Presley to Philadelphia for Alec Bohm. Now, you might have heard, the Phillies talking to the Mariners. Supposedly, and I heard this on MLB radio on Sirius XM, was that the Phillies asked the Mariners for either George Kirby or Logan Gilbert and got laughed.
As they should.
Got absolutely laughed off the phone. But Ryan Presley, they need a closer desperately. Ryan Presley for Alec Bohm, there's a lot more logic to that. If that deal could be on the table, I'm pulling trigger on that no matter what. Alec Bohm's going to make $8 million this year. He got arbitration. Third year of arbitration is next year. That's a deal that not only can you pull that deal and Alec Bohm can be your new third baseman if Alex Bregman walks, but you could sign Alex Bregman and Alec Bohm can be your first baseman. So, yeah, I love that deal.
Absolutely. If I'm the Astros, I'm doing that the first opportunity I get. I would love to have him, and I'd be willing to move on from. Relievers are so finicky from year to year. I never like investing big in relievers. They're hard to trust. I would do that trade absolutely if I'm the Astros, and I would also be interested in Bellinger if I'm the Astros because he makes the team better, assuming you're not going to have to commit all of your money to him. Like if you only have a certain amount of money to spend in this offseason, I wouldn't want the majority to go to him, but if he can be part of the bigger equation, I'd be interested in Bellinger too because even though he's overpaid, he'd make your team better.
Now, I feel like the Astros, you're at this crossroads where if you bring back Bregman, you're all in. You got to be all in for this year no matter what. If you don't bring back Bregman, how in are you? And I think that is really a big part of what the Astros are facing this offseason. We'll get more into that later on. But coming up next, we get Around the NFL. It's next.
How did Nick Caserio feel about Al-Shair's 3-game suspension? Well,
we've talked to the league, quite frankly. We don't have a good explanation. D'Amico talked to them yesterday. So, it is what it is. But I think what we take umbrage is just the picture that's been painted about Aziz, his intentions, who he is as a person. Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
Insider access. Exclusive content.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. man who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader 20610.
PC and Luke Morrow in for John and Reg. This is Around the NFL, brought to you by Quick Assist. Got extra game day tickets? Turn them into cash with Quick Assist. Download Quick Assist from your app store today to find H-Town fans looking for seats. QUICKASYST, Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. Last night, Packers and the Lions certainly gave you a highly entertaining, high-drama football game. And after the Lions pull off the win, field goal with no time left, Dan Campbell doing Dan Campbell things in the locker room.
I'm so freaking proud of you, man. That's the way to show up. You talk about pressure, we live in pressure. That's where we freaking thrive. You did it again. All right? It doesn't matter who's playing for us. It doesn't matter what's going on. You always find a way to win. This has been in the making, man. This has been in the making. All right? We were all supposed to be here together, man. We're destined for this. Just stay the course.
Are you ready to bite some kneecaps, Luke?
I'm sure I'm in the minority. I can't stand Dan Campbell and all the praise.
What?
Yes.
No.
I thought that was terrible last night. Going for it on fourth down at your own 30 when you're only up 3 in the fourth, stupid.
That was wild, man. I'm like, what is he doing?
Marbles!
And almost didn't get it.
Going for it, at the very end instead of kicking the field goal, stupid. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. All you'd have to do is keep him out of the end zone for 40 seconds at home. Jared Goff almost fell down on that handoff on fourth down that would have cost you the opportunity to win the game, potentially lose it. Stupid.
Balls of steel.
Hey, he did fall down, by the way.
Yeah, he was fortunate to hand it off.
Yeah, people was trying to say, oh, technically, did he take a knee?
Yeah, right. If it was if it was college, he would have been down. Obviously, different rules. Dan Campbell doesn't have to worry about that. I've always said he's Matt Eberflus with more charisma and a better roster. He makes terrible decisions week in and week out. It costs Eberflus his job because nobody likes Matt Eberflus. He's not talking about biting off kneecaps, and his roster isn't very good. But in Detroit, they overcome these terrible decisions week after week. It happened again last night. He should have cost them that game. And I would love to see Dan Campbell and or Detroit without Ben Johnson or without the best offensive line in football, because I think they win in spite of him. I think they overcome his dumb decisions every week. He cost them the NFC conference game last year, the best chance that they've had to go to the Super Bowl in 50 years. I don't think he's a good coach. Look, I like the story. I think he's a fun guy. I'd love to hang out with him, but I just hate all the praise. They're praising him this morning on national TV about that decision to go for it on fourth down last night. I thought it was ridiculous. I thought it was dumb, not worth it. I'm tired of all the compliments of how great of a coach he is. I think he just has a really good roster that wins in spite of him and his terrible decision-making. And if he was the head coach of the Bears, he would have been gone by now, and everybody would be talking about how much of a chooch he is.
Fig, should Dan Campbell be like part of the new Road Warriors?
What you mean, like that type of style?
No, you know how like from the Road Warriors, Hawk and Animal. Hawk would always end every promo going, "Oh, what a rush!" Like that's Dan Campbell to me.
Yeah,
Dan Campbell should come out, face painted, like reverse mohawk, big shoulder pads with the spikes. Come out looking like Road Warrior Hawk every single time he, like every game, every practice. And end every press conference with, "What a rush."
Why not, man? He might as well go full blown that. He might as well do it.
Somebody on the text line 740 said, stupid in regards to my comments. Dan Campbell is the best team in the NFL, yada, yada, yada. Bill Callahan also got the Raiders to a Super Bowl and then did not change their play calls in the Super Bowl and allowed the Buccaneers to know every play they were running, beat them by 27, and Bill Callahan's never been a head coach in the NFL again. So good coaches, or I should say, let me rephrase, bad coaches can still win games in the NFL with good rosters. I don't think Dan Campbell's a great coach.
Yeah, well, here's another side to that, though, right? Was it Jahmyr Gibbs who accidentally posted the Lions' blocking schemes on social media before the game yesterday? And they still won.
They got the best offensive line in the league. And you know who has the second best offensive line in the league? The Eagles. And
not the Texans.
No, and the Eagles are the other best team in the NFC, right? It makes things a lot easier. And when you have Ben Johnson, who everybody wanted to be a head coach last year, everyone will want to be a head coach again this year running the offense, that makes it a lot easier, too. Dan Campbell's just the CEO. He's not calling the offense. Ben Johnson is, and great offense.
All right, well, I'm going to put aside your Dan Campbell slander for right now. Bill Belichick had recently interviewed for a head coaching position, University of North Carolina.
Yeah.
Which doesn't seem like it was a real interview. The more we find out about this, the more it seems like Belichick kind of did them a solid by doing an interview, almost like they were interviewing him for who they should hire next type of thing. But Albert Breer had this to say regarding Bill Belichick coaching next year.
That whether it's in high school, college, or the pros, Bill Belichick will coach in 2025. Now, the assumption would be that it's going to be in the NFL. I still think that's the most likely scenario.
Did he say high school?
He did.
Oh,
now,
Jesus
I don't know
Christ.
what. I mean, Albert Breer trying to be funny. And look, I know Albert Breer. I met him many times. Very nice guy. Not big on the sense of humor. All right, drier than the burntest of white bread toasts. Very, very dry. But the idea of Bill Belichick being in the NFL next year, very, very plausible. Should Belichick come back to the NFL as a head coach? And if so, where do you think he should be?
Ooh, good question on that last part. Yeah, I think he should. I'd give him another opportunity, but I think it has to be a place where the quarterback is already set. So I know a lot like the Giants because, of course, of the history. He loves the Giants. They might move on from everybody, clean house there, which allows Belichick to take over.
And pick his own quarterback.
Well, that's true. I was going to say, they don't have a quarterback. He could pick the quarterback. I don't know. Do you trust him to even pick a quarterback? I feel like he has to go somewhere where the quarterback is already established, and it's not a question. You can give him credit for Brady, but come on, that was a swing in the dark, really. So that's a good question. I really haven't thought about it, of teams that have coaches on the hot seat. Like, maybe the Cowboys, because at least Dak is good enough, but I don't think Jerry Jones will want to be overshined by the head coach Belichick. So,
no, and Jerry said he's going to give Mike McCarthy an extension.
Right. So I'd have to run through the teams or coaches on the hot seat, but I think Belichick, he has to go to a place where the quarterback, he doesn't have to worry about the quarterback. He can just focus on the defense because he'll turn the defense around and he can win. But look, coaches just want to coach, whether that is high school or not for Belichick. Gary Kubiak's been working in like the Polish football league for the last 4 years. Guys just want to coach football. So I think Belichick is itching to get an opportunity somewhere.
I can see him coaching for the Bears. And
there you go.
I think the Bears, I can see the Bears being that team that throw him all of the money, man. Just, hey, here's a check. Just sign whatever you want. We need to win now.
Mm-hmm.
We got a quarterback going into a second year. Please take us to the promised land. Get us out of this misery.
Yeah, they got some talent on defense, too. I think Belichick could at least try. The question will become if Caleb Williams is truly the guy or not, but I think he'll get that defense going. That would be interesting. The Bears notoriously are pretty cheap with coaches, but if they're willing to throw the money with Belichick, that could be a good fit.
Oh, I can tell you where he's not going to be because he's already resigned as HC of the NYJ.
Yeah.
Not going to be there.
Right.
But obviously, he has a lot of ties to the Giants organization. And the Giants organization, if only you could fire the owner, everybody should be getting cleaned out in the swamps of Jersey for the team on the schedule known as Jersey A. And that would be the New York Football Giants. Everybody should be getting cleaned out of there. And where Belichick comes in, he doesn't want to be the general manager, but he wants the general manager to do whatever he says. That's why I think Dallas is so weird, because people talk about Belichick going to Dallas. Are Jerry and Steven going to subjugate their Texas-sized egos to, Bill, we're going to go do what you say? because that's kind of how it's got to work. Bill, you got to do what Bill says. And that's how it worked in New England for all those years. You do what Bill says. So I think the Giants are more likely to give all the keys to all the cars to Belichick than the Cowboys are.
100%. And that's, those reportedly, that's why the Falcons didn't want to bring him in, because the front office didn't want to hand over that power. The Giants are in a situation where, as you laid out, I'd be willing to, no disrespect to those guys, I don't want to take anyone's job away, but I'd be willing to move on from my current regime in exchange for Bill Belichick. The Bears are bringing back their GM, Ryan Pohl. Would they be able to mesh well? I don't know, but it has to be a situation where, as we come up with these rules, a quarterback needs to be in place, and then where Belichick can take control of the organization, and I'm with you. That's not going to happen.
And while the Giants don't have a quarterback in place, they're probably going to have a top 3 draft pick, which means they're going to get one of the top 2 quarterbacks in the draft.
Right.
And that's going to, and for Giants fans' sake, may it not be Shedeur Sanders. Because I think Shedeur Sanders is incredibly talented, but the bad attitude, the throwing guys under the bus, that is not going to go well in New York. He will get murdered by the media in New York. Dion will not be able to save him.
Yeah.
Like, that's a kid who needs an attitude adjustment in a hurry. Incredibly talented kid. But, the entitlement, that's got to come to an end in the NFL.
And I wouldn't want to deal with the helicopter father either.
Yeah, who wants to be a coach. Now, earlier this week, Baker Mayfield took to the podium wearing a hoodie that said Mizzou Grandma. Now, obviously, you all know Baker went to Oklahoma. Apparently, he lost a bet with Bucs reporter Casey Phillips over the Oklahoma-Mizzou game this year. And the bet apparently involved him wearing a Mizzou hoodie, and this one actually says Mizzou Grandma. Here is how it went, and Baker took the podium wearing this hoodie.
Walk of shame there. Yes, it is.
Oh, no.
Who's your Mizzou guy?
We don't have one. It's Casey Phillips. So...
oh, man.
Wow,
today...
Did you borrow that from her grandma?
It's definitely not mine. Let's get started.
Baker paying off the bet, did not welch, did not wuss out.
That's a man of the people right there.
Should he have wussed out?
No, you got to pay off your bets. I love Baker Mayfield. And I love that this turnaround he's had. We all love comeback stories. He's kind of reinvented himself a little bit. He was humbled. Now he's no longer like this obnoxious guy when he first came in the league. Now I think he's become more self-aware and just more fun. And I love this. I like this story. No, you got to pay off your bets. You can't back down. It's just a sweatshirt anyways. Show up. I love the woman's reaction at the beginning. That it makes it sound like there's an actual dead grandma up there with how shocked she was.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so taken back that he was wearing a sweatshirt. No, I love it. I love Baker, and I love this second act he's had in Tampa Bay.
I think it's great, man. I think there's a certain amount of stones to pay the bet off in public like that, right? Certain amount of stones. He's now developed the kind of relationship with the media in Tampa Bay where, they're having bets about college football games where there's somebody like here, Casey Phillips, who's a reporter for the Bucs. Yeah. That they could have that kind of relation. A lot of especially quarterbacks, man, they're not there to talk to you. They could give 2 flying rat's tails about, whatever reporters are there. But he has embraced the role, and he's embraced the media, he's embraced the city. And you're right. This Renaissance version of Baker Mayfield. Like, you want to root for Baker Mayfield. It's like you want to root for Jameis Winston, right? There are certain guys around the league who once upon a time you're like, I'm not rooting for that asshat. And now you're like, give me more of that guy. Same dude. Give me more of that guy.
I think they're both two guys that stopped taking themselves so seriously, and that's what we appreciate. Jameis especially. I mean, what a goofball that guy is. But Baker, too. He used, like I said, he was very obnoxious. It came off as being full of himself. He's still a confident guy, but he's just a little more relatable now. They're two dudes that kind of got in on the joke instead of early on somewhat being the joke.
I think it's kind of cool, this resurgence of these quarterbacks that's just like balling out, like the Sam Darnolds, the Geno Smiths. It seemed like it took them a couple years to kind of get going, but now it's like, damn, they are actually balling this year, man.
Imagine, get out of a really horrible situation, go somewhere where there's some structure, and voila! Who knew?
Yeah, fit is the most important thing in life, right? Whether it's with a partner, an employer, or whatever it is, you got to find the right fit. And I think that's always the case with these quarterbacks. And, we see that a lot with these young quarterbacks, and we're losing patience with guys like Bryce Young. I want to see him with a different organization. The Panthers are a joke. Fit is so important. So when you get Darnold and Geno out of the Jets organization and Baker away from the Browns, you see what these guys are actually capable of.
And you tell me you don't think Achilles Smith's sitting at home right now saying, look at these guys. If I just could have got out of Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe in about 8 years we'll see Trey Lance resurge and ball out.
I was supposed to have Achilles Smith on a radio show one time, and he stood me up, and I texted him. I said, hey, you still good to go? He texted me back 2 weeks later as if the text had just arrived. He responded 2 weeks later like, yeah, I'm good in 5 minutes. I sent that text 2 weeks ago. Anyways, never booked. He never came on. I never talked to him again.
That I could totally see how that would be like, dude, who are you? Answer the damn phone.
Yeah.
You agree to something, do it. But it was just funny that he responded to the text 2 weeks later as if it was in that moment. Like, oh yeah, I could still do it. Like, that was 2 weeks ago. Thanks for getting back to me now.
Maybe it was on a bender.
Maybe.
All right, coming up next, is there anyone you are less excited to see in a Netflix special than this guy? Next.
The Drive with Stoerner and
Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. amps up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Inside info and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
PC Luke Morrow in for John and Reg. You know, there's a lot of these Netflix specials that usually they're pretty interesting. But they got one coming out that is giving me the excitement of a spilt cup of fake ramen. Enigma. Aaron Rodgers. Is there anybody you could be less excited to see a Netflix special on than Aaron Rodgers?
Probably not. And I love calling it Enigma. Everything about this. First off, this is the same guy that was complaining about the noise. We have to eliminate the noise with the Jets, yada, yada, yada. And then, and I'm sure it wasn't his ultimate decision, but he was involved in this. This documentary was set to come out at a time where theoretically the Jets are supposed to be making a playoff push and getting ready for the playoffs. So talk about like distractions and noise. But when it's about you and more attention for you, that doesn't seem to be a problem. I think the whole thing with Rodgers and Curb Your Enthusiasm did this where, you know, Larry David was like, what's the point of making a donation if people don't know you made the donation? They did a whole episode about anonymous donor. But that's how it's supposed to be. Like when you are this spiritual guy, you're just supposed to do it for yourself. You don't need to let everybody else know. You don't need everyone else's approval. And I think that's the big thing with Rodgers is that it comes off as like so inauthentic where if you were really about all of these things that you're always talking about and this persona you're trying to portray, you don't need to talk about it all the time. You are just it. You can just be it. And to come out with this documentary, and he's like on an ayahuasca trip in the documentary, they put it in the trailer and everything, like to put all this stuff out there just seems like somebody who wants like everyone else's approval or wants you to think he's this cool, unique, thoughtful, spiritual guy when the people that are really about that you never hear about. They're in like huts or something somewhere that nobody ever sees or talks to. So I just think there's such an inauthentic nature to Aaron Rodgers. And with all of that said, to answer your question, no, I couldn't care less about this documentary and don't care to watch it.
Here's the promo for this, right? I'm Aaron Rodgers, and I'm a douchepotamus. And if you don't know why I'm a douchepotamus, I'm making a Netflix special to show you. That's the whole thing, right? I'm a giant D-bag. Look, here's why. Michael Kay hosts ESPN New York Afternoon Drive, well, at least till December 13th, then he's not. Voice of the television voice of the South Bronx Slumlords. That's the New York Yankees for those of you who are new listening to me.
Okay.
The only person in America, by the way, Michael Kay, the only person in America who did not just automatically take a giant you-know-what all over this idea of a golden at bat. He's the only person that defended this as a quasi-good idea. Well, even Michael Kay apparently has no desire to see anything about this Aaron Rodgers special. And in talking with longtime columnist Mike Lupica, he didn't call it Enigma. Oh, no, he gave it a much more appropriate name. Not on purpose. Not on purpose, but much more appropriate.
Let me ask you about Aaron Rodgers' upcoming documentary. Peter, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the name of the documentary is Enema, and it's yes, that's right. Are you going to watch it? Are you really going to?
Oh hell no! Oh God, no! Oh no! Oh wait, no! I mean, if I was being waterboarded, maybe, and they said we'll stop if you'll watch this, I'd at least consider it, you know. But here's the thing about him. Okay, here's the thing about him. Here's what we really. He turned out to be not the most interesting man in the world. Okay? People were hanging on his every word for a year. I said to somebody the other day, think about this. He feels like he's been around forever, okay? It was 15 months ago that he ran out with the flag on September 11th before he got hurt. It was only 15 months ago. It feels like 15 years. And we've been listening to him, and expound on everything in football and the whole thing every week with Pat McAfee, which, by the way, was brilliant on McAfee's part to make him a regular.
Absolutely. I'm
not dismissive of it. I mean, brilliant. And just in the terms of audience and attention and everything. But no, here's what I'll ask you guys this, okay? At this point, is there anything you feel you don't know about this guy?
No, well, the thing I brought up, Mike, is that he just seems like football's not enough. It's almost like I don't want to be this common football player. I want to be something else. And it probably bothers him to no end that he's going to be remembered as a great football player and not something else. He's trying so hard to be something else.
You know, it was always like Aaron Rodgers sucks, but he's a great quarterback. Now Aaron Rodgers sucks. Yeah, and he sucks.
It's just too much, too. Like, even if he had good things to offer, I don't care. Like the Kelceys. They seem to be good guys. Get them out of my face. Enough with the Aaron Rodgers. Everywhere you turn, he's trying to tell you his thoughts on everything. And I think it goes back to what we were just talking about earlier, like Baker Mayfield, Jameis Winston, guys that stop taking themselves too seriously. I think Rodgers just takes himself seriously, always thinking he's like the smartest guy in every room. And it's the old Colin Cowherd take that he always said, like, Rodgers needs a family. And I always thought, like, that's kind of silly. But now, as more time goes on, maybe it's true. Like he needs a wife and kids to distract him and go home to, so he's not trying to fill these voids with all these other things. Kind of like Kevin Durant with all his burner accounts. All right, like, maybe these are guys that just need, to settle down with a family and be distracted with that instead of all this other nonsense. It's too much. It's annoying. Enough of Aaron Rodgers. Get out of our faces.
If I had a choice between watching the Aaron Rodgers documentary or falling down an empty elevator shaft, I'd have to think about it. I'd have to think about it. Figgy, is there anybody, can you think of anyone that's right up there with Rodgers of if they make a documentary, I have zero, absolute ZFG on watching this?
That's a great question, man. I don't know if it's anybody, my personal opinion, I don't know if it's anybody where I'm just like, man, I don't care to know anything about this guy. I'm good. I'm cool. I don't think I have anybody outside of Aaron Rodgers. I don't think it's anybody worse than that. Because even with the people that I might not care for, I might still be a little messy just to see what they had going on. But I just don't care about Aaron Rodgers, man.
I would tell you, growing up in New York and being a Met fan and watching Chipper Jones torment the Mets, not once, not twice, entire freaking Hall of Fame career. The point where he named his kid Shea after Shea Stadium because he owned the Mets in Shea Stadium. But if they made a Netflix documentary, I would watch it. That was a great player.
Yeah.
He for baseball, he was the baseball version of Michael Jordan for me, grew up a Knicks fan. You want to see 20,000 people cry? Knicks versus Bulls, okay? Every single time Michael Jordan would just rip our hearts out. throw it on the floor and set it on fire.
So he's pretty much the Albert Pujols of Houston.
Yeah, except he won.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that kind of guy. Like no matter what, it didn't matter what was going on. Somehow, some way, that dude was going to find a way to stab me in the neck in the 9th inning. Like just guaranteed. But I'd watch a Netflix episode on him. I would watch a Netflix episode. I might watch a Netflix episode on Ben Tate before I watch one on Aaron Rodgers.
Would you watch a Netflix episode or documentary on Russell Wilson?
Yeah. Because even though he's boring and nerdy as hell.
That's one person I would not care for. I wouldn't watch. I mean, at least you could look at Sierra.
That's why I'm watching.
You can look at Sierra.
That's why I'm watching.
Like,
I want all the CR I can get.
Put it on mute and in the background, I'll watch it.
Right? Think about that.
You know, when she comes on screen.
How did this nerdy cornball wind up with her?
It's fair.
Like, yeah, that's a storyline.
Yeah, that deserves a 3-part documentary more than Aaron Rodgers. I think for me, it's about oversaturation. Like, I wouldn't care to watch anything now on LeBron, Tom Brady, again, the Kelseys. And Rodgers, not only is he kind of annoying, but also just always in your face now. For me, that's the whole thing. It's the oversaturation of these guys I don't care to see any more of.
Yeah, especially if you produced it yourself.
Yeah, that's another
thing.
All
right, man. Like, you showing us what you want us to see. Like, nah, like spill the
propaganda.
Hey, spill the beans on your family, man. Why your family hate you like that? Why you hate your family? Like, get into that drama. Then I will probably check it out.
This is a propaganda film.
I don't care about your religion stuff or whatever those resorts you going on. I don't care about that. Tell me why you hate your mama and your dad.
That's the problem with all these documentaries. The one with Urban Meyer and the Florida Gators was one-sided. The sign stealing with the Michigan guy, drawing a blank on his name too, Connor Stallions. Yeah, so one-sided. That's when you control these documentaries, you obviously control the story. It makes it also not worth watching.
For me, about me, by me. Come watch me.
I'm gonna tell you about my scandal, but I'm gonna tell you the way I want to tell you.
Let me tell you how I'm the real victim here. Always.
Get my good side, by the way.
Might as well just get the job done with a piece of sandpaper. You're gonna get the same enjoyment out of it.
You don't want to see him throwing up in a bucket for hours on ayahuasca? See what
I'd like
that
to
trip
see
is
somebody hold his head in the throw up. But yeah, no, I could absolutely ZFG on that. Time to get to what's popping next.
The NFL has spoken.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
scalemarketing.com or call us at 833-SCALE-25. That's 833-SCALE-25.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
So this is my first time doing the What's Poppin' segment, right? Never done this before. I've heard John and Red do it a few times, and I was like, you know what? Let me try to go on the former Twitterverse. Find, like, some of, like, the most trending, like, highest trending for going on right now, and get these into What's Poppin'. I don't know how well I'm going to succeed at this, but figure you're going to help me out along the way. So first one, maybe dating the super hot chick from Colombia is not the best idea. Now, before today, I would have said, what, so you got to date two of them? Like, yeah, like, what's the problem with this? One of my best friends who actually just moved from New York to Florida, dates a super hot Colombian chick who's like 30 years younger than he is. And all power and glory to him. And the reason he moved to Miami is, well, you can get a direct flight. And the best part is that the woman that he's dating comes from Medellin.
Oh, man.
Which, if you know anything about Colombia...
Her last name ain't Escobar, is it?
It is not.
Oh, man. Thank goodness. He dodged the bullet.
But a Colombian hit woman known as the Doll was arrested for multiple murders, including the killing of her ex-boyfriend. She's kind of easy on the eyes, not gonna lie. And you wouldn't look at her and be like, deranged murderer. I guess that's part of the appeal. They arrested her wearing a crop top and very short shorts. Oh, no, I guess basketball shorts, but still. Colombian woman named the Doll, young, pretty, and a murderer. Not exactly fitting my mental scope of hot Colombian chick. Like, she's not supposed to try to kill me. Maybe, like, roll me in cocaine or something, but not try to kill me.
They can be very passionate people. So, passion won't be lacking in the relationship, which is a good thing. Some people out there they prefer a little crazy in their partners. And there's so many guys, you could go online, go on Twitter and see all the comments. So many people that, the comment was, I can fix her. There's a lot of appeal to that. And you look past some of the red flags for, how attractive a woman she is.
I mean, I'd use the handcuffs on her for a different reason.
Yeah.
And just being very realistic about that. But
a conjugal visit could be nice.
3 times a day, yeah. To, get an apartment like right down the block. One of the things I learned, I live in Katy, but I live way like southwest Katy, like practically Fulshire. And if you go down the 99 a little bit, there's a jail. And there's a sign that says, don't pick up hitchhikers. But, like, if it was a hot female inmate, would you pull over? I think you'd think about it. You would definitely think, like, she's hot, she's standing on the side of the road, like, maybe.
I do not trust hitchhikers. I ran across one last week. It was actually on Thanksgiving. I was on my way to Lopez's house, actually. And there was a hitchhiker right around the curve of the freeway. Actually had his thumb out. I'm like, boy, I'm not stopping for nobody.
But that's a dude. It's different.
Yeah, but
the dude is a murderer. But like, if it's a hot chick.
But see the way my brain works, I'm looking at this hot chick like, oh, somebody got her out there. And if I pull over, I'm getting set up.
You're gonna get bum rushed,
yeah,
right?
The dude's gonna come jump out the trunk, and it's over with.
It's true. Imagine pulling up to Thanksgiving with a hitchhiker, someone else's Thanksgiving. In this woman's defense, though, it's a job just like any other. She's not going around just killing people like some sort of serial killer. She's a professional hit woman. It's tough times out there. She's got to make money, got to provide for herself. Good for her. I don't know.
For as long as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Yeah, she got a little Griselda Blanca in there.
So maybe it's not the best idea to just date the hot Colombian chick. Also, probably not a good idea to try to talk junk to a guy who previously whooped your ass. So Jamal Hill, who was on the end of an absolute beatdown by Alex Pereira at UFC 300 April of this year, knocked out in the first round, decided he was going to show up at the UFC Performance Center and try to start mess with Alex Pereira.
Stop. Continue.
Please, get out of here.
That's how it went for Jamal Hill when he got in the octagon with Alex Pereira in April. He got his ass whooped. First round, knockout. Well, he decided to show up at the Performance Center where Pereira is training. And at first, Pereira doesn't speak English. At first, he thinks Hill is just showing up like he's going to train, so he dabs him up. Then Hill starts talking the junk. And even though he doesn't speak English, he knows what junk talk is. So while he's talking to him about, oh, you need to give me a rematch, he picks up a pair of gloves and throws them at Hill and says, let's go. And he's like, wait, like what? Now? What? No. We got to do this when we make money. No. Burr's like, no, right now. Let's go, big mouth. Right now. And he ran out of there like a scalded dog. Maybe if you're going to go and try to intimidate and talk to junk on a guy who whooped your ass, be ready when he calls you on it.
Yeah, call that bluff. But I was told never work for free. So smart man. He doesn't want to fight in that gym. Let's do this with money on the line.
Listen, if I was going to have somebody kick my ass, I want to get paid too.
Absolutely. Look, it's lame, it's weak, but at the same time, as the youngest of three boys and the smallest, and someone who got beat up all the time, I appreciate that bulldog nature.
Dude, aren't you like 6'3"?
Yeah. Outside of my mother, I'm the smallest of my family. Very good, actually. You nailed it spot on. But that's why I appreciate that bulldog nature of every time they beat me up, I came back talking trash nonetheless, and they'd beat me up again, but I wanted them to know, you didn't get me this time. I'm going to keep coming back and keep getting beat up, but at least I never quit, so good for him.
Prior to this year, the only time I was ever 6 foot tall was playing hockey, because your skates make you 6 foot tall. I went to an event with Chuck Norris earlier this year. Yes, that Chuck Norris. He's still a badass. It was like, it was a charity event for that Kicks program that he does for kids, right? I was like, all right, part of it is boots and stuff like that. So I'm like, I am not going to be the only person doesn't have boots for this event. I've been down here, it'll be 12 years in February. Bought my first pair of boots for this event.
Nice.
And I was always like, man, what the hell am I going to wear these for, right? But I realized something. Boots have heels.
Mm-hmm.
And for the second time, I was 6 foot tall.
Let's go.
And it might have been 6 foot right on the damn buzzer, but still, I was. You never seen a short, fat, white guy like, I'm 6 foot tall, baby. Oh, I was grinning from ear to ear. My wife's wearing heels, and she's like the same shortness she always is because I'm wearing them too. And she's like, why are you taller? And I'm like, it's the boots. So now every time I go to an event, got to have the boots on because, got to be taller.
Going to be strolling around in those things in the summer? Just to get that 6 foot?
It's got to be at night, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It was like, yep, I'm tall enough. I'm tall enough. This is very disturbing. UT is going to be in the SEC title game against Georgia. Georgia gets to bring their mascot, that stupid, ugly little bulldog, drool machine. But Bevo Bevo is banned. It's not right. And right now, at the University of Texas, here's all I hear. How do you ban Bevo? You're telling me that, in that giant stadium in Atlanta, have room for Bevo? I call shenanigans. I say this is the state of Georgia trying to pull some nonsense. This is the SEC trying to pull some nonsense. Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Oh, we got to favor Georgia because we can't have this upstart team, this first-year team in our conference that everybody said was going to come in here and get their asses kicked, especially if you're somewhere in College Station. You said they were going to come in here and get their asses kicked, and they came in and they whooped all y'all. I feel like Texas is being discriminated against. This is bovine discrimination.
I feel like it's just an opportunity to try to keep that Bulldog safe after it was, attacked in the last meeting. It is wild in college sports that we have these live mascots on the side. I'm all for it, and he should be there. But it is a crazy thing that we do have these live mascots just on the sideline of these football games. And that poor little Bulldog wouldn't stand a chance if the two of them got at it again, like almost happened 5 years ago.
Don't start none, won't be none.
I kind of like the live mascots. I ain't gonna lie. Like even with LSU, I think was it LSU that had the tiger, and they actually put the cage right outside of the visiting locker room.
That'd be awesome. You come out the locker room, there's a giant freaking tiger. That'd be awesome.
Hey, I'll take it a step further. I'll put it inside the visiting locker room. Let me just put the cage in here. Yo, feel free to get dressed.
Man, I am all about. Man, and then they said, not only will Bevo be banned for the SEC title game, but the national title game, which is also going to be in the same building, can't be at that one either. If Texas goes to play on for a national title, can't bring Bevo there. And I feel like it's just Georgia's just hating on Texas. They ain't got no barbecue. They don't have Tex-Mex. They don't have the weather and the national resources. Don't have same quality of women. I think, maybe we should just nuke Georgia right out of the States, send them down to Columbia and
Medellin.
Let them deal with them and we'll just have those title games at Jerry World where they belong.
Yeah.
All title games for college being Jerry World.
And I'll talk about an advantage right in their backyard there already.
Yeah. I don't like that they have this game at that dome in Georgia, man. That to me, that's so sick. That's an unfair advantage, man.
That's their way of trying to stop Alabama every year.
Yeah.
But now it's Texas, so we just play the game in Jerry World.
Yeah.
Where you know what they'll do at Jerry World when they play that game there? Put up the damn curtains. It's amazing. They can put up the curtains for a fight, and they can put up the curtains for WWE. But they're not smart enough for Cowboys games. It's almost like karma.
Or a home field advantage, if you ask Jerry Jones.
Home field. Hey, how did we lose this game? Home field advantage.
Yeah.
Hey, somebody point a laser in CD's eyes in the end zone. We don't have a laser? Oh, hold on. See that window right there? That'll work just fine. All right. Let's get into a little bit here as we hit the top of the hour with your Houston Texans. And is this something that seems to be getting overlooked when it shouldn't be? Next.
Even on a bye week.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
PC Luke Morrow in for John and Reg as they're taking a bye week. Decided that they don't need to work. Texans are off. They're off too. But Figgy always working. Figgy always working. Figgy
always working.
On the glass. Won't hit him with any more nicknames. I'm talking nicknames because, I don't want him to give me the stank eye. But, all week long, not just locally, but nationally, Aziz Al-Shair has been probably the biggest topic in the NFL right now. It's amazing to me that we're at Friday and even the national media is still talking about suspension that came down on Monday and how many people are looking at it through the spectrum of, well, it was an illegal hit. Some people say dirty hit. Well, not so much dirty. To me, a dirty hit is something where you're going in with malice in your head, malice in your heart, and you're trying to injure somebody. That's a dirty hit. This is an illegal hit. And it did happen that Trevor Lawrence got injured. And while, it appeared maybe he suffered a concussion, Trevor Lawrence is out for the year with a shoulder injury. The same shoulder injury that kept him out of games before the Jaguars played the Texans and was actually why before the game, Aziz was talking to Trevor Lawrence, like, hey, man, good to see you back on the field. He was doing the shoulder injury. But if Aziz had not gotten suspended for 3 games, partly due to the forearm shot he gave Trevor Lawrence's face, and partly due to ripping a guy to the ground by the face mask during a melee, and partly due to starting a second melee, what do you think the number one topic about the Houston Texans would be during the bye week?
Oh, without doubt, Bobby Slowick and this offense.
Bobby Slowick and the offense. And I don't feel like we shouldn't be just ignoring that because, Aziz got suspended and it's right or it's wrong, whatever. We should not be ignoring the number one issue for this team on the field, which is Bobby Slowick and the offense. Now, the Texans actually did something on Sunday they haven't done really long time this year. Not one, but two offensive touchdowns in the second half. Now, I'm not sure when we crossed over into Bizarro World, but Texans got 2 second-half TDs. In fact, here is D'Amico Ryans talking about the Houston Texans getting some touchdown love in the second half against the Jags.
There's been so much talked about our second half offense, and I'm like, man, we definitely need this drive right now. And our playmakers, our top players stood up and made plays. Nico, Dalton, Joe, just for them to make those plays in that moment when we needed it most for us to get, I think it was 17 points in the second half when we haven't been scoring a lot of points in the second half. Man, it's impressive. And this goes to show, we're still improving. We're still growing. Right. And we can be a good second half team, right, when we put it all together and just executing. That shows right there. We needed that drive. Offense stepped up and made it a big drive for us.
So this is D'Amico. You talk about, hey, we got a couple of big plays. We got second half, scored some touchdowns. Remember in the post game, in the locker room, not in the post game, but post game in the locker room, he gave the offensive line a game ball because they managed not to suck against a bottom 5 defense in the NFL. The Jags are awful. They're an awful defensive team. He gave the offensive line a game ball. Look, if you can't play well against the scrubs, you're never going to play well against a good team. So, hey, you got like baby steps, right? Gotta beat the bad defense before you beat a good defense. But this issue with the offense, with the blocking schemes, the idea of, hey, let's try to take 350-pound Shaq Mason and have him pull to the other side of the line and block an unblocked, free rushing defensive end from the other side, as if you could move 350 pounds across 5 guys faster than that defensive end can take 2 steps. There's physics involved here, and I don't know all the laws, but I know that plan violates all the laws. What is your? I'm going to give you the breakdowns. Okay, you can be 90%. You can be 75%. You can be 50%. You can be 25%. You can be 10%. Those are your breakdowns. What is your confidence level? Bobby Slowick can get the offense figured out and set up and properly through the bye week, leading into the game against Miami next week.
Ooh. I'd like to say 50%. I might be more like 25%. Now, the bye week is supposed to be for self-scouting, and you figure out some things. And as you referenced earlier, I mean, they've had to wait a long time for this bye week. Maybe now they'll get some things straightened out. But I just haven't seen enough yet to believe that will be the case. And you want to point to that second half against the Jaguars? Well, as you said, it's a bad defense. It's the 31st ranked defense. We saw the Texans have a huge second half against the Patriots. Terrible team. And then what happened in the second half immediately afterwards went back to the same old problems for the next month in the second half. This is the worst team in the second half against the spread. If you're not a gambler, you might say, who cares? But I think the records against spread is important because it shows if you're underperforming or overperforming. They're the best team against the spread in the first half, worst team in the league in the second half. They've been, statistically, one of the worst teams in the second half. So all that's to say, I can't give him the benefit of the doubt. I would like to think an extra week he'll get some things figured out, but I've just seen more bad than good in the second halves this year. I don't know if this is a situation you could fix with one off week. So I guess I'd lean more towards 25%. I'd like to be optimistic and say it's a coin flip, but I think I'd go 25%.
And listen, Luke's serious right now, okay? The jacket is off. The scarf is off.
Yeah.
He is ready to get to business.
That's right.
Okay? So he's very serious. Figgy, on that same scale, 95, 50, 25, 10. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars, right? So on that scale, where are you right now? Bobby Slowick can get the offense back on track and be humming in time for Miami.
I'm in the 40s, man. I'm in the 40s.
That is not an option, Figgy. That is not an option. You are at 25 or you are at 50. There is no 40s option.
All right. I'm at 25. I'm at 25. Look,
Fair.
man, we got 4 more games left, man. And we still sit here talking about, he got some time to pick it up or just give it a little more time. Man, we got 4 games left in the regular season. And the best offensive game was the Patriots against the Patriots. Nah, man, I think I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on, but I've been saying all week this team got to lean on that defense, man. You gotta lean on that defense. We've been waiting on this offense to hum all year long, man. I just don't think it's gonna pick up now. And this is probably the hardest 3 games you're gonna have. And hell, I'll throw in the 4th game since you lost to the doggone Titans. But I just don't see this offense doing what we originally thought this offense was going to do in training camp and before the season started.
Is the Miami game their season? Do you look at the Miami game and say, if they don't have it right against Miami and they lose that game, there is no way in hell they're going to have it right against Kansas. There's no way in hell they're going to have it right against Baltimore when they play 3 games in 11 days. They are not going to have it ready. And it doesn't matter if they beat the fake Oilers or not, because if they can't beat Miami, they're either going to, win the weakest division in the NFL and go one and done, or, like the year they beat the Raiders in the wild card game because the Raiders had to play their 3rd-string rookie quarterback who never had a start in the NFL, and then they went out and they got pasted in the next game. Do you feel like they're either going to be one and done or somehow win a wild card game and then get absolutely pasted in the division round just like last year?
I think this is the biggest game next Sunday against the Dolphins, the biggest game of the season as we currently have it on paper. And I think part of it is sort of what you said. It's like banking that success. It's kind of like, I'm trying to be a little healthier these next couple of weeks because I know I'm going to pig out at Christmas. So I try to bank a few calories before then. Same idea. You have the Chiefs coming up on the road. You have the Ravens on a short week. I think those are 2 losses. So you have to try to get first a victory when you can, but then also put together that good performance, let alone the fact that you have 2 weeks to get ready for it. And you have the Dolphins coming into your building where the Dolphins, they're not the same team on the road. So I think it is the biggest game. You come out of this bye, you want to have good feelings, especially going into that stretch run and going to Kansas City and Baltimore. And it's a team that you should beat. The Dolphins are not that great. And then, on the subject of the offense, it's that matchup of Mike McDaniel against Bobby Slowick, a couple Kyle Shanahan guys. So you have for this team that has so much consternation about this offense. And Bobby Slowick, you get to see it firsthand, him against another Shanahan guy, and see who looks better come next Sunday in Houston. But I also think I've always had this theory all year that maybe there's an overexposure to that whole Kyle Shanahan system, which is another reason why I'm fascinated for this matchup. And if you look this year, the 49ers are 16th in points scored. The Dolphins are 24th in points scored. Those are Shanahan, obviously Kyle Shanahan, and then his former right-hand man, McDaniel. The other guy, Bobby Slowick, is in Houston. That offense hasn't been as good as advertised. And I've always had this theory that as more guys sprinkle out throughout the league, you get to face it more often. I'm curious if, not a blueprint is out, but if teams are getting a better handle on this style of offense, much like Sean McVay's assistants have littered the league, and now McVay and the Rams, they've been bottom 12 in offense 3 of the last 5 years. So I say all that because Sunday's matchup of McDaniel against Slowick I also think is fascinating, where I want to see my guy have the better advantage or the better offense come Sunday. But I think it's a must-win for sure for the Texans.
I'm with you. I feel like if they don't get this Miami game, like I said, the last week against the fake Oilers doesn't matter. The 3 playoff teams, the 3 real teams that you got to play, you got to show you're ready to handle that competition, or you're not. And if your offense isn't ready and your offensive line isn't ready, it doesn't matter if you pull a Bill O'Brien, AFC South champions, Brian. It doesn't matter. Because if you go in and you lose the wild card or you get spanked around, all that says is you're no better than you were a year ago. And if you're not better than you were a year ago, then you're worse. And after the offseason this team had and the expectations this team had that you're not as good as the team you were a year ago, I don't know how Bobby Slowick keeps his job. I'm not entirely sure how he has his job right now, other than he's boys with the head coach. Because you look at what the Bears did to fire their offensive coordinator and where the Texans are, the Texans' numbers were worse. They were freaking worse with C.J. Stroud, with Nico Collins, with half a season to Stephon Diggs. Your numbers were friggin' with Joe Mixon, who, for a guy who gets tackled behind the line, almost like Barry Sanders, because that, 5 parked cars, and they're not even parked cars, they're like 5 parked Yugos, rusted out, no wheels. And dude gets hit behind the line 2-3 times before he even gets to the line of scrimmage. Joe Mixon always making something out of nothing. How did you go from being such an unstoppable offense last year when you spread everything out and you couldn't run the football against North Shore, and now you run all these condensed formations and you stink? But damn it, if you're going to make a change, I know we were really good spread last year. There's no way in hell we're doing that again. That's going to do it of this football team. And they've got roughly 2 weeks total to get it right. And I'm going to tell you, my confidence level is probably below 10%. But since 10 was the 1-star number, I'm at 10. I do not feel good. I really want them to prove me wrong. Would love to be wrong. I do not feel good that this team is going to come out guns blazing against the Miami Dolphins. And if they don't, they're about to have a 3-game stretch where there's going to be a lot of cursing.
For sure.
Just by me. All I have to do is open the window. You'll hear me.
Yeah, I could imagine. I think Warren Sharp, who always puts out interesting data, had a good stat with Bobby Slowick and the Texans, and the point he was trying to make was don't try to duplicate Kyle Shanahan, because you're not Kyle Shanahan, or this is not the 49ers. And I know numbers don't always play well on the radio, but he put out the numbers that Houston's running on early downs the same amount as San Francisco, and they're facing loaded boxes the same amount as San Francisco, which is about 2/3 of the time loaded boxes, which you don't want to run against, of course. Difference is San Francisco is number 1 in those runs. Texans are bottom 5 in those runs, so that's the big difference. Niners are having success running on early downs against stacked box in obvious situations. Texans are not. And I think the other difference when you look at the Shanahan guys, Tua is one of those that I think he does need that assistance around him. If you want to call him like a system quarterback, that's fine. Brock Purdy, everyone calls him a system quarterback. That's fine. But that's not the case with C.J. Stroud and the quarterback you have in Houston, where you don't need to be like that Kyle Shanahan of being so much ground game and all these other pieces because you don't have the quarterback that can elevate your team. It's been a talking point. I've said it throughout the year, but I think you have to always unleash C.J. a little bit more than what we've seen Shanahan do, Mike McDaniel, or a lot of these other teams as well, and rely more on that star than the system that you were working with in San Francisco.
You know, there's nothing wrong with being a system quarterback if your head coach tailors the system to your strengths.
Right.
Right now, they're failing to do anything remotely close to that in Houston because, again, 5 rusted-out Yugos with no tires constitute their offensive line. Your quarterback doesn't even have time to plant his back foot on a 5-step drop before he got a run. But, I think Tua is more of a system quarterback, but the right system, very effective. Certainly have the right guys around him. You got a lot of speed around him.
Yep.
Sure, Brock Purdy, system quarterback. So I was Mr. Irrelevant.
Right.
That guy's not a transcendent quarterback. CJ's a transcendent quarterback that they are literally putting cinder blocks on his ankles with, we're just not going to block. Hey, golden rule for the NFL. You get one possession where the other team has to count 3 Mississippi before they're allowed to rush. Texans are scoring every time. Every time. Coming up next, it's time to confess your sins. I might have 2 of them. Next.
How did Nick Caserio feel?
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
YouTube and Twitch every weekday. Just load up your phone or smart device, follow our channel, crank up the stream, and enjoy. Energized by 5 Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
PC and Luke in for John and Reg today. You know, I had 2 confessions lined up. I don't know if this is a confession. I'm kind of adding one in here as I'm looking up and I see Pat McAfee wearing women's pants. And I say that because he's basically wearing skinny jeans with a gigantic hole in one knee. And I'm like, my 17-year-old daughter got a pair of pants like that. A lot of her friends have a pair of pants like that. You cannot be a self-respecting man. And I love Pat McAfee. I think McAfee's hilarious. I love what he does with WWE. You cannot be a self-respecting man and wear pants that, not just in public, you're on friggin' television.
And are you stuck in 1990?
Those pants are stuck in 1990.
These kids been wearing this stuff since the 2000s.
You know, I mean, I was in high school in 1990 when those stonewashed giant hole pants first became popular. Yeah, I was in high school then.
You was rocking the Junko jeans?
Actually, very popular was the Z Cavaricis.
Oh, yeah.
And to have these like stonewashed and acid washed jeans, big old holes in them. You know, my attitude was always like, what the hell am I going to buy pants with holes in them? I put holes in them myself and save myself $100. But yeah, if you ever catch me in a pair of pants like that, know that something is wrong, like my family's being held hostage and I'm being forced to wear those.
Hey, you might look fly for once, man. No, I'm messing with you.
Listen, if that's fly, even that won't help me. Let's just call it what it is. Fig, my fashion sense is very simple, very basic. That is definitely.
Hey, I want you to go in the tunnel and see what these football players be wearing, because that's what Pat McAfee is wearing now is very normal compared to what you'll see like a Will Anderson or.
Yeah, but very young, rich, and good looking.
Yeah,
it's kind of wear whatever they want.
It's very European. I'll put it that way. Very European.
By the way.
A lot of silk, a lot of tightness. Yeah, just very European.
Banana hammocks. Yeah, I understand how all that works. All right, let's get to an actual confession.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't have a problem with the 3-game rip that Aziz just got. I don't have a problem with it. I think, again, I don't believe he got a suspension for an illegal hit. I believe he got a suspension for ripping a guy to the ground by the face mask during a brawl. And then after the brawl was settled down and the officials announced the penalties and he was ejected from the game, instead of getting off the field, he runs back onto the field in the end zone, rips off his helmet, and starts a second brawl. On a weekend where college football was littered with brawls, I think the NFL was very sensitive to that. I think the NFL is making a big statement of, we are not going to be brawl ball. You are not going to act a fool. I think if he hit the forearm and ripped the guy to the ground by the face mask, I feel like if that's all he did, he'd have got a game. But because after he was ejected from the game, he refused to leave the field and started an entire second brawl, that's why he got 3 games to me. And I don't have a problem with the NFL laying down the law on that, because they don't want another game this week with brawls. The game next with brawls, they do not want any part of that. I'm okay with it. I did have a problem with his IG post. The whole, I'll be the villain, or, hey, I'm sorry, but, hey, I'm a victim here too. Look, bro, when you do something wrong and then you do something stupid, you don't get to be the victim. Even if you think you are. That's not how the American public works. First, you do your penance, then you do your redemption tour. Okay, right now your job is to say you're sorry, shut the hell up, turn off the phone, shut your computer, get off the damn internet, go hide for 3 weeks. When you come back, then you can tell everybody in the world you want about, hey, I got these racist things sent at me, I got these Islamophobic things thrown at me. That's when we care. Right now, don't care. You need to apologize, shut the F up.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I think he's leaning into it now with the Tony Montana heel turn. So we'll see how he comes out with it.
Say hello to my little friend.
Yeah, we'll see how he handles it moving forward these next couple of weeks if he truly becomes a villain. But I don't necessarily disagree with you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'll do this on the fly because I actually just got this email. I have to admit, I love these wrap-ups that always come up at the end of the year. I don't know if that's a minority take or a majority take. I just got one from a fast food restaurant about my orders throughout the year. I'm a geek. I love data. That's one of the things I love most about sports. So I love all this stuff. I love seeing what my number one order was at a fast food restaurant, how often I went there this year. I love it. It started with like Spotify or Apple Music, whatever. Now everyone does, and everyone posts them on social media and online. It could be a bit much, I get it, but I actually like it. I like all these end-of-the-year wrap-ups with all the random stats about what you got at Home Depot this year and everything else. I don't know why. For some reason, it appeals to me. I love just combing through the stats, seeing what you ordered most at a fast food restaurant. I'm all for it. Send more my way.
Now, let me ask you, have you gotten like the Spotify one where it tells you like it gives you like, this is your personality based on your...
No, I haven't seen that.
Or like there's some kind of
This is your most streamed artist of 2024.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's like I got that one from Spotify. First time I've ever got it because it's the first I ever used Spotify. But in the past, like people have gotten like from Spotify and it'll say like, you know, your preferred genre or whatever makes you something, and we would make fun of people if they had like some kind of like weird fruity type of genre or whatnot.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to access that, or if maybe they didn't do it this year. But I did get this whole like 5-minute video of, hey, this is who you listen to like this month, and this is what you listen to that month, and then like this month, and then you stream this song more than any other song. And it's the first time I ever got it. I didn't know it was gonna be 5 minutes long.
That's a bit much. But I still have all the data. I'm nostalgic, so I like looking back even on the year that was. Like, oh, yeah, that's right. I was in February.
What was the most ordered fast food thing that you had this year?
Let me scroll down here. 1 sec.
At least you don't have to like scroll for like 5 minutes to find it, right? It's like,
no, it was just a burger.
From where?
Anticlimactic. It was a Whataburger.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's Whataburger. You're allowed.
So that was number 1. Chicken strips was number 2. Which actually might be considered an upset for me.
Also from Whataburger?
Yeah.
Okay. It's like also from Whataburger.
Yeah.
So do you use the Whataburger app and rack up all the points?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you
so
do.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I love it. Give me all the data.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I gotta confess, I'm tired of the Aziz conversations, man. I did not know it was gonna go on this long, especially in the mainstream media. I feel like every time we look up, they are discussing this hit, and I'm just so sick of it. And this is a part 2 to this confession. Let's not analyze every single quarterback hit, man. Like, I seen people talking about the hit on Jordan Love last night, and people were like, "Oh, that hit is worse than the one on Trevor Lawrence." Like, no, come on, man. Like, let's not do this. Let's enjoy the good game of football without analyzing what hit is worse and all this other stuff. Like I'm just sick of it, man. Y'all sucking the fun out of everything. I'm ready to go home now, man. I'm sick of everybody keep trying to analyze what hit is worse and all stuff, man. The hit was the hit. He paying the crime. He doing time for the crime. Let's just get back to watching football, man. Let's not sit here and act like, oh my God, that hit was so bad. Man, I'm sick of it, man.
This dead horse has been beaten to the point where it's now just a skeleton. Like all the flesh, all the organ, everything is now gone. It has been beaten. It is down to a skeleton. That the national media has taken Aziz for 5 friggin' days. Man, you know it's a slow week. You know it's a slow week.
I feel like it's a bye week for everybody.
Yes.
Like, I'm like, man, y'all ain't got nothing else to talk about. We had a full slate of NFL games. We had a Monday night game, Thursday night game. And that's all we got. Y'all ain't sick of talking about. I mean, what's up with LeBron James? Let's talk about LeBron James.
No.
How this dude scored like 10 points the other night.
Yeah.
Where is Skip Bayless to tell us about LeBron and the Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah, what's up with the Cowboys, man? Like, we can't come up nothing with the Cowboys. This is the first time I want to hear about the Cowboys and LeBron James, man.
Yeah, there was a big game last night, and this morning on whatever it was, first take, they're still talking about the suspension. It's crazy. It feels like All-Star Week in Major League Baseball where there's nothing going on.
I did see a vignette just burying LeBron where they're showing him in a game, and he's basically just standing on the baseline on defense. He's not moving. And they're like, why isn't he going anywhere? How come he doesn't follow? How come he doesn't go? He doesn't do anything. Then the offense goes down to the other end of the field, to the other end of the court, and LeBron gets to like top key at his own. And he just like, yeah, I ain't running. He's just chilling out. They come back on defense. He just stands there. And they're like, hey, wait a second. Why are you not doing anything? You're LeBron James. Did you go from 40 to 90? What the hell happened? And it was just funny because, LeBron there's a few minutes in every game LeBron kind of takes off because he's going to play 30 plus minutes. And he tries to I don't want to say conserve his energy that, okay, I'm going to play really hard for 3 minutes. Then I'm going to take a minute off, play really hard for 5 minutes. Then I take a couple minutes off. And especially like late in the game, like in the third quarter, he might take some time off so that, down the stretch, he can have full energy and go. you can't ask a guy 40 years old to play 35 minutes at full tilt.
Yeah.
But if he plays 35 minutes and he gives you 21 at full tilt, that's still better than like 95% of the players in the NBA.
Yeah. And by the way, that was my other confession. I think it's the end of the road for LeBron, man. I think we finally see the end of the tunnel.
I think LeBron can still play. I just think he needs to not play 35 minutes. Like, LeBron needs to get down to like 23 minutes a night and not kill himself, because otherwise he's going to wind up getting hurt. Your body, as you get older, it's harder to recover. Boy, do I know that firsthand.
And see, that's why I say I think it's the end of the road, man. I think we are past the days of LeBron going 38 minutes, giving you 28, 8 and 8. I think we finally starting to see the decline of LeBron James now, where you're gonna have to, I don't want to say make some decisions, but I think we're starting to see the end of LeBron now.
So they need another player who could be the lead. They don't have him.
Yeah,
and they can't get him because LeBron costs too much.
Yeah, he need to officially be like a number 2 and number 3 option.
And you can't have LeBron and then have a real number 1 option, because you're paying LeBron $50-something million. Like, you can't pull it. We were talking about that with Jimmy Butler. This whole idea of, could the Rockets trade for Jimmy Butler? Jimmy Butler makes $52 million next year. And the only way you can bring him onto your team is if in the package of people going out, Jalen Green is included. What, so I can have Jimmy Butler for a year and a half? That's lunacy. There's no way in hell I'm trading for a guy that old. I don't care who it is.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, it is championship weekend in college football. Which games are you watching? Next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Conditions apply.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
PC and Luke in for John and Reg. It's championship weekend in college football. You know, we were talking about the SEC title game earlier when apparently they decided that Bevo is not welcome at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta because, well, they just hate all things Texas because they're jealous of Texas because Georgia is ass. But Darren Ravel posted a picture of one of the special food items on the menu for the SEC title game tomorrow. So it's a rack of ribs curled into a cone, stuffed with mac and cheese, Ritz crackers, and scallions, and served inside a box of kettle chips. $30. It's available in sweet tea barbecue sauce for Georgia and chipotle barbecue sauce for Texas. And I'm looking at this going, that looks freaking awesome. I'm also looking at this and going, where the hell am I going to eat it? That is not something that you're eating in your seat. Like, I need a table. I need, like, a stack of napkins. I need a box of wet naps and probably, like, 3 or 4 drinks in order to put that down. And I will enjoy putting it down, but I don't get the idea of, like, if you're a regular fan, you're not, up in one of them luxury boxes because CEO for some Fortune 500 company, but you're a regular fan in a regular seat. How the hell do you eat this in your seat?
Yeah, you can't. You can't eat it and watch the game at the same time. You can't cheer. Can't get up. Person behind you maybe can't even see, over you with that stack of food. I don't even eat. I don't eat. Baseball is like part of the game experience, part of the tradition. You got to get a hot dog or something, get peanuts, popcorn, whatever. Go to the concession stand. I don't know if I've ever eaten at a football game because that is just like you're invested all 3 hours cheering. I don't want to spend time at the concession stand. It's not an eating environment to me. I eat before and after the game in the parking lot, tailgating. This is great. I would love to have that. But just in general, I don't think I go to a football game thinking like, oh, I can't wait to get something to eat. I don't eat during football games.
Sometimes it's hard to eat like even at a baseball game. Sometimes you eat like a brisket sandwich or a potato or something like that.
No, they're messy. I mean, look, so at NRG, they have this giant baked potato stuffed with brisket, everything, and it's really good. I've had it, but I also ate it, not in a seat.
At the table.
Yeah. And if you can be at a table or be, in the press box, you can sit down and you can eat kind of whatever the hell you want. When you're in a seat, like I'm looking for like handheld stuff, burger, dog, nachos, but not loaded nachos, just nachos with like cheese, not all that other stuff, because I'm trying to be able to eat it with one hand. And if it's got all kinds of junk on it and it's going to fall all over the place or it's going to leak all over the place, like if you're getting like a big pulled pork sandwich and it's full, and like, no, I can't do that. I can't do the tacos or anything like that. Just it's got to be something simple. Box of chips, okay. I can do that. It's easy enough. But when you start getting into like the gourmet foods, that's just not for the average fan. This is, hey, those tables in your suite?
Yeah, right.
Or at the club level? Man, I ain't buying club level tickets. I don't make Lopez money. What the hell y'all thinking?
I would love to eat that, though. I'll tell you what, $30 isn't bad.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's the shocking part of this. $30 for this?
Props to that. Arthur Blank, I don't know if he's in charge of all the prices or just when the Falcons play there, but they have the lowest concession stand prices in the NFL. Arthur Blank has always, with that new stadium, that's always been his thing. Again, I don't know if that plays a role with this, But there, and that thing for $30, I would love to have that.
I feel like, if we could just get like the guys at like Spring Creek to do this, it'd probably be like $19.99. And that's a lot more in my budget, not going to lie. All right. It's championship weekend. And we've all seen the latest CFP rankings and whatnot. But the games are most likely to be looking at, right? What are the games you're most likely to be getting into? Because I feel like maybe the biggest game as far as like the best teams playing against each other might not necessarily be the game with the most on the line. So to me, I feel like the game with the most on the line is SMU and Clemson.
Yeah.
Because that's a win or go home. And, SMU some people think SMU is ranked too high or whatnot. I get it. But if they win, they're in. Clemson's 9-3. They really don't deserve to be in, but if they win the conference, they're automatically in. So that game to me has a lot more riding on it to me than, say, Texas and Georgia. They're both getting in. It's just who's going to get the bye. But they're both getting in.
Right.
It's bigger than, Oregon and was it Oregon and Penn State?
Yep.
All right. Oregon's the number one team in the country right now.
Mm-hmm.
And you do wonder, kind of like we were saying, like the SEC kind of mad that, hey, new teams coming into the conference and winning. How do you think the Big Ten feels? Well, old man football, Oregon's coming in here and the first year in the conference, they're playing for the Big Ten title. But both of those teams are going to the CFP. But the ACC title game, and then even the Big 12 title game, the ACC title game, that is win and in. That is the highest ranked win and in.
I agree with you with the ACC. By the way, all 4 of the Power 4 conference title games feature teams that are in their first year in that conference. So all 4 conferences can be won by a team that just joined them this year, which is a bit of a slap in the face to all of those conferences. But I think it is definitely the ACC. I think the SEC is the best game of the weekend, but that's obvious. And as you laid out, there's not as much on the line.
Real quick to your point about how they've all got a new team in.
Yeah.
That tells you all those years about, this conference is the dominant conference, this conference is the dominant conference. There are other teams, not the entire conference, but there were other teams fully capable of competing in those conferences, and they always make it out like, oh, no, you can't, no, you can't. And for a Pac-12 team to be in the Big Ten title game, for a team that, 5 years ago was playing in Conference USA, is now in the ACC title game. Oh yes, I think there's a lot of middle fingers getting stuck up to the old guard.
Yeah, I don't think these conferences like it. It is pretty embarrassing that SMU rolled through the ACC. Now, look, ACC football has not been that great in recent years outside of when Clemson was at the top of its game.
All cupcake conference.
Yeah, that's right. And I think also name, image, likeness, transfer portal, all that stuff. I think there's more talent spread around. There's more parity now than previously. And so that's why I think you can have these teams like an SMU with all the money they have and the resources and the recruiting area can go into a major conference and have immediate success where I don't know if they could have done that 5 years ago when, especially Clemson, was at their peak. But anyways, the SEC is the biggest game of the weekend, no doubt. That's the obvious answer. But I think it is the ACC for what you laid out. And I think what's fascinating is SMU, even with a loss, might still get in. They'd be 11-2. They'd have played in the conference championship game. They're a top 8 team, or are a top 8 team heading into this weekend. If Clemson wins, does SMU knock out Alabama, who should not be in the playoff? I think that's where that game becomes fascinating. I want to see somebody else win the ACC instead of Clemson, who's won it 9 of the last 10 years. Tired of that whole thing. I'm rooting for the underdog. SMU comes into this conference, runs the table, wins the conference. And then I also would like to see SMU in there and somebody else, rather, even if it's Clemson, rather see them in there than Alabama, who would be undeservingly put in for the second straight year into the playoff. Have somebody knock them off. And then the only other one I would mention as well is Boise State, because I don't think they would get in they wouldn't get in with a loss.
No, that's another win and in game.
Yeah, and I want to see them in the playoff, and I want to see that running back in the playoff. So Boise State against UNLV, it's the Mountain West title game. And it's, I think, what's that? Tonight, 8 p.m. That's one that I'm interested in as well because I want Boise State in the playoff, and they're going to have to win in order to get into the playoff, so I'll be pulling for them.
So that Boise State game is tonight at 8.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, there's probably 7 our time, right?
Yeah.
But, UNLV and Boise State. Think about UNLV had that whole big controversy at the beginning, like 3 games into the season, where the quarterback said he was promised X amount of NIL money, and then they're like, what? We don't know nothing about that. And so he said, all right,
red
fine.
shirt.
Then I
red shirt.
don't know nothing about playing
Where's
for
my
y'all.
red shirt?
Yeah.
Anybody see my red shirt around here?
And they go to their backup quarterback. Oh, and they're just as good.
Yeah.
Like holy cow, right? So I think UNLV is a great story, but yeah, I want to see Ashton Junty play in the CFP. I want to see Boise State in the CFP. I want to see them playing against Power 4 teams, Power 2 teams, Power 4 teams, and I want to see what this kid can do because he has just absolutely run roughshod over everybody. But, you think about who Boise State has played. I love Boise State, the blue turf. Boise State's got a lot of history. The Statue of Liberty play, the bowl game that play is still highlighted today, and it's like 25 years old.
Yeah. Ian Johnson's proposal to the cheerleader afterwards.
Yeah, but you look like who they played this year, right? So really the only ranked team they played this year was Oregon. But they only lost by 3 on the road. And Oregon is the number 1 team in the nation. It was week 2. And Oregon was 7th back then. But still, they played Oregon to 3, right, on the road. Like that, to me, if you're going to say good loss, because you're a G5 or G6 or G57 team, that's a really impressive loss that you went toe-to-toe with Oregon in their house.
The only 2 teams scored more than 21 points on Oregon all year. Ohio State and Boise State on the road. So, pretty good. I want to see them have the opportunity in the playoff to see what this team is capable of. And that's the whole idea of this playoff. Let's give that one group of 5 team an opportunity to show they're on the same level. And this Boise State team might be. I want to see that opportunity.
Junty had 25 carries, 192 yards, and 3 touchdowns in the game against Oregon. And, that is just... that is unbelievable, like crazy, crazy production. And, in fact, he had 2 touchdowns in the 4th quarter in that game. So I really want to see that kid playing in the CFP. I want to see him play. I think it's going to be awesome. Of course, we're watching UT because, UT.
Yeah.
They're playing Georgia.
Yeah, that's a big game.
And, boy, if everybody in this state is not ready to see – because look, there's a revenge factor here, right? That's the game that they lost. Mm-hmm. They lost to Georgia. Now you're looking for the Macho Man off the top rope, double axe handle, crush them in their own state, crush them in the big building there. Yeah, you want to see that game, but I do think that ACC game is a more compelling game. I think the Big 12 game is a more compelling game because it's Iowa State and Arizona State. And here we don't really have any love for either of those teams, but it's a win and in. The Mountain West game is a win and in because those are the 2 highest rated non-Power 4 teams is Boise State and UNLV. Mm-hmm. So those to me, there's more drama. There's more interest as far as from the CFP. We're all watching Texas.
Of course.
And we all want to see Georgia get it straight up the tailpipe. Oh, absolutely.
And even though the Big Ten is number 1 versus number 3, I still don't trust James Franklin in big games. I think Oregon rolls Penn State in that Big Ten title game.
With you. Well, I don't know that they're rolling, but I'm with you. I don't trust James Franklin in a big game. Like you can't have the kind of history that he's had. And maybe that's because you bring in a coach from Vanderbilt and they never win anything in Vanderbilt, and you bring in Penn State. Oh, look, they don't win anything in Penn State. Why? They brought in a guy from Vanderbilt. Okay, there you go. Coming up next, an incredibly important offseason for a team very clearly at a crossroads. Next.
The NFL
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
PC Luke Morrow in for John and Reg. Those lazy bootlickers are taking a day off. They think the Texans are on the bye so they don't have to work. But we here with Figgy Fig, who always comes to work, man of the people.
Yeah, man.
Man of the people. Not one of these entitled one percenters that Luke and I are filling in for today.
I'm staying out of that.
This is an incredibly important offseason for a local team at a crossroads. That team is the Houston Astros. This is a team. There was a piece by Chandler Rome came out a couple days ago saying that, this team doesn't really have a direction for their offseason. And I don't know that I'd say doesn't have a direction. I think the issue is they've got a lot of directions, and they haven't yet settled on what direction they're going to take. And to me, whatever direction is going to be, it all comes down to will there or will there not be Alex Bregman on this team? I feel like the decision of whether they're going to bring Bregman back or not bring Bregman back will then determine the direction that this franchise takes. They're going to be all in, or maybe we're going to kind of reset here for a year, retool things up, and get ready to make another big push, say, for 2026. Luke, I feel like Bregman in everything in this offseason. You kind of see things the way I do, or do you think that there is potentially another route for this team to kind of be all in for this year that does not include Alex Bregman?
It's a good question. I don't think it necessarily has to include him, but if not him, you have to then spend that money elsewhere and bring in some, big name players. I think if Bregman goes and there's no sort of like Bellinger, as we talked about earlier, some sort of big acquisition, then obviously that's the signal that you're starting to, start over or rebuild. But I think you can still try to keep that World Series window open without necessarily Bregman, but you have to put those resources elsewhere. So I guess it depends on how much you spend and then where you spend it, because you don't necessarily have to spend it on Alex Bregman in particular. But the ownership group has said as long as they're here, we're going to keep that World Series window open. And in order to do that, you're going to have to spend money and bring guys in, Bregman or somebody else, instead of going that rebuild mode, try to build up the farm system, get maybe a little bit younger, maybe even a little cheaper, and try to come back a couple years later, with that restart that we've seen like the Red Sox consistently do over the past decade. I'm all for it. Like the Astros payroll this past year was top 5 in baseball. It's a top 5 market in baseball. And I think you have an obligation to spend when you're in that situation. Like, again, the Red Sox. The Yankees always do. The Mets do with Steve Cohen. The Dodgers now spend so much money year in and year out. And I think that's your responsibility. I would put Astros in that camp. If you want to spend it on Bregman, fine. You want to spend it on somebody else, that's okay too. But I think the Astros need to make those moves this offseason to invest in this club to continue to keep that World Series window open instead of going through that bit of a tear down. We'll come back. We'll refuel and be back in a couple of years. So to answer your question, not necessarily Bregman, but if not Bregman, you got to bring in some other big names this offseason.
Okay, so this kind of leads us to what we know right now, right? The Astros have offered Bregman a 6-year deal worth $156, $158 million or so, a little bit more than what Matt Chapman got. And Bregman's camp is reportedly looking for something $200 million plus. So there's a big gap there. However, there are no reports anywhere else about any other team officially making an offer to Alex Bregman. So you've got this kind of double-edged sword here with the Astros. And that, number one, you can look at it and say, why are you tooling around? Why don't you come with a real offer? Why'd you hit the low ball? Why don't you just get this done? On the other hand, and this is the part that, look, the fan side of me is infuriated by this. The business side of me actually loves it. The Astros are 100% slow playing Alex Bregman. They are slow playing him, knowing the kind of start he got off to this year was worse than any other slow start he ever got off to. That there are only so many teams in football so watching the football highlights on TV, there's only so many teams in baseball who are willing to write $200 million contracts. So it's not you against the league. It's you against 5 other teams. One of those teams could be the Yankees. And does Alex Bregman really want to be a Yankee? I feel like there's a high probability of no. But the Mets are involved, the Red Sox are involved, there'll be other teams involved. But how many teams are willing to write that kind of deal? The Astros are slow playing this, waiting to see somebody going to bid higher than us and by how much. That if I don't have to give Alex Bregman $205 million, maybe I can get away with giving him $170 million because the highest offer he'll get will be $160. And okay, well, fine, $170. Is it the $200 million you want? No. Is it more than everybody else is giving you? Yes, sign the damn paper. So I feel like they are trying to use this to hem a little bit of money, a couple $1 million a year, but that couple $1 million a year might go somewhere else. So I love that they're slow playing it from a business standpoint. I hate it from a fan standpoint. We've also, on Tuesday, Bob Nightingale joined Sean and I on Area 45, and he posited the idea of Ryan Presley to the Phillies for third baseman Alec Bohm. And in the moment, I loved it. And as I've had time to digest it, I love it more. Bohm is not a young guy, 28. All right, this is not a guy who's 23, 24, 28 years old. He is the guy the Phillies have decided is going to be expendable as they try to improve their team. And one thing we know the Phillies need back of the bullpen help. And Ryan Presley would probably really like the idea of getting to be the closer again. Because when he was the closer for this team, not only was he one of the best closers in baseball, but he was the preeminent postseason closer while with the Astros in that role. Team like the Phillies probably love to have a guy like Ryan Presley. And they'll save some money because Alec Bohm was due to make $8 million this year, and Presley's due to make $14. But you get a real closer on a team that is a real contender in the National League, and they give up a guy they can kind of live without, but a guy that the Astros can play at third base if Alex Bregman walks, can play at first base if Alex Bregman doesn't walk. Because he's only making $8 million, he's not going to destroy your budget. If you've got to pay Alex Bregman, say, if it's a 6-year deal and $30 million, it's $180 million, right? So if Bregman's going to make the same money he made, you've actually cut your payroll by $6 million because Presley is out, Bohm is in, you save $6 million, and you're better. And look, you can go and get bring back an Hector Neris again for another year. The back of your bullpen is Josh Hader and Brian Abreu. Those are your horses. And it does seem like Presley didn't fully embrace that role. But that's another. We talked earlier about Cody Bellinger. The Astros have had conversation with the Cubs about Cody Bellinger. And we talked about, could you welcome a guy like that back? You and I said yes. The 5-Hour Energy fan line said absolutely, positively, under no circumstances. Although one guy did say if Bellinger performed a certain act with his mouth on Altuve, that it would be okay at that point. But that's probably going a little too far. Here's a new one from last night, this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Astros have checked in on Christian Walker. Now, Christian Walker is a very solid bat. He has won 3 straight Gold Gloves at first base. Solid power bat, run producer. It's about 250. Probably about a 325, 330 on base, but 800 plus OPS. All right, so power bat, run producer, good bat, phenomenal glove. Phenomenal glove. A little bit of a late bloomer. He's going to be 35. So you're probably talking about 3-year deal max. Here's the good and the bad of this. Does he fit your team, your win now team? He brings elite defense and a very solid bat to a position where you had poor defense and no offense. Probably talking about 3 years, 60 to 70 million total. These were all the positives. Negatives are he rejected a QO. So the Astros as a taxpayer, lose their second pick, their fifth pick, and $1 million in international bonus pool money if they sign him. So for a team that kind of has a thinned out farm system, gonna get thinner. Price of doing business. Would you be interested in a guy like Christian Walker?
Absolutely. And I'd be willing to pay that price. I might be in the minority. I don't know. I'm of the school of thought in baseball, probably all sports, really. I don't care about the draft picks.
Parades over prospects.
Absolutely. And especially in baseball, how often have we seen these highly touted prospects that don't pan out? And then vice versa. The guys that do pan out, a lot of times it's a few years later. So you draft a guy and it's like, well, 5 years will be good. And your team's going to be different 5 years from now. You might trade that guy for somebody else. I don't care about the draft picks, even the international bonus. I'm the Dave Dombrowski type. I love Dave Dombrowski. He doesn't care about the farm system. He comes into a team, gets rid of the farm system to bring in big league talent because he wants to win now. And if you go back and look at his track record, he's been in 4 to 5 different organizations. They all win, and they all win consistently. He's now with the Phillies because he invests in the big league roster. And that's what I'm into. So
yeah, he understands it, which is I'm judged on wins and losses.
Yeah.
So we're going to win.
That's right. You know, again, to reference the Red Sox again, right? They brought in Chaim Bloom to turn around their farm system. He did. He lost his job because the big league club wasn't winning enough. He was there for 3 years. So I'm the Dave Dombrowski school of thought. Get rid of the draft picks, the money you can spend on international guys, even trade prospects themselves, whatever. Make or invest in the big league roster, and I think Christian Walker would be a very good addition, especially with that win now type of mindset, because as you said, he's older. It'll only be for a couple of years. Bring him in, get him out, move on to the next guy a couple of years from now, and hopefully he helps with this current iteration of the Astros and help them try to win playoff games.
Figgy, are you team F them picks?
Yeah, I am, because honestly, I just feel like Luke said, we never really see him pan out like that outside of the obvious. It's a few people that's like, okay, he stuck around and he became a star. But outside of that, man, I feel like those draft picks are made to get superstars if you want to win now, man. So I think if they really want to win now, they will say F them picks. But if they want to like try to rebuild and all that stuff, then hey, that window's closed then.
See, I think the Astros are, if not the best, a top 3 team in baseball at player development. They get a lot of guys who are not first-round pick talent and develop them and turn them into quality major league players, whether they're starters, whether they're bench guys, whether they're relievers. The Astros get the most out of guys. They do phenomenal in their international scouting, signing guys who are 18, 19 years old. You know, they signed Renaud Blanco, who was like 20. You know, they find guys, they coach them up. And look, Renaud Blanco is one of the biggest success stories of the season. So giving up the picks to me, while it hurts, I feel like the Astros will continue to develop talent. They find talent a little bit raw, and then they develop it. Parades. Don't tell me the championship window's always open as long as I'm around, Jim Crane. Fine. Pay the money. You know what? F them picks. F that tax.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't tell me about your damn tax.
Yeah.
All right? Because if you win, you're going to make $600 million. I don't want to hear it. Get out. Go. In fact, I would like, if they're not going to bring in Bregman, I'd love them to get Walker. But for me, I want them to bring Alex Bregman back and then make that deal for Bohm, or bring in Christian Walker, make that deal for Bohm. I don't care if Bohm's playing third or Bohm's playing first. I think that's a good deal for them if they can get him. And look, you'll figure it out in the outfield. You got a couple of young guys who can all vie for play in left field. You give Chazzy back center field, where he is still an excellent defensive player, and you look for him to bounce back to his career norms. We're talking about guys regressing to the mean. Usually it's they're overperforming, they're going to come back. For Chad, you're looking at him to progress to the mean. He was under, and now he'll move back up to, the levels that he previously established. And if he does that, he's a top 10 center fielder because he hits. So, Chaz, somebody in left, Goodbye, Jake Myers. Congratulations on being a finalist for the Gold Glove. Somebody will want you, just not us. And you find a left fielder who can caddy for Yordan Alvarez. Get your 2 corners. That's kind of where I think it needs to be.
I know we're up against it, but that's this offseason. Bregman can't be the be-all, end-all this offseason for the Astros. Whether you bring him back, you don't bring him back, I think either way you still need to do other things, bring in other guys, supplement this roster in other places. And I'd rather have, honestly, if I could only pick one, I'd rather have Alec Bohm than Bregman. He's cheaper, he's younger, he's probably healthier now, and his OPS has increased 3 straight years, while Bregman's has decreased 3 straight years, and Bohm had a higher OPS this past year than Bregman. I think he's a better player right now. He'd be cheaper, like I said, younger, not even as long of a commitment. If it was a 1-for-1, I'd rather have him. So to me, Bregman, I acknowledge the love, the history, all that sort of stuff, but he can't be the be-all, end-all for this offseason for the Astros. Even if you do re-sign him, you still got to go out and make other moves as well, which goes back to your original point. Don't overpay for him because you got to be spending that money elsewhere.
No, and from the Astros, the way that they've managed the roster and managed the payroll, 3 years of Christian Walker beats 3 years that I don't want to pay to Alex Bregman later on in his career at an Alec Bohm. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Coming up next, Figgy got a mixtape. Yeah, we're getting to it.
Oh! Even on a bye week, the
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Hopefully everyone having a good day. And we looking forward towards the weekend. A lot of championship this weekend, so I'm super excited about that. But I want to get to this, man. I want to ask y'all an honest question, man. How do y'all feel about Spam? Do y'all like Spam? I'm talking about the food, Spam.
So I've never had Spam. However, when my son went to Hawaii, Spam is very prominent in Hawaii because obviously they got to import everything in. Everything has Spam in it. He became a fan of Spam, particularly cooked Spam. They fry Spam and they put it on everything. There's a place locally here called Hawaiian Bros that they got something that's got Spam in it. He loves it because they got one up by his campus in Dallas. So I haven't had it yet. He said it basically tastes like a salty ham. But I'm not anti-Spam.
So
Once upon a time I was.
So how would you, when you look at Spam, though, do you look at that as like at the bottom of the barrel type stuff? Or is it kind of like a little bougie type deal?
Oh, it's definitely bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
So this is about quarterback Deshaun Watson. So Nathan Zagura, who is the I want to say he's the color analyst, the radio color analyst for the Cleveland Browns network, and he was on the podcast and he pretty much made the analogy of calling Deshaun Watson a Spam sandwich, which is not a good thing. If you know if you've seen him play on the field, it's not a good thing. So apparently Spam they was a little upset about this. They felt it, so they decided to reach out to Nathan, and they had some things to say about his analogy. So this is what happened. This is what Spam had to say to Nathan. Dear Mr. Nathan Zagura, it has come to our attention that during a recent episode of Cleveland Browns Daily, the Spam brand was, how shall we say, rather unfortunately compared to Mr. Deshaun Watson. While we at Spam relish the opportunity to be mentioned alongside Cleveland's beloved football culture, we must address this troubling analogy in the most professional, albeit slightly amused manner. And to me, this is so bad, man. Like, when Spam got to reach out to somebody and say, look, don't compare us to this guy.
So what happened here? What was the actual comparison?
So I think he was just, I got to check it out again, but I think he just made the comparison of, hey, this is not a good quarterback. You pretty much got a Spam sandwich.
Oh, that's cold.
Yeah, so that's pretty much what he was getting at. Like, it was not good. But here's some other things Spam had to say. They actually gave a list of things. They said, number one, Spam brand never fumbles. We may occasionally jiggle, but we never drop the ball.
That'd been Jello.
Number two, Spam is a team player. Spam Classic is an essential ingredient in countless recipes, bringing people together in kitchens worldwide.
It's true.
Number three, Spam knows how to perform. Whether fried, baked, or grilled, Spam Classic delivers consistent results every time.
Also true.
Number 4, Spam has a clean record. You'll find no scandals in this history of Spam. Just good, wholesome fun.
That's because we don't know what Deshaun Watson really does with Spam.
Yeah, so I thought that was wild that just because we do this all the time. That's the one thing I love about sports. Whenever something is not good, we compare it to like the worst food, the worst type of food or something like that. Just like with the DeAndre Hopkins trade. I think Michael Irvin said, hey, they traded him for a ham sandwich. And I'm like, I love ham sandwiches. What's wrong with a ham sandwich?
They turned it from a ham sandwich to a Spam sandwich.
Yeah,
that's great.
Spam had to say, hold on a minute, let me talk to you for a little bit, man. Don't compare us to Deshaun Watson.
This is great PR. I love this. This is great PR.
Deshaun Watson playing like Spam on the field and spamming women's Instagram accounts off of it.
Yeah, Spam like, wait a minute, don't put our name in the same breath as that guy.
No.
But salute to Spam. I had Spam when I was a kid, but I wasn't really that big of a fan of it. But they were not happy being compared to Deshaun Watson.
I wouldn't want to be the air humper either.
Yeah, the air humper. All right, so speaking of Deshaun Watson and the Browns, congratulations to the Browns. They get to the playoffs. Did y'all know that?
What playoffs are these?
They made it to the playoffs. According to their head coach, Kevin Stefanski, they made it to the playoffs. And this is him on Hard Knocks, pretty much giving the team meeting, pretty much breaking the news that they made it to the playoffs.
Let's zoom out. Okay, let's zoom out. Who wants to be in the playoffs? Raise your hand. Yeah, right. Guess what? You're in the playoffs. Look at that pool. Look at it. Okay, our division. Here. Good AFC team. Good AFC team. You want to be in the playoffs? Congratulations. You made it to the playoffs. Warriors win first and then go to battle.
What is he doing, man? What is he doing? And look, I mean, I don't know how it feels to be coaching a bad team and you trying to motivate these guys every week knowing you ain't going nowhere. But what the hell is he talking about, man? Congratulations, you're in the playoffs.
Well,
just imagine sitting there in that team meeting.
Yeah.
Like, what in the world is going on? I'd rather see Jameis Winston eat some W's. What is he doing?
I kind of understand what he's doing. They're 3-9. 8-9 might get you in the last wild card spot in the AFC. But have you seen the Browns' schedule? Here is their schedule for the final 5 weeks of the season. At Pittsburgh, home against KC, on the road in Cincy, home against Miami, at Baltimore. Dude, you're in the playoffs. You're playing 4 playoff teams and a 5th team that if they had any defense at all would be in the playoffs.
If Cancun was a playoffs, then they definitely in the playoffs because that's where they're going to be after the season.
Yo, they're going to be in the Galveston playoffs, man. Going to Cancun.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing right there,
It's
man.
a good attempt at a spin. It's just kind of lame. But, if you're Stefanski, look, he's probably coaching for his job, so he's got to find some way to motivate these guys, get a few more wins before he's probably on the chopping block.
Yeah, and if he is on the chopping block, I wouldn't mind bringing him here as an OC. That would be fun. And bye-bye.
He'd love to get away from the air humper.
Yeah. I don't know what they're going to do with him, man.
They're going to pay him because they can't get out of it.
Yeah, you know what? I actually thought about that, too, because they're going to pay him no matter what. But I wonder if they're going to do something like how Denver did with Russell Wilson. And they have to just get him out of the building.
And just eat it?
Yep, just pay him no matter what. Get him out of the building.
I'll tell you what, man, I feel like this is karma. Because the Browns didn't just trade for Deshaun. They then turned around and gave him a fully loaded contract and structured it in a way so that the first year where they knew he'd be suspended, they gave him like $1 million salary. So they knew what they were doing. They went all in on Deshaun Watson, and they are earning every bit of the disaster that he is.
Yeah, it's looking bad over there. So Robert who is lineman for the Carolina Panthers, he was accused of looking like somebody. And the Carolina media members, they accused him of looking like the comedian Drewski. Are you guys familiar with the comedian Drewski?
I am not.
Okay, you probably seen him in Prize Pick commercials. So he's in a couple commercials. I think he's in a T-Mobile commercial. He did a funny skit with Alabama, the University of Alabama.
Okay, I pulled up a picture. I've seen him. I didn't know that his name or who he was.
Yeah.
But I've definitely seen this dude in like a commercial.
Yeah. So the media members in Carolina accused him of looking like Drewski. And this is what Robert Hunt had to say.
Real quick, the streets are saying you look like Drewski.
No. I ain't never seen you and him in the same room. I'm like Robert Hunt. I'm on Miami. Robert Hunt. I'm like Rob Hunt. And if anything, Drewski look like me. I don't like Drewski.
So I got to ask y'all this. Who are some celebrities people always say, man, you look like this person? Or you look like that person? Because I got one. I actually mentioned it yesterday. I don't know if PC heard me. But
I heard it.
We was talking about the show The Penguin. And I said, you know who looked like the Penguin? Patrick Creighton, man. Because you got the accent just like him. You kind of got the little limp like him. His limp is way more deeper, but
Am I like just also like round like him? Is that how this kind of works?
Yeah,
I have not
maybe.
seen the Penguin yet. So good to know. I look like the short round guy in a DC show. I'm not gonna watch this thing.
Yeah, you got to watch it. But he kind of remind me of you, man. Like had the hair slipped down a little bit and just kind of walking around being a boss. And it got the thick, Gotham City accent or whatever. You kind of remind me of him a little bit.
You know, I was looking at that thing with Drewski, and like, you know, if we could just get Ron to grow a beard. He already knows how to do the frosted tips on top.
Yeah.
We get Ron to grow a beard.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. And with Luke Murrow, I don't know who you look like, but I got to bring this up. I think I brought this up. When did I bring it? I think I brought it up after the show. But I said he sounded like Nick Casario, man.
Oh, yeah. Everyone says that. You know, somebody said on the text line earlier, every time I'm on the air, they say that. I'm told I'm not wearing a hat today. People always say I look like Sean Bijani, your usual partner. Tyler, T-Mill, I've been told I look like.
This is the first time I've seen the flowing locks.
I know, and I just cut it off for the holidays, so people always used to say I looked like Keanu Reeves because my hair was long.
I can see that. I can see that.
People say that all the time.
You do that when you're tall.
Yeah. Every tall white guy look the same.
Facts.
Yeah.
That's
All right, I'm gonna get y'all out of here on this. So, it's a kicker that go by the name of Cade York, and I want to see if this is a flex to y'all. So, Cade York had just been signed by the Bengals, and he will face the Cowboys Monday Night Football. His girlfriend is a cheerleader for the Cowboys, and this is him talking about going to Jerry World and being on the field with his girlfriend, who is a cheerleader for the Dallas Cowboys.
My girlfriend is actually a cheerleader for the Cowboys, and she got baptized this Sunday. So it was awesome getting to do that, and all of her teammates got to come watch. And then literally the next day get a call that I'm going to work out for the Bengals, and they're playing on Monday. I was like, well, Zoe, I will see you at home no matter what. So, yeah, it's pretty cool.
So she will be on the sidelines cheering for the Dallas Cowboys.
She's going to be cheering for me, so it's going to be great. But, yes, we'll both be there. She's already told me second quarter and fourth quarter is when she's on the visitor side, so I'll have to sneak her a couple smiles. Yeah.
Is that a flex for a kicker who just got signed? Who it ain't like he's Justin Tucker. I know Justin Tucker ain't good this year, but this ain't even Justin Tucker, man. This is a kicker that's probably been traveling all around the league for the last couple years. So is this a flex right here?
This is a mega flex. All right, he's had 18 games in the NFL over 3 years. He was the kicker for the Browns in 2022, but not necessarily like he was okay. He was 24 of 32, which is not that great, 75%.
He actually got drafted I think in the 4th round. He got drafted really early.
He was a fun pick, 124 overall, and in 2023 he was out of the league. And so far this year, he's played one game for the Commies in Washington where he missed both field goal attempts, one from 40 and one from 50, but he did hit his extra points. So, yeah, if you're a kicker who hasn't made a field goal since 2022, that's a flex.
You got a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader, and your ass wasn't even in the league last week.
Yeah, she's been to more NFL games than he has. This is a big-time win for kickers. But it'll be interesting now to see. Monday Night Football, he said she's going to be on the visitor side second and fourth quarter. If the game comes down to a big kick, at the end of the game, she's going to be on his sideline. Is he going to be too distracted to be able to deliver in the big moment Monday?
If he missed that kick, she got to break up with him. He got to find his own way home.
Would you perform better or worse with people in attendance like that you're trying to impress?
I would probably perform worse.
I think I would. I think I used to as well.
Yeah, like I'm not used to having like my family or a crowd that's there to see me. Like just
too much
I
pressure.
got to zone out. It's funny because when I used to rap, I had to put on sunglasses to rap because I kind of just wanted to zone out.
Yeah.
I don't want to look at everybody looking at me rap.
Right.
And when you on stage, they just looking at you.
Mm-hmm.
So you start thinking in your mind like, do they like this song?
Oh, yeah.
And maybe they don't like it. So I just got to zone out and just not pay nobody no attention. So I can't perform like that.
I just looked at the pictures for the Penguin. Not only am I short and fat, but I'm also ugly. Thanks, Figgy.
Oh, my goodness.
Thanks, Figgy. Thank God I'm married. I'd be alone for the rest of my life.
You just got to get that purple Maserati now, man.
Yeah.
He got the purple Maserati. Just get you that. Just don't sell no drugs, man. just stay out of trouble.
Not a flattering comp.
That's all I got.
Now I know how my compatriots actually think about me. Coming up next, our 15 minutes of fame finally up for this person. Next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
New DayQuil Kids, cold and cough plus fever. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Thank you, Figgy. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
PC, Luke Morrow in for John and Reg with the master Figgy Fig on the other side of the glass at the controls. And Figgy going to be hanging around for 4 more hours as he's covering for T-Mill, who is still under the weather. Apparently he's got, like, the Rona and the Black Death.
Oh man, I didn't know you had all that. Man.
You know, he may also have a touch of the herp. Not entirely sure, but you know, it is T-Mill.
I stay out of that one.
It's T-Mill, so you never know. He been a dog at some point in his life. Is he paying the price? Are 15 minutes of fame up for Hawk Tua Girl? Apparently, lots of people are mad at her because she may have just participated in a $50 million pump and dump.
Whoops.
She did this whole like crypto coin, and essentially in a extremely short period of time, it exploded up in value, and then it crashed in value in like minutes. Let's see. According to this graph, this all happened in one day. Her coin hit a $500 million cap, and then immediately got nuked down to $25 million. So 95% of the value of the coin just vanished in what looks like 24 hours. And she was posting about tokenomics and how she didn't sell any tokens, but turned out that 90% of the tokens were all sold like immediately. So it looks like a classic. 96% of the supply was in one cluster. And 89 wallets sold 100% of everything they had immediately. It looks like a classic pump and dump. And lots of people are out everything they have.
It's the American way. Become famous for something stupid and then use that celebrity to scam a bunch of people. She's not the first. She certainly won't be the last. Taylor Mathis was another one who's like, you know, most people would say an attractive woman.
Yeah, I know she's back on the interwebs.
Yeah, well, she had to go dark on Twitter because she did the same thing like a month ago, scamming people as well through crypto. I'm sure this doesn't make it right, doesn't take them off the hook, but I'm sure that they don't actually know what they're doing. It's probably their people and just telling them do this, do that, and they don't realize the ramifications. Or even potentially the illegal actions that they're performing. But yeah, this is becoming the new trend now. These popular people on social media and using that platform to essentially scam people through crypto. But if you put like your life savings into some sort of cryptocurrency because of the Hawk Tua girl, I mean, I don't know. I have sympathy. I don't know if I have empathy for somebody like that.
I don't have either. If you are so stupid that you are taking your financial advice from Hawk Tua Girl, then, you know, there's an old saying that goes, a fool and their money are soon parted.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, fool.
Yeah.
If you're that stupid, you were like, there was a story I saw on the interwebs yesterday of this guy talking about how he convinced his parents to take out a second mortgage and he invested the whole thing in the Hawk Tua coin.
Oh my gosh.
And he took all the money he had in the Hawk Tua coin. He saw how his grandmother used to give him her insulin money so that he could buy like World of Warcraft memberships or whatnot, and put all that money in there, and how his father might have to go back to work at 63 years old. And I'm like, there's no way this is friggin' real, but somebody's going to believe it, right? I'm like, how far down the rabbit hole can you go before people realize, all right, this has got to be a parody?
I would hope so.
But I guarantee you there is actually some dumb schmuck who did exactly that.
Oh,
put all their life savings into Hawk Tua Girl coin and watched it in the blink of an eye. I don't have sympathy or empathy, but I appreciate the comedy.
Hey, if this puts an end to Hawk Tua, then I don't know, maybe we're all better off for it.
That I am all for.
I feel like this been longer than 15 minutes, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Longest 15 minutes of all time.
This got to be about 30, 45 minutes, man. I can't believe we still talking about her, man.
Even the Edmonton booby flash girl hasn't gotten it this long.
It's ridiculous,
I mean,
man.
What's better fake porn? Hawk Tua or let me show you what I got? Yet somehow Hawk Tua has, her 15 minutes has gone on for like 15 months.
And a podcast.
Yeah.
A podcast. I ain't gonna lie, the podcast look very polished. You could tell somebody put a lot of money behind this podcast. I'm like, what are y'all doing? She ain't that damn entertained. And this is another confession. I didn't even think the Hawk Tour stuff from the beginning was even funny. Everybody kept saying, "Oh, this is hilarious." I'm like, I don't see it.
Even if you look at it and like, okay, that was funny in the moment. It's not so funny. We've got to repeat this joke for a year.
Yeah, let's get her a reality show and a podcast and all this other. Let's get her this coin or whatever that crap is. What are we doing, man?
People we can launch into the sun. Yep, she's on the list. Straight up DGAF.
Can't wait for her Netflix documentary, Enigma, to come out one day.
Enigma 2.
Yeah.
Would you rather watch her documentary or Aaron Rodgers?
Honestly, I probably would rather watch her than Aaron Rodgers. At least I'd something.
I think I'd rather watch the Seattle Kraken and the Vegas Golden Knights at like 3 o'clock in the morning on replay in Spanish. All right, let's get out to Twin Peaks in Webster, where Ron Hughley and Adam Spillane. It's Spo and the Show, live from Webster, Twin Peaks, where all the scenic views are at. What's going on, fellas?
Appreciate that. It's just Ron.
I knew that was coming.
No, man, we're having a good time out here in Webster. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just saw Webster when it was shown that we was gonna be here, and I said that just sound far. I don't even know. That just sound far, but hey, we having a good time, and this bad boy is packed out here. And there's still some tables to go, but we're hooking folks up. If you come in right in front, you can't miss us. We're right here next to the Christmas tree. I'm going to steal about 4 of these ornaments. But we're right here next to the Christmas tree, and the table right in front of us, you can put your name in our raffle box. You got a chance to win a pair of $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So come on out, hang out with us. Too bad. And Luke, man, come on out here and show the people that hair. Boy, that hair is clean. I don't know what you using on that. I don't know what that slick back. That slick back you're using right there, Luke. That look good, baby. That's coconut oil. It's got to be. I don't know what you're using on there.
It's got
but
the
it looks
tea
good,
tree.
baby.
But nothing in my hair. Nothing but juices and berries.
Just berries.
All right, so you guys more interested in how well Neville Hewitt and Devin White can fill in for Aziz, or more interested in, is this the end of Hawk Tua Girl?
Oh, my God. Those are awful.
God, I don't know, boy. I got to go Hawk Tua. I mean, I'm not real big into backup linebackers, but I mean.
Those are some bad choices, Patrick.
Special teams linebackers. Hey, Figgy, you remember when we ran into Hawk Tua Girl in Cleveland? She was still in the midst of her 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, she's on minute 17 right now.
Yeah. She was 45 minutes, man. It seemed like we was talking about this last year.
Well, it might be ending in jail, so that's a rough way for it to end.
Make sure you get down to Twin Peaks in Webster, hang out with Ron and Adam. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station, and The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we are live here at Twin Peaks in Webster. Come hang out with us, Twin Peaks in Webster, out here near NASA, and you can come hang out. Man, hell, slide over to Space Center if you want to for a little bit, but then come hang out with us. As we said, you got a chance to win a couple of gift cards here from Academy Sports and Outdoors. All you got to do is sign your name up, put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win that. The Drive is live. Adam Spillane, he is in the building as Clint Stoerner is out, and Tyler, I believe, is still under the weather. He is out. Figgy out here working.
On a Friday.
Doubling it up, Figgy.
Double fisting. Double fisting
Yeah,
on
double
Friday.
fisting. That's right. Go ahead, Figgy, man. I would buy you a drink or something, but obviously I'm not near you, so
No, you're not even close.
Hey, just drink one for me.
I drink one for you. So Figgy is holding down, so we're definitely in good hands, holding down the ones and twos. But again, come on out here, hang out with us on a Football Friday. I know it's the bye week, but we don't give a rip. It's Football Friday, and we're going to hang out and do our thing here in Webster. All right, I do want to get to this. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we always have fun, whether you think you're having it or not, but we always have fun. So please interact as you usually do. Those of you on the 5 hour energy fan line. We appreciate you joining us. 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. All right, fellas, you know me. I like to have conversations.
Yeah.
You know, as we got Figgy in the building, you know, we got to keep Figgy awake. We're gonna be Figgy's coffee, so you can please jump up and be a part of this, and Spo as well. I've got a thought, but maybe we need to start here. And listen, I sometimes do I maybe jump a little further? Sure, I could say that. Maybe I overthink it a little bit, and I am one to hear that at times. And I'm looking at this whole situation, and to me, it gets the feel like they are almost embracing, especially Aziz and everybody else who had commented on this. It almost feels like, in the city, you all really are, the fan base here, you really are embracing the role as the villain, like the villain role. We're the villain. Hell, Aziz said it in his last post. Said, you want to see a villain, you're going to see a villain now. Joe Mixon, many of the other leaders, Kamari Lassiter jumped on there. Many of the other leaders and players on the team went with it and said, yeah, like backed him up. Am I doing too much? Is this just one player, or do you get the feel that the Texans are maybe embracing or trying to step into this villain role?
I think it started on Monday. I think it started on Monday. I think it started on Monday with D'Amico not blaming Trevor Lawrence for what happened on Sunday in Jacksonville, but he certainly gave Trevor Lawrence a little bit of the blame for what happened on Sunday in Jacksonville. So, yeah, I think they've been doing it all week. And then you go with Nick Caserio and then the suspension with Aziz. Yeah, I think that they've been doing that all week.
Yeah, it feels that way. Figured you feel. Am I jumping the gun? Does it, or is it just one player? Do you feel like they're kind of embracing that because there's a difference between being a villain and embracing the villain, right? Like I think the Chiefs are a villain, but I don't think they are like.
They win.
Yeah, they're a villain like the Patriots were a villain. Well, check that. The cheating stuff with the Patriots kind of changed that up a little bit. But do you get the feel that the Texans are trying to like step into this thing? Like this is where they're going, or is this just an Aziz thing?
Yeah, I think it's an organization thing, man. Because
it feels that, right?
It seems like I don't want to say they doing the whole villain thing, but they definitely got each other back, man. Like, right
they
or wrong,
do that.
Yeah, it seems like they just standing by Aziz no matter what. Because I think D'Amico might have mentioned post game saying, "Hey, we got to be better," or he got to be. I forgot exactly how he said it, but it seemed like they just got his back, man. Maybe that's a way to kind of motivate the team a little bit, but it seemed like they got his back for sure, and maybe that is embracing that villain role, that us against the world.
I think they all really like Aziz Al-Shair. I think they love that guy, and at the same time, I think that they are kind of using this to galvanize the rest of the team, because this season hasn't gone the way that they thought it would. I think they figured that at the bye week they'd be sitting in a whole lot better position than 8-5, whatever they're at this point, especially with how it's gone the last month and a half. So I think that they're using it almost to galvanize themselves.
Text line 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, do you get the feel that they are not like when I say villain, like stepping into it, like the Astros. The Astros were the villain. They were a villain because of the cheating thing. When Carlos Correa started going, then they went ahead and stepped in and said, "Hell, we're gonna go ahead and help it."
Well, just him. Nobody else did.
Yeah. And maybe this is a similar situation with the thing of it. Do you feel like the Texans are in a place where they're embracing? Or am I doing too much? Somebody texted in and said, "Oh, yeah, brother, you're doing way too much." All right, and that's a fair thing. That's what I said. I'm coming to you with this. It's a fair assessment to say, "Hey, Ron, I think you're going a little too deep." But it does feel like, because I will say this, fellas, what's the bet I could make? How much would you put down that we start seeing when they come back, warm up on the field, warming up against the Dolphins, them free Aziz shirts.
Yeah.
I bet you they're gonna have them free Aziz shirts. Like right there, all of them rolling out in as a team wearing that, which to me would add to this, which would add to the. Nah, man, we all right. We gonna embrace the villain.
What about Monday? They could have them Monday.
Monday, whenever we see them. But I mean, we know they're gonna be on the field, and we're gonna really see it. It's gonna be, like we'll see that out there. And so since you guys kind of agree and think that is the case, and I see some people are rolling with that as well. You feel like this team? You feel like this is a team that would operate well being the villain, like leaning into being the villain? Because I don't like when I think of their top guys, that doesn't sound like D'Amico. That doesn't sound like CJ.
No, it doesn't.
That doesn't it doesn't sound
Will Anderson.
Yeah,
Will Anderson. Is Will Anderson a villain type guy? I don't think so.
I wonder. I wonder how that goes if they're leaning into this as a team. Like I wonder how that rocks, because that doesn't seem like that would be them at their best.
But maybe they just need it.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe it's just one of those things where they need it, and maybe they'll be more comfortable in that position, because it's been a weird year. It's been a year where they had some expectations. It's been a year where, from a wins and loss perspective, they got off to a good start, and then they really fell back to the pack. So maybe they need that. And you look, they're going to win the division. So maybe they need that extra level of motivation.
Yeah, and Figgy, you watched it, because somebody just made this comparison on YouTube and Twitch. Like, you saw LeBron. Like LeBron, he is not, and I know some of you may think he's soft or a punk. You're not soft or a punk. Achieve what he has done over the time that he has done it. But he is not one that handled the villain role well.
No.
Like, he was in Miami. That went wrong for him. And I feel like the guys you named, CJ, Will, like I think that D'Amico, I think they're more in that lane where, like, it's just like, I think Mahomes is in this lane. Like, hey man, let me just, like, I'm not out to try to make people dislike me or embrace the thing or come at people. It feels like they're more in that vein, and if they're going into this as a team, like that one, I don't know about.
Yeah, the thing with LeBron was that it was so new to him, and he didn't want it. Like, it seems like this team almost wants that right now.
Yes.
And so I think that's the big difference.
Yeah, he almost just like, all right, I guess I got to do it. Yeah. I guess I got to do it. Somebody else texted in. You're right. They're embracing it, and they should. They have to embrace something. It's giving them energy. I agree. They're doing something. I think they are embracing. It could just be a galvanizing thing, and we're coming together. But it is something. I think we'll see more of it because my man Aziz stepped in too.
Yeah.
And to me, the other guys kind of backed it up. Go ahead, Vic.
Do you feel like it's more like bulletin board material rather than? I know he used the word villain and all that, but it seemed like this is bulletin board material where they trying to get somewhere, because I always laugh at whenever the Warriors were winning those championships and somebody and once they win it, it's somebody like, oh yeah, they didn't believe in us. Or the Chiefs do it all the time where Kelsey be like, oh yeah, they counted us out. And like, nobody counted y'all out. Maybe one person or something like that. But I wonder if it's that moment where they using it as bulletin board material to ramp this team up.
Side note about real quick, it's going down here in Webster. We got a gentleman over here raising his shirt and showing his nipple. We see you over there. Show that nipple. We got this gentleman over there raising his shirt. I don't know who he's showing his nipple to, but he got a cowboy hat, raising his shirt, showing his nipple. Yeah, we got your ass, sir. Hope somebody, Andy, you should have took a picture of that guy showing his nipples over here. Now, I can't put my finger on what it is. It may be what you're talking about, Vicky, bulletin board material. It may be galvanizing themselves as a team. It may be that they are like, all right, man, you want to call us the villain? We're going to step in and embrace it. I do wonder how they react to it and how they play through it. Because, and I do like what somebody just sent in as well, talking about the Warriors. Our guy Champ Slice said LeBron didn't win his first chip until he blocked everything off social media. Draymond embraced the villain, and it worked for him. LeBron tried, and it didn't. It's weird because I don't think Steph Curry works that way.
No.
But Draymond does, and maybe this is like this. Maybe it's some of those guys like because I think obviously Aziz can step into it. I think there's maybe some other guys on the team that are willing to step into it. Joe Mixon was maybe the first person who responded to his villainous will be the villain thing that he put out on social media, and so maybe it's like that some of these guys will embrace it and others won't.
Here's my question. Can they play this way? Because, when they play Miami in 9 days, they're going to be fired up.
Mm-hmm.
Can they play fired up with that chip on their shoulder and still be under control? Because when I look at one of the issues that they've had this season, they have not been in control. And this is why we're talking about that right now with Aziz Al-Shair. He was not in control on that play against Trevor Lawrence. He punched a guy on the sideline. He had a late hit against Tennessee on the sideline. They are among the league leaders in personal foul penalties. Can they be this galvanized version of themselves and still play in control where they're not hurting themselves on the field?
Yeah, and I think this is a fair point what somebody tweeted out. And I think we'll see the response of others. When they go on the road. What's their next road games? Kansas City. When they go on the road, their final road games, Kansas City to Tennessee. Will teams react a bit differently towards them? Will fans react a bit differently towards them? I don't know. I was talking to Brandon Scott about this earlier. He said maybe it's just with Jacksonville and not around the league. I wonder if others will react to some of the things that have been said over this week and how they've responded. So maybe it is just a Texans Jacksonville thing, but clearly it'll be one to watch to see how this thing shakes out. By the way, again, we are live here, Twin Peaks, Webster. Come on out, have a good time, as we've got multiple giveaways that you can win. All you got to do, sign your name and be in our raffle. Put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win a couple of tickets. By the way, last night, a great Thursday night football game that Al Michaels didn't deserve to call, but it was a great game that we saw between the Lions and the Packers. And I just want to present this. The end of that game scenario. 40 seconds. Lions, Packers tied. 4th and 1. You're in field goal range. You can take the lead with the field goal. What do you think the Texans do? Because the Lions went for it and got it, ran the clock all the way down, kicked the field goal. Good night. Green Bay never touched it. What do you think the Texans would do in that scenario with DeMeco Ryans and his team? 40 seconds, 4th and 1, game tied, in field goal range. Not just in 50-yard field goal. I'm talking 40-yard field goal. What do you think the Texans would do?
Oh, they kick that. No hesitation. They kick that. And frankly,
wouldn't you?
Yes.
I would.
Yes. What Dan Campbell did was the wrong decision.
Dan's nuts. It ended up being right.
It almost backfired.
Yes.
Yeah, the quarterback gets stepped on, and if it's a college game, he's down before he even hands the ball off. So he got lucky there. And listen, if they don't pick up that 4th down, if they don't pick that up, Green Bay is going to go down and score, and Green Bay is going to win that game. That's why I would not have done it the way they did it.
I can't do it because you bring losing into this. You bring that into the game.
And I saw somebody today say, well, no, they took losing out of the equation. No, they didn't.
No, they put it squarely
in.
They
put it right out there just because it is very possible that they don't pick that up. And they did not pick up a 4th and short earlier in the game, which is why the Packers were in the position that they were in the first place with David Montgomery. So, listen, it worked. They got lucky. I think that's probably the only team in the league that I would do that with because of how good that offense is. But man, the Texans would have kicked the field goal, and that's what they should have done.
Here we go, YouTube and Twitch. DeMeco kicks the field goal and falls back on his defense. He doesn't have that killer gene in him. No, that ain't a killer gene in him. That's crazy. That's Nick Sirianni crazy. I think Nick Sirianni and Dan a.k.a. Man Campbell, are the only two guys that would do that. That would even pull the trigger on that, because that was crazy time. I can't believe that. You know what Dan is to me, Figgy? Dan is Jameis Winston. I love watching Jameis. I need Jameis. Like, for me, if I could pray my sports prayer is that Jameis Winston finds his way as a starting quarterback for somebody next year. But I don't want him to be my starting quarterback. Like, I don't want him to be the starting quarterback of the team that I root for, but I just want to watch him because it is never a dull moment. It is fun. He's going to – Dan Campbell is that. I want to watch Dan go for fourth down on his own 30 and it backfire and they give up points
and keep going for two
and keep
backed up to the 13.
I don't want Dan to be the coach of the team that I root for. I don't want it to live life like that. But I want him to be somewhere. He's like Jameis. He's like this is fun. They're just going out doing stuff. And I mean he is nuts for the stuff that he does. But I want to watch it.
What would David Culley have done?
Punt.
You think he punts?
Yeah. Hey, man, y'all gonna stop doing this to David Culley, man. I mean, he got
I had no
time. Let's be real, man. He would have punted the ball, man.
Man, he got mixed up. One time, man. One time you say on third. One time as a coach, you punt on third down.
You don't live it down.
We got to go 3 and out and punt it. We're good.
Come on, Donovan. Why you digging these up on Dave? Man, DC wasn't ready for that job, and you know it. Come on, man. Let that man live. Yeah, Dave.
Hey, he's living good, though. That
Dave,
worked out for him.
I don't know, but I think Dave would have been running that play clock down thinking about what he was going to do. My man Dave would have said, hey, Timmy, what you think? Hey, Tim Kelly, what you think? All right, as we're having a good time, Adam Spolane, Figgy's in the building, and we are live here. The Drive is live right here. Webster, Twin Peaks, come on out, have a good time. I see my man signing up. He's going to have a chance to win one of these $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Come and hang out, and while you're thinking, chew on this on the other side, Spo says about the Alex Bregman situation. We heard numbers yesterday. Spo says he can't understand this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
When you talk about the Texans and them self-scouting in the bye week, figure out a way to get Tank Dell the football. He's too good of a weapon to be on the shelf as much as he has been.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
And Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we're live here on The Drive. Adam Spolane is in for Clint, and Tyler is out. Feel better, Tyler. I think he just texted me. Let me see if my man is feeling better. Tyler is out as Figgy. Figgy is stepping up. Tyler said he is sick as F. Sick as fudge is what Tyler said. Good, well, Tyler and Clint's out enjoying some time with the fam, but Adam Spolane, Figgy, stepping up as he does one of the most important pieces to this, what we do here at Sports Radio 610, showing it some more, working a little overtime. He is in the building, holding it down for Tyler. I want to get to this. As again, we're at Twin Peaks Center West. Come out, have a good time. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. The Alex Bregman stuff came down yesterday, and real quick, 6 years, 156 reported yesterday. He's not going to sign that. No. Okay. All right. That's below. That felt like when they offered Carlos Correa that one low ball offer. But this is something that, even though you believe that's not something he'll sign, there's something that you are having a hard time understanding for people.
Well, this offer was out there last week, too. This was a Nightingale report last week. And that's when you know that the Astros probably aren't in on this, when they start leaking the contract to people. And so Nightingale was one of those guys who, and I had Nightingale in the pool. I said Nightingale would be the first one to have it. So congrats to me on that one.
There you go.
But that's when you know that they aren't serious about it, because they know what he wants. He wants $200 million. And if they're not even going to come close to $200 million at this point, then what's the point? And so Nightingale reported that last week. Here we are a week later. The contract still hasn't moved. The offer still hasn't moved. So I don't really – so it feels like to me that the Astros are out on this at this point. But my question is, I see some people say, well, this is a fair offer. They shouldn't go higher. Why not? Why shouldn't the Astros overpay for Alex Bregman when the alternative is not very good? Like, if you want to keep winning, at a high level, you have to have somebody at third base. And the drop-off from what they have within the organization is really, really, really steep. So to me, it's almost impossible for them to Alex Bregman isn't on the team just because, again, they don't have an internal option, and it's really hard for them to trade for somebody because they have so little to trade at this point, and there's nobody else available on the free agent market. So if you want to keep competing, you're going to have to overpay for Alex Bregman. Why are people against that?
All right, 713-572-4610. Those of you on the text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, if you are one that opposes paying Alex Bregman, and understand it's going to take, like, what do you think? Is it 6 years, 156? It feels like to me this is 20 to 25, maybe 30 million short. Like, what do you think it takes?
He wants 200.
So he wants 200.
Yes,
so
he
we're
wants
taking
200.
7 for 200, something like that.
You're talking 7, 8, 200 something.
Okay, 7, 8, 200.
That's what it's going to take to get it done. I don't know.
And you would do that.
If my goal is to keep winning games, then yeah, this isn't the NFL where you have salary cap ramifications.
Yeah, and so this is my thought. Now, like I said, if you oppose to them overpaying, because I do think that would be overpaying. If you oppose to that, why? Why do you oppose to that? And I'll fill in my thoughts. We'll let you all. We'll let Adam hear your thoughts when you send them in. But my thinking is this. Alex Bregman is showing you that he is a player that is definitely not ascending. Like, his best years are past him. Like, the years where 19, where he was second in the MVP. Mm-hmm. Like, it's been a drop every single year. Like a drop. Like, there's been a drop in some space. Like last year, the start became a lot slower for longer, and like he'll be 31 when the season starts, and we're talking let's just put this deal 6 years, and I'm with you. I think it probably takes 7, maybe 8 to get him. Like, we're talking years 35, 36, 37, and I don't want to put the Abreu thing on anybody, but we saw a guy that had won an MVP in 2020, and then damn, he's just completely fallen off the map in a couple of years. To me, I'm okay with paying Alex Bregman. Where I don't get okay with Alex Bregman, and I'm sure you will probably tell me this is a losing thing, where I have a problem with paying Alex Bregman like this is, all right, but what are we going to do with Kyle Tucker? And what are we going to do with Framber? Because to me, those two dudes should take priority over Alex Bregman. Like, Alex Bregman, even with this contract, the 156, that would be more than they've given Altuve. This would be the biggest contract that they've ever given. And to me, Kyle Tucker is 27. Like, he's the guy that this year, he made the All-Star game and missed 3 months, right? Like, he was, before they started doing when they started doing the all MLB team, the first 2 years, he was on it. Like, this is a guy that had been your most healthy before he got hurt, healthy player, and a guy you could depend on, and a big bet. And I know he had the awful postseason, but this dude is a rising star. And Framber is a guy that is a Cy Young-like level candidate pitcher. And to me, it's like, if I'm going to invest money, if I'm going to do that, I'm going to those two dudes. And so to me, I'm good. Hey, if you can get Bregman, cool. But if that means you can't put assets towards one of those two guys and we're going to lose them, and we're going to keep Bregman at 31, then that's to me where I have an issue.
But what if they already know they're not going to keep Tucker?
Well, why?
Because if you damn it, if you think Bregman wants a lot, wait until you hear what Tucker's going to want.
I know Tucker wants a lot, but
Tucker's going to want 300.
But as you just said, this ain't no salary cap sport.
Sign them all.
Like, and I understand.
What's keeping them from signing them all?
Nothing's keeping them from signing them all. But maybe if they don't. But to me, if you ain't gonna sign them all, Alex Bregman is clearly third in the list to me of importance of those three guys that are coming up soon. Right, because if you sign those guys to 6 or 7 year deals, at the end of it, we're not talking about ages 37, right? Like maybe with Framber, because Framber's
already 31. Yeah. Here's the difference, though. Juan Soto's 27, 26, 27, whatever he is. He's going to get 14 or 15 years.
No, I know it. I mean,
Kyle Tucker's going to get at least 10. And if you told me that he gets 12 years, I wouldn't be at all surprised.
I wouldn't.
So, like, that's the difference here is that ultimately you are going to be paying these guys into their late 30s. That's why they want these contracts the way that they want them, because they don't want to have to worry about getting another contract when they're 35 because the value isn't the same. So they are going to try and cash in now. They want the one contract for the rest of their career now. That's why it's a whole lot. So whether you're going to have to, so if you want to keep Kyle Tucker, you're going to have to pay him until he's 38, 39 anyways. Just the contract's going to be longer. And they have already made it pretty clear they don't want to do the long contracts. So like it's hard enough to get them to do 6 or 7 years. Like they've never gone 6. They went 6 with Jordan Alvarez. That's been it. So the idea that they're going to even go 7 with Tucker when he's going to want probably at least 12, that's out.
But that's what I'm saying. To me, they I question then their interest in winning. Because we're saying right now they're not going to pony up what it even takes to get Bregman, right? They're like whatever. Like if we're going to say like a fair offer for his market and what other people might pay, they're not even going to get to that. So if they're not going to get to that, then they're not going to get to Framber, and they're not going to get to what Kyle Tucker will want. And hey, bro, they ain't got them guys waiting in the wings like they did before.
Yes. That's the difference.
Right? Like so, like to me. And like I refuse to believe this. Damn it, I moved from a small marketplace. You know what they did with Bobby Witt? They gave Bobby Witt 13 years. The Kansas City Royals gave Bobby Witt 13 years, $240 plus. I may be off on that, but it's something in there. It's well over $200 million. You mean to tell me that the Houston Astros can't do that? I can't accept it. No, I can't accept it. I want it. They ain't got Verlander no more. They got like to me. I can't accept that I am in the 4th largest city in one of the biggest markets, 6 media, and that they can't, and that they're not even thinking about. They've already made the decision that they're not going to pay Kyle Tucker kind of the way you're talking about.
I mean, they have lost basically an all-star every offseason going back to 2018. Started with Dallas Keuchel, then Garrett Cole, then George Springer, then it was Correa, then it was Verlander after 22. Like they're losing guys year after year after year. Somehow they have managed to replace them. At some point, that well is going to dry up, and it feels like now is the time when the well is going to dry up. And listen, I'm not saying that Jim Crane is cheap, because he's not. Jim Crane is not cheap, but he runs the Astros like he runs a business. And I don't think you can run a sports franchise like a business if you are going to plan on winning at a high level. And that's what he says he wants to do. So if they want to continue to win, if they want to continue to win at the highest levels, they are going to have to overpay for guys. They are going to have to lose money.
But not even overpay. They're going to have to pay the fair market price. Like they got extremely lucky that Jordan Alvarez did what he did. Extremely lucky, but nobody else is going. Like, people aren't going to keep doing that.
They got extremely lucky that they found these pitchers who nobody really thought of, and they were able to sign them all. You know, you look at Javier and Framber and Jose Urquidy and Luis Garcia. They signed those guys for cheap. That does not happen. The way that they were able to develop those types of guys, you can't count on that forever. And like you said, at some point, you have to pay the market wants you to pay. And if they're not going to be willing to do that with Bregman, when you see what they have at third base behind him, and when you see that there's really no, they're talking about having to sign a shortstop to play third base to replace Bregman if he does leave. Like, that's not conducive to winning.
I'd rather have Kyle Tucker long term and figure out what you're going to do at third base. I would rather.
But if you know you're not going to do it.
But if you know you're not going to do it, but then you also know that you're not going to be serious about getting Bregman. What are we doing?
I'll tell you right now, I would trade Kyle Tucker. Right.
Oh, yeah, I would, if you know you're not going to do it, I would trade him.
I would trade.
I don't want them to do that.
I would bring back Bregman, and I would trade Tucker and try and restock your farm system that way. I would sign another corner outfielder right now, and it's almost.
I need a shot after hearing that.
It's almost like a reset. Remember, the Padres.
I need a shot.
Remember last year, the Padres let Hader go. They let Blake Snell go. They traded Soto, and what happened? They went to the NLCS, or they almost went to the NLCS. They were a game short.
I need a shot.
That's what. To me, I'm hitting that soft reset button. I'm bringing back Bregman. I'm trading Tucker. I would think about trading Framber as well, but I don't know if they have any. All
right, shut up. Stop it.
I would have brought back Kikuchi.
Stop it. Damn it, you're trading everybody real quick, and just stop it. Just take a deep breath and really, we may need to talk this over during this break. Coming up, because Adam has just traded Framber and Kyle Tucker already.
I'm trying to somewhat keep the window open.
No, you ain't. You're trying to slam. You're trying to Cincinnati Bengal this bad boy. You're trying to 49er this bad boy. Coming up, damn it, Rockets. I talked all that yesterday. All of that yesterday. And half of the Drive family that on December 11th, they're going to start watching the Rockets. And then you go and do what you did yesterday. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, if you're looking in this holiday season,
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks and Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Figgy, I'm so disappointed in the Rockets. Adam, I know you watch them. You cover them like anybody else, by the way, or better, as good as anybody else. By the way, check out H-Town Hoops with Brandon Scott, Adam Spillane, multiple episodes a week, wherever you find your podcast. Also, you can go to Odyssey and find that right there. But, I mean, Figgy, I came on here yesterday, and I said, look, I know our listeners, they don't watch the Rockets. I got that. I know that. And I said, look, this is the best team in the city right now, record-wise. They're second right now, 2.5 out. They're second in the West right now behind the Oklahoma City Thunder. Even with the loss last night, 15-8, second. Playing good basketball. I said, hey, man, they're in the NBA Cup. They're gonna be on TV. They're gonna be standalone games. These are the closest to important games that this group will have played. I said December 11th. Come on, watch it. They host the Warriors. Good ball. I feel like I pushed it so much, fellas, yesterday that hey, I think people checked it out yesterday. I think people said, well, you know what? Let me go slide over to the Rockets.
Never again.
And then they went out there and did that. They went out there and scored 93 damn points and lost to the Warriors. And you think to yourself, oh, it's the Warriors. No, Steph didn't play. Draymond didn't play. They let Jonathan Kuminga just absolutely tear them up. They let Wiggins and Kuminga just tear them apart. Hey, no, hold on now. Wiggins not going to.
I'll talk about Kuminga.
You mean Kuminga? Yeah, Kuminga. Yeah, they just let him tear them apart. They didn't even give up 100 points. Like, they didn't have to score 100 points to beat the Rockets. And the Rockets' defense, which has been the number one defense in basketball, kind of came to play. But I thought, fellas, we were beyond this. I thought we were beyond, like, the Rockets just turning it on and off against certain opponents. And maybe we are. Maybe they just had a rough night. But, damn it, man. Like, the Rockets, I felt like it's played hard. They would eventually beat this Warriors team. They came out in the third quarter slow, and then the Warriors built a big lead. They kind of came back, but that was really disappointing for them to lose to a Golden State team that wasn't even. I mean, they conceded the W basically by sitting down their two most important players.
Yeah, and Ime called them out too after the game.
Oh, you know he would.
Yeah, basically saying that this was the softest that they have played since he's been the Rockets head coach. And you look now. They beat Oklahoma City on Sunday. Played well. They played well. That's a really good win. Great atmosphere at Toyota Center. They get off to a good start against Sacramento on Tuesday. And then really the last 6.5 quarters have been underwhelming. They closed the game in Sacramento poorly. They have a bunch of ejections with Şengün and
$50,000 fine.
Hey, they're racking up fines. I give them credit for that. And then you have last night where all they do is talk about how much they hate the Warriors. And when they lost to the Warriors in November, October, November, whenever it was, Tari Easton's like, man, I hate the Warriors. I do not like the Warriors. No, he didn't play last night. He's in concussion protocol. But you would think that none of these guys have ever beaten the Warriors before. At least none of the Rockets young guys have ever beaten the Warriors.
It's 15
before.
in a row.
Yeah, it's 15. The last Rockets head coach to beat the Warriors was Mike D'Antoni. That's how long it's been. So you would think that they would come out with something, and they didn't.
But it seemed like to me, fellas, that it was like, hey, all right, the effort and energy that it is dictated by who's on the floor, and it almost felt like, Steph and Draymond ain't playing. So, hell, I mean, we're going to come out. What was it? 14-3 or something to start? They were really sluggish to start both quarters, both halves, rather. And it was just like, damn. Yeah. Like, they didn't come out and dictate the game. They, with their energy, which is what this team has been able to do, it was like, no, well, hell, Steph and Draymond ain't playing, so we ain't going to really be into it.
And the offense was bad all night. And then, like you said, the defense, which has been their calling card now for the first 23 games of the season, however long it's been, it was fine early, fine in the first half. And then the second half, the start of the second half, they brought nothing defensively. and that's how you wind up falling behind by 15. And their offense was so bad last night, they didn't really have much of a chance to climb out of that hole.
My man Wesley is on YouTube and Twitch, said, first game I watched this year, off your word, Big Dog and B. Scott. All good, bro. I'll check them out again. See, that's what I'm talking about. See,
It's gonna be like a month.
That pissed me smooth off right there, man. They came. I mean, I couldn't believe that. We were talking about topics last night. You sent in the top. You said maybe something about something with the Rockets, but it lost its luster. Yeah, that's the way they walked out there. Hey man, Figgy, don't Ime seem like the type of guy that after that win, he didn't allow nobody to talk or eat on the plane, and I'm talking grown-ass men. Yeah. Don't he seem like, don't you eat nothing.
Yeah.
You ain't ordering nothing. We ain't got no food on this plane.
Hey, remember
eat that? And shut up.
Remember that saying in Pay the Fool? You can't ribs, no champagne. You can't eat nothing.
He probably was so pissed off that game the whole way. I bet he wanted to get ejected out of there. I bet that. I can't think of a coach that I can think of right now. I mean, anywhere that would make a losing plane ride more uncomfortable than Ime Udoka.
There are so many times where they'll play a bad first half, and I'm like, man, there is no amount of money that I would not.
I don't want to be in that locker room.
I want to hear every word.
I'm just talking about it's one of them.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to be in that locker
But as an observer, there is no amount of money that I would not pay to hear what this halftime talk is like.
Because he scares me because, I don't know that it's a throw stuff type.
No, I don't think it is either.
But I think it's a. Hey man, that dude might hit me. He might I might have to I got to get ready just in case we might have to square up. He might be thinking about some of the Nia Long stuff. He might be I don't know what's in his mind. He may be smoking hot. Like you said, and I don't want no parts of his ass. And after that, he's pissed.
It say a lot when a coach call the team soft, man. For some reason,
he doesn't repeat it.
Yeah, when you say soft, you are really pissed off, man. Because a lot of people, they kind of get a little uppity with the word soft. But when you go out there and say we play soft, nah, man, he's pissed.
And my man was in the middle of the game, 10 toes down. Just told LeBron he was a B. Repeated it.
Yeah.
He didn't care. He's like, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
This is always Udoka in a nutshell. There was a game last year where Jabari Smith threw a punch at Chris Dunn and got suspended. And somebody asked him, what'd you tell Jabari, to not get in that position again? And he said, if you're going to throw the punch, you might as well land it, because as soon as you throw it, you're getting suspended.
But yeah, he seemed like the guy that you better not lose your fight.
Well, and then
you better fight, and you better not lose your fight.
There was one late last year, Amen Thompson, I can't remember who it was, somebody with Dallas, gives him a shot to the face, gets ejected. Somebody asked Udoka the next day, what was your advice for Amen after he got ejected? He said, aim lower. If you hit him in the face, they're going to throw you out. If you aim lower, they'll let you stay in the game.
Text line, I don't know, guys. The NBA is just unwatchable, like people have collectively moved on. I don't think that's true, and I'm not going to give up on you. December 11th, Rockets, NBA Cup. They host the Warriors. I think it'll be the real Warriors.
It's an elimination game.
It's an elimination game.
Not the biggest elimination game the Rockets and Warriors have played the last decade,
no,
but
it's not.
It's up there.
No, it's up there. It's this group has. Just don't leave. Try them. Give them a shot. Second in the West.
It's a fun team. They play hard. They play the right way.
Except for last night.
It's a group that likes each other, which I do think matters. I've been around a lot of Rockets
they didn't have
teams.
nobody crack 16 points last night.
No, they were a terrible offensive team last night. They were a terrible offensive team last night, and that's been the issue for them this season. The defense has been very, very good. The offense comes, and they are a bad three-point shooting team. They are a bad team shooting at the rim. They are a bad team shooting in the paint. They got to work this stuff out. But somehow, as bad as they've been offensively, they're 15-8.
Yep,
second in
the West. In a tough West. All right, coming up as we continue here, if you are in the building or on your way, sign your name in our raffle box for your chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We will be hooking somebody up with our first one in the 3 o'clock hour. So If you're in the building, you're on the way, sign your name. The raffle box is at the table right in front of us. You cannot miss it. Our promo team always does a great job getting you involved and helping you out on that. So sign your name, put it in, and give yourself a chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Coming up, it's the bye week. Next week, this is the finish. This is the run that the Texans are hoping becomes a special run. What kind of CJ do you think we are going to see? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
How did Nick Caserio feel about Aziz Al?
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
From Twin Peaks and Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. I see some people making some good decisions coming up in this hour. We will unload our first prize, $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. All you got to do is put your name in our raffle box to give yourself a chance. I see some people loading up and putting those in as you'll have a chance coming up in this hour. Adam Spolane, messy Adam Spolane.
I do.
You're always messy. Nah, you slipping up. No, I don't think that first couple of times I worked with, I saw your messiness, and I said, "Oh, okay, all right." I didn't know Adam had this. Adam's like, I ain't gonna lie to you, Figgy. Adam's got a Real Housewives like
damn
kind of a feel in his body. He can get in there. He can get in there and mix up some mess. He's tried to multiple times. Look at him. He's sticking it up right now. Look at him. His hands up. He can ask some real messy-ass questions is what he can do to just try to get people, oh, who was it? Who is it? Who is it? Is there anybody? Is there anybody that you have an issue with?
I just like information, you know.
That's all right there. There it is. There it is. Oh, Real Housewife of Adam right there is in the building.
I like info. I'm not around very often, so there's a lot of stuff that I miss, and that's why it's important. Baby. It's important that I get caught up on the news of the day.
Adam set him up and knocks him. Just go ahead and knocks him down. Hey, let me set this thing up and get out the way, baby. Let me get out the way. All right. Figgy is in as well, doing a little double duty as Tyler is under the weather. But we appreciate Figgy as well. But we are here in Webster, Twin Peaks in Webster. Come on out. It's a nice crowd, but there is still room. There is still room for you. And listen, the beer is cold here. The food is good as well. The staff always great as well. And it's Twin Peaks, so you know it's Twin Peaks. So come on out and hang out with us. All right. I said this on the other side of the break. Listen, we talked about it yesterday. Who was the most important person coming out of the bye week? For me, the wonder to me is what C.J. Stroud are we going to see? What C.J. Stroud we're going to see? And listen, C.J. has guys that are either clearly in front of him in terms of how people view the quarterback pecking order or right there with it. He's coming out the gates against Tua in that offense, which you feel like, hey, we may need to score. He's going then to Arrowhead to face Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. And then he's going to have Lamar at home, who has been a bit of a nemesis for them, who they lost to twice last year, pretty convincingly both times, to the Ravens. So he's got those 3 games coming up, and then he's got I can't believe I'm ever saying this, avenge the loss to Will Levis. So he's got that to end the season. And the thought is, what kind of C.J. Stroud are we going to get? And I got the feeling we're about to see good C.J. We're about to see that CJ, at least the closer to the elements of the CJ that we thought we were going to see coming into the season. I know there's been a lot going on around him. I do think that the rest and the hey, let me woosah, let me take some time. I think that is going to be really, really helpful for him. And I do think the matchup of who he's playing against, Tua, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, I feel like CJ is a guy that raises his level of play when he's challenged and raises his level of play against those better opponents. I think rest and the help of that, and I do think that Bobby Slowick and company are finding something, and if their offensive line can perform the way it did last week, I think he's really got a chance. But I think that we're going to see the good C.J. Stroud, the C.J. Stroud that is going to feel challenged, the guy that's going to try to show off against these guys and these opponents to be where he is. 713-572-4610. Those are on YouTube and Twitch. What C.J. Stroud do you think we're going to see to finish off the season?
Coming into the year, I thought that C.J. Stroud would be a top 5 quarterback. I thought that he would compete for the MVP this year. I thought that he was going to put himself...
Fair assessment. You're not alone.
I thought that he was going to put himself in that conversation. Nothing that I have seen through these first 13 games makes me think that he is there. And so I can't say that, oh, yeah, that's the C.J. Stroud that we're going to get for these last 4 games. Like, I got to see it here at some point, and there is nothing that – and it's not all him. Some of it has been the offense. Some of it has been the guys around him. Some of it has been the guys that are blocking for him.
I think it's all contributed to what we've seen.
Yeah. But nothing that I saw against Jacksonville on Sunday makes me think that, oh, he's going to come out and he's going to be the CJ that we thought he was going to be when the season started. I got to see more than a good half against Jacksonville before I say that.
No, I get that. I think him clearing his head. I think this bye week is going to be a huge
I'm
thing
with you
for
there.
CJ.
I'm with you there.
I think to clear his head and get an understanding, and maybe even have time to sit back, because clearly defenses, and I don't like to toot my own horn. I really don't, but I will here, because there's nobody else here to toot it. But I will here. Before the season, me and Clint had multiple conversations in which I said, like, hey, man, you get 17 games of tape, and defenses are going to be able to watch and say, all right, let's adjust and change things that we're going to do. And they have just set 2 high safeties up there, a lot on them, and that has just been something that all of them, him, Bobby, all of them have not been able to kind of take advantage of in a way that you thought they may. And listen, he's not alone. Mahomes struggled with this. Josh Allen struggled with this before they were able to come through. I think not just a break to kind of clear his head, but a break to really sit down and look at, all right, this is what we're going to do to attack these looks. This is the best way to attack these looks. And I do think his competitive nature, because when he has had to go up in big games in college, I know he's had the Michigan situations, but he didn't play awful in those games. And Georgia, that game was, I think, a game that made people look at him very differently in the draft process. Last year, multiple times where he stepped up, including the big one to me against Burrow on the road, and played that way. I do get myself in the thought that this is going to be big for him, and that we'll see. I think it'll be clear the next 4 weeks that we see a different CJ than we've seen.
I think it is all very possible. I think that the bye week helps them. I think the bye week gets them a little healthier than what they've been. I think it allows them to sit back and see what they have been doing well, what they haven't been doing well. But I don't know if that's enough.
You're not ready. You don't have that feeling that
I feel burned. I feel burned by how this season has gone.
So what kind of CJ do you think we're going to see to close it out?
I think that he'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
But it's just that.
So Jake Myers.
Do they have the rest? Do they have the talent around CJ right now for him to elevate them? Like, that's the biggest question that I have. We came into this season thinking that he had weapons galore, and that he had too many weapons, and that the wide receiver room was the most talented in the league. And now here we are 13 games in. Stephon Diggs is hurt. Tank Dell has underachieved. John Mechie's been okay. And it just kind of feels like it's Nico, and that's it at this point. And so that I think is where they have fallen short. That's not all on CJ, but that's on the team, that's on the offense, and that's what that's what for me makes me struggle to think that all of a sudden that this offense and CJ Stroud are just going to have 4 amazing games here coming up. Now they could, but other guys are going to have to actually step up and make some plays, and I just haven't seen it yet. I just have not seen them be able to play at that level through the first 13 games of the season. I've been waiting. I've been thinking that's going to happen, and just because they had a good second half against Jacksonville, I can't get there yet.
It is fair, and he's missed some throws.
The turnovers are the big thing for him this year. How bad some of the turnovers have been.
That's a big change to the 5 picks that he threw. What you feeling from CJ? You think we're about to see the CJ that we expected, or closer to the CJ we expected to see?
I can see us seeing the CJ closer, but I don't know if we're going to see the CJ from last year, man. I just think, I don't know what it is, but it seems like something is off. Maybe not with him, but maybe it's the whole offensive room. But I just don't.
It can be him. It can be him.
It can be. I don't want to just put the blame on him, but it seems like it's just so much fingers you could point at. You could point at a lot of stuff, and I just don't know if we're gonna get that CJ from last year, man. I think he can come up big in some moments. I think he's gonna always make some big throws, but I just don't see. I don't think we're gonna see CJ versus the Bucks from last year. I don't know if we
you don't think do you all, and both of you, and you guys can answer this as well on YouTube and Twitch, and those of you on the text line, do you feel like in these next 3 games against Tua, Patrick Mahomes, and Lamar Jackson, do you feel like the Texans have a clear disadvantage at quarterback right now?
No.
Okay.
I don't think that. I think that they probably do against Kansas City and Baltimore. I don't think they do against Miami. I do.
But Kansas City and because going into the season for me, fellas, I would have said they got a quarterback that can go toe to toe with anybody.
I do too. I would have said the same thing.
Do you don't feel that way now?
No, not based off of what I've seen. I just haven't seen highs. I haven't seen the highs with this offense. Like that's what's been missing from the offense this year. There haven't been the explosions that you want to be able to see. Baltimore can go and put up, or at least they did early in the year, they could go hang 35 on anybody and it was no big deal. The Texans offense hasn't been able to do that. Now that, again, some of that is just on the offense. It's not all on the quarterback, but some of it is. How many leads have the Texans blown in the second half this year? Again, some of that's on the offense. Some of it's on the quarterback. So it's just been one of those very uneven offensive seasons that I did not expect that we'd see. I thought that we'd see a much, much better offense. I thought we'd see an offense that would finish maybe top 5 in the league, and they're bottom half at this point.
Yeah, text line coming through. CJ is off. I'm tired of him getting these free passes. I will tell you on this show. I don't think in the loop either.
I was about to say,
I don't think any of our shows. I don't think Payne and Pendergast.
I don't think nobody's giving them a free pass now.
Yeah, I think I would.
I think that we have probably blamed
Bobby more.
Yes, Bobby and the offensive line have been blamed more.
I will agree with that. And so I don't listen to everybody. I do think Bobby has got far more of the blame. So I can hear from that point. At least on our show, no, I think we have given the fair amount of blame. But I think it's also unfair to not acknowledge. Hey, man, he's been pressured more than anybody else in the league. Mm-hmm. And I think it's also unfair also go to Bobby Slowick. I think it's unfair also not to say, hey, man, he thought he was coming into a year where he was going to have Nico Collins, he was going to have Stephon Diggs, and he was going to have Tank Dell. Well, Tank Dell, does not look and appear to be the same Tank Dell that he was last year for whatever reason. They don't have the connection. Nico missed about 5-6 games. All right, and then Steph is out for the season, and he has missed several games. And those guys didn't even get to play with each other a lot. Hell, Joe Mixon missed 2 or 3 games.
Well, let me ask you this. Who is the one player on the Texans offense that has exceeded your expectations this season?
Only Nico.
Yeah. And
Nico, and maybe John Mechie.
Those were some expectations.
You asked me the question.
Yeah, I know.
All right, but nobody up front.
Yeah, but that to me is the issue. Like last year, so many guys exceeded the expectations that you had. Even offensive linemen, George Fant exceeded your expectations for what he wound up doing last year on the offensive line. The fact that you look down this year and nobody has exceeded your expectations, that I think is a problem. And again, that's not just on the quarterback. It's not just on the offensive coordinator. It's on a lot of different people. But to me, I think that's been one of the biggest issues is that all these guys that you were expecting to have big years have either underachieved or gotten hurt. One of the two.
Wesley, I'll give you that. Joe Mixon. I think Joe Mixon, he's gone over what I thought he would.
Okay.
That's fair. I think that's a good one. I thought Joe was going to be an upgrade over Singleton. I didn't think that Joe was at times the most important player. Right, they can only run the ball with one person. So yeah, Wesley, you're right on that one. That Joe Mixon would be in that group. But I don't know, man. I think rest and, as I said before, I think rest and the thought of, hey, I gotta go. Like, I gotta play. I think he's going into these next 3 weeks. I have to give my team the best chance because I gotta compete with the guys I'm about to play against. Because he's playing against. I think he gets up for those matchups. He's got the next 3 coming up. All right. Speaking of these next 3 games, I think we'll discuss this on the other side. Speaking of these next 3 games, be thinking about this. The Texans, they've got these 3 games. At home against the Dolphins, at Kansas City, and then on Christmas, they play the Ravens. That's in 11 days. The Texans are 8-5. What do you honestly think their record's going to be after Christmas? Your thoughts on that? We'll just continue to discuss that as we're live right here on The Drive.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
When you talk about the Texans and them self-scouting in the bye week, figure out a way to get Tank Dell the football. He's too good of a weapon to be on the shelf as much as he has been. Get Dalton Schultz more involved in the offense and get that nickel defender situation figured out. And I think the Texans will be rocking and rolling when they come out of the bye week.
Ride home with Clint and Ron, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
Guns, and more guns at this weekend's Humble Gun Show. First 50 veterans get free admission to the weekend's Humble Gun Show with over 300 tables full of guns, knives, ammo, and shooting supplies. Buy, sell, or trade this weekend at the Humble Civic Center. Visit AmericanGunShows.com.
'Tis the season to raise a little cane with Raising Cane's. Spread joy with craveable chicken finger meals and treat everyone on your nice list to a Cane's gift card or our beanies, socks, mugs, and more. Happy holidays from Raising Cane's. One love.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
If you're looking to get into a 2024 Lincoln Navigator, get down to West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land and see my friend Ruben Mendoza, the general manager, and his staff. They want you to pick your APR. 0% for 60 months, 1.9% for 72 months, 2.9% for 84 months. They've even got 0% for 60 months on 2024 Lincoln Aviators. Get online at westpointsales.com and check out their inventory, or head down south and go see them. Southwest Freeway at the Kirkwood intersection. It's West Point Lincoln of Sugarland.
Are you ready for a pick-me-up? Licor 43 is a premium liqueur made from a secret Spanish family recipe of 43 natural ingredients, and it has taken the world by storm with the original Carajillo. Now, the original Carajillo is the fastest-growing cocktail in Mexico, and it can only be made one way, using equal parts Licor 43 and a fork-off. For more information and cocktail ideas, visit their website at buylicor43.com. It's time for you to discover Licor 43 and the original Carajillo. Licor 43 and Zamora Company USA remind our friends to drink responsibly.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com or call us at 833-SCALE25. That's 83-SCALE25.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college.
Sports Radio 610.
It's a football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks and Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, congratulations to Zach, our first winner here at Twin Peaks. You can be a winner as well. We will hook somebody up with our final one in the 5 o'clock hour, a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. And I'm getting messages from them every single day about the deals and specials that they have for the holidays, so you can get a good deal there. Also, when you come in as well, not only put your name in our raffle box so there's a chance to win there. Also, you can see there's a big pop-up right here, and it's right there at the raffle box. Your chance to win the Ultimate Football Tailgate Package, and you better get at it now because it includes $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports, also tickets in the suite to the Ravens game, that Christmas Day game. You can come hang out with us and watch that game, and a lot more to go along with that package. All you got to do is use that QR code and enter yourself in that. We've been doing that all year. You give yourself a big chance to win that. So get on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Great place, great beer. I think I might need me to have me a beer. I think I might need a drink. Come on, Adam. Adam feels like a guy make me drink alone. That's all right.
I mean, working with me drove you to that? Jeez, all right, thanks. Good to see you, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's you. It really is. It's you. When you said you were going to try to trade half-court players on the Astros team.
And it's the right decision.
If you ain't going to pay them, it is. But I just feel like
you're not going to pay them. So.
I feel like that's not the thought. Yeah, that meant.
He said, "Blow it up,
blow it up, huh?
Yeah,
blow it up. Like that is
certain parts.
I do want to get to this.
Don't shut the window. Blow the whole house.
But see, listen. I do want to get to. I want to get to because I see people and I want you to think this through. Go ahead and text it in. The Texans, they've got 3 games. The next 3 games: Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens. 2 of them at home, 1 on the road in Kansas City. They are 8-5 now. What's their record after those 3 games? What's their record after those 3 games? But that's the thing that gets me real quick to that. Like, you lived in Cleveland your whole life. Figgy, that's where you're from. There are people from Cincinnati. There are people from Tampa. There are people that are in this audience from places like Minnesota or where I'm from, Kansas City. There are people from Pittsburgh that have moved to Houston. They're all over. Those cities and those teams have had to operate with, hey, man, we got a really great player. He's getting to a place where we don't have control anymore. So the best thing to do is trade him. We got to trade him. Like for you, Figgy, got to trade Manny Ramirez. Got to at some point to trade Francisco Lindor.
Hey, we was known as a farm system, man.
Yep, got to do it, but we got to build up and then we got to try to get him back and see if we can get our next, great player back. You shouldn't have to do that here.
Should not. I agree.
That's the part that gets me.
Yeah, that's the part that's a little weird too, because it's a big city, it's a big organization, man. Like this,
they got money.
This ain't no cheap owner like I don't even know who owned the Guardians now. The Dolans. I don't know who owned them, but it ain't no cheap owners. Like spend a little money, man.
I don't know. And that's the thing is, they willing to spend money. They got a parameter that they refuse to come off of and how they're going to spend it, and then that parameter is just changing in baseball that takes them out of it.
Well, I guess when they let Bregman go and they let Tucker go and Framber go, they can start hanging banners for turning a profit. 2025, we turned a profit.
Yeah.
2026, we turned a profit. You can get a T-shirt for that, too.
Yeah.
Would you buy that T-shirt?
No. I'm not buying that damn T-shirt.
Turn to profit.
Yeah, turn to profit. That's what I don't know, man. I'm not saying you got to be the Dodgers or the Yankees or anything like that, but I mean, there's just too many of these guys that it's like the only way we're going to keep our great young players is if we get them to sign a deal early, but there are parameters on how much we're going to sign them for that. Or if you are somebody who is willing to sign between 2 and 4 or 5 years, then we may give you big money, a la Justin Verlander. But outside of that, no.
it should be okay to lose money in a given season. Like, I don't think the overall basis for the success of a season should be, did we turn a profit? And I do think that's the Astros necessarily look at it, but I do think that they look at it as a negative if they lose money in a given season. Doesn't matter how many games they win, they don't want to be in the red once that season is over. And I don't think that that's how you can look at it, especially when you have a team like this, especially when you have a team that has been this good for the last 7-8 years. You got to try and build on that as much as you can, because you're never going to have a run like this ever again. It's never going to happen.
No, and the door doesn't have to be closed. We'll see what it is they do. All right, as I said, guys, kind of think on that. And I see some people texting in, hey, guys, remember, they play 17 games this year. So many of you are sending in these records that are 8-8 and 10-6. They play 17 games now. All right, Adam, I'll let you jump out on this first. They got the toughest 3-game stretch. We knew it when the schedule came out. Right there, not just the teams, but the amount of days they got to play those 3 teams. All right, 2 of them we know are going to be in the playoffs. 1 is the current 1 seed, and the 3rd one is fighting to try to get in the Dolphins. They are 8-5 right now. I want you to be honest. What do you believe the Texans' record will be after Christmas when they play the Ravens and finish this 3-game stretch?
It's hard for me to think it's better than 9-7. It's just hard for me to think. I can see them beating Miami at home. It is hard for me to think that this team is capable of winning at Arrowhead or beating Lamar Jackson. That's just, maybe you see something. Maybe you see something next time, but it is hard for me to see that this team can get to that level to beat those 2 teams.
Yep. All right, I want to take this moment real quick to admit this. I apologize. I'm the dumb one. I did say at the end of
you said the 3,
so it should be 16.
I'm about to say I want to call you out on the spot.
You should have called me out. Ron is a dumbass.
I'm a guest.
He said what their record would be after the next 3. You're correct. Ron is a dumbass. Ron was a dumbass for that moment. That is, yep, there it is. There it is, the dumbass right there. You were right. And I will fairly read that right there because Ron was a dumbass. Again.
Clip that, Figgy.
Send that over to Tyler. That was a dumb. And y'all go sit there and just let me
that's
say.
Not a joke.
And I step right into it, too. Come on, guys. Hit it. No, I would say 9-7 too. I think they come off the bye week ready to roll, and they get the Dolphins. I think they're going to give the tackles problems. I will say this. I think that they are an interesting matchup for the Chiefs. I think the game will be tight because
that's how every Chiefs game is.
But that's how almost every Texan game is. These are 2 teams that play games tight. I think that the Texans can beat the Chiefs. And I've said this from the start. I think the Ravens are a much more difficult matchup for the Texans. Now but also I don't think the Ravens are a great matchup for the Chiefs for the Ravens. I think the Chiefs probably rather play the Ravens than they play the Texans. I just think they match up better against them, and they're kind of in their head. But I don't know that I think the game will be close, but I think it's in Arrowhead, and I'd say I'd probably trust Mahomes and Reed over D'Amico and CJ at this point in a big game, and I think both teams will be trying to win that game. So I can see that being the game, but I would say 9-7. We got a couple people texting in 8-8. You think they'll go 0-3 in that stretch? I'm not saying it's not on the table.
Well, then you might be missing the playoffs at that point.
No, I don't think so. I don't think I don't think the Colts are just.
I don't think they are either.
Just going to roll through.
I don't think they are either. But it would not shock me. It would not shock me. I think that they can beat Baltimore. they have played well at home. I shouldn't say they played well. They've done well against good teams at home. Whether it's beating Buffalo, they did a really good job against Josh Allen. They probably should have beaten Detroit. They
should have probably
the five turnovers in that game. So they have played two of the best teams in the league at NRG. They won one. They should have won the other. So I think that they can beat Baltimore. I don't know if can't slow down Lamar. I just don't know if the offense can match what Lamar is capable of doing.
I am really surprised I'm seeing this up here. I'm not sure about the Miami game, but I'm going to be honest, and I'll say 8-8, and then they beat the Titans to get in. Really? God, boy, Figgy, if that happens, boy, every day these next 3 weeks, I think they get the Dolphins. I think they get the Dolphins, and I think that probably sews up the division and their playoff chances. I'll be honest. I don't love them in the next two. I think that's my thing with the Texans. I think they're capable of beating any team once. I don't know that I feel confident right now that they're capable of running on a run and beating 3 really good teams in a row. But I am confident that they can beat the Ravens or the Chiefs. Like, you can see them coming home and being fired up against the Ravens, although that's probably the worst team to play at the end of 3 games in 10 days. Yeah. But the Ravens and how physical they are.
And also the Ravens are going to need the game too, because Kansas City's going to win. Kansas City's going to win the West. The Ravens are fighting it out for the North. So that to me makes that game a little bit tougher, just because Baltimore can't just sit back and rest a little bit at that point of the year.
And Baltimore playing a lot of games in 11 games too.
All of them are.
Yep. Yeah,
Chiefs
so
too. All of the they're in that round robin.
Yeah, they coming in on a roll a little tired. So that's a possibility you could catch them sleeping too.
Yeah, this does help you when you're the home team.
Someone did text in. Great point. Doing this up without Jalen Petrie and Aziz Al-Shair. Yeah, so that is one to factor it in. Somebody else texted in and said they're going 11-5, baby. Ooh, gonna win them all, baby. There you go.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie.
As someone who has over 9.5 for the year, I'll take that.
Go ahead, Fig.
I had them getting to 10. I had them getting to 10 in this stretch. 10-6.
Oh, so you got them winning 2. What 2 games you got them winning?
Miami, and I think they can pull it off against the Chiefs, man. I think if they can keep it close and not screw up like the other team. Yeah, and not screw up like the other teams been screwing up, the Raiders and all that stuff. I think they can. I think they have a chance to win that game.
Yeah, they don't. If they don't Tennessee Titan this thing the way they did that game. Yeah, I think it will be close. Is it because both teams play close games? It'll be a good one. All right, coming up, we'll look at our college football games, because this is the big weekend. This is the weekend that determines what we will see in terms of the playoffs. We'll each pick a game. Adam and I will each pick a game this week that's the one we're focusing on. We'll discuss that. And Adam says he's got a way to fix the college football playoff. I don't even know why you need to fix it. Your Indiana Hoosiers are in, baby. I don't know what you did. No, they're in.
We're not in until that name flashes on the screen.
They are in. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on the Drive.
The NFL has spoken.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Wine and more. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks and Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ah, yeah, baby. That gets me going. Thank you, Figgy. That gets me going. All right, this is a huge week as we're live here at Twin Peaks and Webster. Come on out and hang out. A little Football Friday. And that doesn't mean just the NFL. It's the bye week, but it ain't the bye week in college football. And my man right here, this is a big weekend for him. I don't know why. Just be comfortable. You're fine. Your Indiana Hoosiers are fine.
Nope.
They are. Nope. Never going to pick a game like me and Clint do each week and one to focus on. I will kick this off. And by the way, you can text it in yourself, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. By the way, the tequila is flowing around here if you're looking for it. Anyhow, sorry, that bottle gets me every time. The Patron bottle gets me shook up every time. All right, but you can text in the game that you're focused on. This is championship weekend, a lot of games. I think there's one tonight. Boys,
two tonight, I believe.
Two. Boise State's the big one. They need to win. I think the winner of that game, Boise State UNLV, will be in, whether they're getting a bye or not. But they will be in. I don't think Boise gets in if they lose, even though their one loss was to Oregon. We'll see. They could be in at large, and that maybe makes you nervous. So you want them to win. I could get that. But the game that I'm concentrating in on is Penn State versus Oregon in the Big Ten title game. And this is why, for me, I think Penn State's are frauds. I think Penn State, I think they're frauds. I don't believe, to me, that they have done much to prove that they're one of the best teams in college football. They have been sitting up here in this third, second, whatever, top 5 ranking all season, and their best win is against Illinois. They've only got 4 games played against teams above 500. 4 games played, and they lose to Ohio State at home, and their best win, as I said, is Illinois. To me, when I look at Miami as being the team and the final team out behind Alabama, I can understand. Alabama's got better wins, have played a tougher schedule than Miami. But if Penn State gets blown out by Oregon, like if it looks like it's not close and they don't belong on the field, if they lose by 2 or 3 scores, I know it probably won't happen. But I think for me, Adam, there's got to be a thought of, now hold on now. The 2 teams they played at home, and they played Ohio State, and now we're seeing Ohio State. They're not as dominant as maybe we thought they were, because they lose at home to Michigan, scoring 10 points. But if they get blown out by Oregon, to me, they've got 2 losses. Miami has 2 losses. To me, my eye test says that Miami's a better football team than Penn State. So I think that's an important game. If they lose bad and lose big to Oregon, to me, I think they should be on the book.
Yeah, I am surprised at how Penn State is seemingly safely in, and I don't think.
Win or lose.
I think Penn State is safe. It is hard for me to see Penn State falling from whatever they're. I think they're at 5 now, something like that. They're in that range, that 5 range. To see them drop 7, 8 spots, that's hard to believe, especially when it's a conference championship game like this. So I think that Penn State is safely in regardless of what happens today. I think it's a big game, though. It's a weird spot for both teams, and this is what I'm going to get into when we talk about ways to fix the CFP. You're almost better off losing the game, because your road to winning a national championship is probably easier if you're the 5 seed.
Even with the bye? They get a bye too? Yeah.
No, the 5 seed doesn't get the bye.
4 gets the bye.
But the 5 seed plays the worst team in the field, and then they will also, and that'll be at home, and then instead of playing, one of the good at-larges, they would play the worst division, the worst conference champion. So you could wind up playing like Clemson and the winner of the Big 12 your first 2 games. That's a whole lot easier than having to, okay, you have the bye, great, but then you're neutral field against, I don't know, Tennessee.
I take that road. I take the bye. I want the bye. I take that road. No, I don't. Yeah, no, that's an interesting thought. Penn State to me, I don't think they should be.
No, I don't think Penn State's very good, and they've snuck out a bunch of wins here. They snuck out a game against Minnesota here recently.
Yes.
It has not been an impressive team. They're not a very good offensive team. But I do think that they are safely in the field. And this is a big game for Oregon, too, because it's been a while since Oregon's played anybody.
Yeah.
I want to say the last time Oregon has played anyone was Ohio State.
No, they played Washington. They played Washington late.
Well, hey.
Not anybody worth the damn.
I'm the last person to shoot down Washington, because that's probably Indiana's best win right now is beating Washington.
Maybe Michigan. Michigan now.
Yes, Michigan is.
All right, what's the game you're watching?
So the game that I'm watching is SMU and Clemson. Yep. And it's not because it's the best game on the schedule, but it's the game that could create the most chaos. And the question is, Clemson only gets into the field if they win. Now, if Clemson wins, does that knock SMU out? And it is very, very possible. And Ward Manuel, the chairman of the committee, would not say one way or the other. So he could have said on Tuesday, both on ESPN and in the conference call that they had with the media, that nope, SMU will not get penalized for playing the extra game like that. If they lose, they are safely into the field. So that's one thing to watch. If SMU loses, are they in the field? Because then, and this is what's going to keep me up at night the next 2 nights, right now the last team in is Bama. Let's say SMU loses, so Clemson's in, and they keep SMU in the field. Now that last spot comes down to Indiana and Alabama. Let me tell you something. As an Indiana alum, it's hard for me to think that the committee is not going to bend over backwards to find a way to get Bama in this field, especially if Georgia beats Texas.
Yeah, I know for Bama and Indiana, They're 10 and 11 right there. You desperately, Miami too. You desperately need UNLV to lose and Boise to win, and you need Clemson to lose, and you need SMU to win. Because
I think Boise's out if they lose. Boise's done. Two loss. Boise's not winning anything.
I don't know. They lose in the conference champion, and but their one loss is Oregon.
But who's the good win? Who are the good wins for Boise? Playing in the Mountain West.
But if you compare it to like some of these other, I bet you their good wins are comparable to. I think they beat SMU. If I'm mistaken, what is SMU's? No, they only have one loss. For me, I don't think they're completely out of it. I think they've got a chance. They have a chance. To me, SMU has a chance if they lose.
Boise's wins: Georgia Southern, Portland State, Washington State, Utah State, Hawaii, UNLV, San Diego State, Nevada, San Jose State, Wyoming, Oregon State. You're not getting in with that resume.
We'll see comparative to who they're compared to. Because what are SMU's wins, or what are Indiana's wins, or what are, we'll see. But the names don't look as impressive, and I think that will hurt them. And I think that would hurt SMU because SMU's best win is BYU. BYU has been good. They're 10-2.
But they're not getting in the field.
But the name, it's different than, hey, Alabama beat Georgia. And that's all right. What is it for you? You're saying that this is a way to fix?
Well, I think there's a few ways. And I think, first of all, this playoff has been already a success, and there were people who were saying, well, no, you'll cheapen the regular season if you expand to 12 teams. And I don't think you have. I think that this regular season has been just as exciting as every other regular season. Mm-hmm. You're getting more debate when, it's weird debate, and, the committee, it'll be interesting to see, because we don't know what the committee's going to do because we've never seen them do it before. But I think the easy step that they can make to make this system better is to get rid of the top 4 conference champions get buys. Because this is what I was talking about earlier. You're almost better off in a way of getting the 5 seed as opposed to getting the 1 seed. Because, and let's just look at how the field is set up now. That 8-9 winner is going to be, to me, that's a tougher matchup than getting the second best, or than getting the 4th. The conference champion, which would be maybe Boise State, or maybe whoever wins the ACC, or maybe whoever wins the Big 12. So to me, just rank them 1 through 12.
Yeah.
Have your 12 teams. You have your parameters for getting in. Conference champions get the top 5. Conference champions get in. Just seed everybody 1 through 12 and do it that way. So that's the first thing that
they try to make the incentive with the bye.
It's not working out great because you're going to wind up. You could wind up having Clemson getting a bye, or you could wind up having Arizona State getting a bye. And I don't think anybody believes Arizona State's one of the 4 best teams in the country. So that to me is why I would do away with that, and it just confuses the thing too. Because you go through the rankings and, okay, this team is ranked 11th, but here they are, they're 5th, or they're 4th once you get into the bracket. So that's one thing I would do. The other thing, and this is tougher to do, but you look at the Big Ten this year, and you have the top 4. You have the top 4 teams in the Big Ten. Ohio State played all of them. They played Indiana, they played Penn State, they played Oregon. Oregon, Indiana, Penn State did not play either. Did not play anyone. They did not play each other until tomorrow night. So we have to figure out a way for these conferences to maybe have they schedule a conference game later in the year. So maybe you schedule your first 8 games in the conference, and then you schedule that 9th game towards the end of the year once you know, okay, who's really good and who hasn't played each other. That way we can see those teams face off on the field.
Well, I don't know if that's going to happen.
No,
that one's tough.
That's the tougher thing to do. But these conferences are so big now that you just don't get the balance of the schedule.
You're going to be lucky with your scheduling, like A&M was. This would have been a year for them. They avoided Alabama, Georgia, and all those.
Oh, and Texas took advantage of it.
Texas as well. All right, coming up, a little Dirties Daily. We'll discuss a few things. A little Rockets, Astros. What the hell is North Carolina doing with Bill Belichick? And stupidity last night on the field before the game between the Packers and the Lions. All of that coming up next as we continue right here live on the drive from Twin Peaks here in Webster. But before we get there, men out there, I know many of you procrastinate. I know many of you sit back and say, all right, man, I've been dealing with this problem. I've been dealing with ED for a while, and you know what? I've just accepted it. Well, you do not have to accept that. Not anymore. Because the men's clinic, yes, the men's clinic, they're so unique and they are so confident, and they should be, in their product, because as long as they've been doing it, they can count on one hand how many people they haven't been able to help. They've got a 95% success rate. And listen, when I say success rate, some of you have maybe tried some of those pills, the blue ones or the yellow ones. No, what they have, and I can personally attest because I went in and tried the product myself, it gets the job done. They say in 5 to 10 minutes you can see it. For me, it was 2 minutes. I got the job done, and it could get the job done for you. You got nothing to lose. Make the call today, 713-828-1476, or visit themensclinic.com.
How did Nick Caserio feel about his Shire's?
Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition Van Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
And the Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, welcome into Dirty's Daily as Clint is out today having a good time. I'm sure he is. I know he likes to party. I'm sure he's been partying.
You're not having a good time?
I'm having a great time, man.
Sound like
I'm here with you, Adam Spolane, man. You looking good, man.
Like
good to see you, man. I'm having a great time with you. Adam, Vicky, I'm having with you. Adam, hey, he's the guy that needs some reassurance, baby. Let's do it. Everybody text in and tell Adam you love him. Adam, we love you. We love you, Spo. Adam blows a kiss to the people. But Adam is in as Clint is out today. Figgy is in for Tyler, who is trying to get better. Hopefully through the weekend, Tyler starts to feel better here with this weather change, and there is some stuff going around that has gotten Tyler. But
is this about the A&M thing?
That might be it.
713 over that?
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, do you think Tyler is legitimately sick, or do you think Tyler is really struggling through the recent struggles of the Texans and his Texas A&M Aggies finishing just like I told them they would, 7-5 or 8-4, and it'll be a successful season, but they are not ready to jump up with the big teams in his first year. Do you believe that he is sick, or do you believe that his sickness is over a broken heart with his teams?
Or just flat out disgust from not being able to score an offensive touchdown against Texas.
That was tough.
14 years.
That was tough. My man had a hotel, had a spot.
He was all ready for Atlanta?
No, he had a hotel in the College Station area.
Oh, okay.
And he left the game second half. Figgy got up and left the game second half. He did not go to his hotel. He got up and left the game second half with a night to go in the hotel. They drove their ass back.
I did not know that. I thought he stayed for the whole game.
Nah, he didn't stay he left. He left in the second half and didn't stay. Now, listen, I'm going to tell you what, damn it, Tyler. Now, I have never believed more in the Aggie money, the maroon money, than Tyler Milner. Because let me tell you what, we'd have got every bit of that game. Yep. We'd have got every bit of that game, and we'd have got every bit of that hotel. We'd have stayed up until the whole time. Because let me tell you, them Texas A&M tickets, he disclosed the price. They wasn't cheap. And they were having problems finding lodging. I don't even think they stayed in College Station because they couldn't get a hotel. They stayed somewhere close, like in another town. And my man just said, "Nah, man, let me get on back." I've been pissed, but I ain't been that pissed.
Hey, checkouts at 11. I'm staying as long as possible.
I'm getting that continental breakfast.
I might stay to noon, to be honest. Y'all gonna have to throw me out.
Don't throw me out. Come get me. Shoot. Nah, buddy, but he was so hot, he left. All right, but no, Tyler's hopefully gets better over the weekend. Let's see what people have said. 713 Tyler is sick. He's in the fetal position. Ron, you don't want to talk about your Kansas football and basketball. Now, they're the number one team in the country. I know they had a tough loss, but it still says number one next to their name. No, college football, very disappointing. Very disappointing. We'll see. 2 loss, 3 loss, 5 loss. We'll see. We'll see what happens with the polls.
You're not out until the committee says you're out.
Someone texted in, Figgy, I don't know how you can work with Ron. He's having a great time, baby. I'll speak for him. Having a great time. Oh, why? Listen.
Yeah, I'm curious where did that text come from? Like, what made him say that? Like, what did you say?
Know. I don't know. You know, I'm from Kansas City. That's what it did. Somebody texted in and said Tyler's got that Aggie flu. Oh no, I think he's legit. All right, let me present this to you because you have covered these teams as well as anybody. You know these teams. Figgy, hell, you've been in this city longer than I have, and then many of you or Houstonians or fans of these teams. We talked about this. The Rockets have the second best record in the West. They're number 2 right now in the West, 15-8. And technically, when you look at it, they are the most successful team right now in Houston. I'm not gonna say anything of the, hey, can the Rockets rival where the Texans are? Because obviously football is king of the Texans, especially in particular, the Houston Sports Radio listener. The Texans are in another place. But I'm wondering from you guys, and I'm serious about this, 713-572-4610. I know I'm throwing a lot at you. Those of you on the text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. But I'm serious. For the Houston Sports Radio listener, do you believe the Rockets can get to a space in popularity and care that the Astros are with the Houston Sports Radio listener? Do you think the Rockets can get there? Can you get excited? Because, listen, I know the Texans are in their own space, but the Astros are a team. There's a conversations that since I've been here. All right, I've been in the golden age of the Astros, but since I've been here, that's the other conversation. During baseball season, we can talk about the previous night's game. We can't do that with the Rockets. But can the Rockets get to a place where they are on the level of the Astros to you, the Houston Sports Radio listener? Adam, you've covered this team. You've been in this market. Can they get there?
I think you can, just because.
Were they there in the Harden years? Were they, like, in the Harden years, was it like it is with the Astros?
No. It was
I
not.
didn't think it was.
But I think that when you look at just the history of the franchise has been around for a long, long time. It's won at a very high level for a long time. I think that you probably have the Rockets fan base might be more loyal than the Texans fan base. It might not be as big, but it might be more loyal just because of the years. The Texans have been around for 20 years. Rockets have been around for 50. So I think that gives them, in a sense, a head start that they have the bigger footprint within the market. And I would say the same thing about the Astros. Astros have been around since the 1960s. They have that bigger footprint. When I talk to my friends, listen, I'm from here, I grew up here. When I talk to my friends are more interested in the Astros and the Rockets than they are in the Texans.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
But are they? Would you say they're Houston Sports Radio listeners?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think, honest to God, I think that fan, the fan, and Figgy, I think you interact as well. You do, you cover. Figgy, I think the Houston Sports Radio fan that we encounter I think they are different than maybe the Houston sports fan. Like, I think there are Houston sports fans that are into the Rockets. I'm just talking about the passion from the people that we talk to every day. I don't necessarily know that they are as much in that. And I'm just wondering if the Rockets are at the start of a run like the Astros, and talking about very successful in it, I guess comparable to where they were in the Harden years, where it just seemed like Golden State was the only team that could get in the way of them. Can that popularity hit the Astros level popularity? That's one that I wonder. And like I said, you've been here, Figgy, you've been here. That's one I hope that we can get to, that we can have nights where the Rockets played the Warriors just like the Astros played the Orioles, and have a conversation about what happened the previous game.
Let me ask you, how often during the Astros season are you leading off talking about the game from the previous night? That's your first segment, is leading off with the Astros game from the previous night.
I think it happens.
Okay. So
yeah, I think it does that happen with y'all, Figgy? During the Rockets, during the Astros season, in the loop over the last several years, y'all, it's not uncommon for you to lead with what happened in the previous game, right?
Yeah, it's not really, especially I think maybe early on that wasn't that common, but I think once it was like nut cutting time, then we would show off with the Astros.
Yeah, like to me, if Dusty made a crazy decision, or Joe made some crazy decision,
Dusty retired and you're throwing him out.
I'm just going through all of them, or Joe made a crazy decision, or Jordan went off. We led with it. We didn't lead with Udoka getting ejected and getting a $50,000 fine.
Should have.
I would love to. We didn't lead with that. When's the last time you have led? You all led. Figgy have led with something that happened from a Rockets game.
I don't ever remember. Not since I've been here.
I think in the bubble season when they were in the postseason, the Rockets had a playoff series against the Thunder, and I think that was maybe the closest thing.
Yeah, I think
that series went to a Game 7 too, so that would have made sense. That one's hard just because that was a postseason where everything felt just so disconnected because they're playing playoff games in Orlando and nobody's there.
Yeah,
so that's a hard one. So that's the last time that they were in a postseason game.
Text line coming in and YouTube and Twitch. Champ Slice says, "Yeah, Houston just isn't a basketball city." I don't know.
No, I disagree with that.
I don't know about that because
it's a lot of people that love basketball and can talk about basketball all day long. It's just it's kind of different on the radio for some reason, man. And I know during the Harton times, a lot of people used to say how frustrating it was watching the Rockets the way they played because that weird D'Antoni style where they were just jacking up threes and stuff like that. I think kind of weird about watching and talking about those games. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I think it works in other markets. Like Boston, they can talk about the Celtics. The Lakers, they can talk about it.
I think it's different.
Miami,
I think it's different now, though. I think that's the NBA now. But this is 2016. Yeah. So but even now they're able to do it. Like I'm seeing some texts come in, and I think, as we said, they'd have to win a championship to get to the Astros level. The Rockets are the real deal, and will definitely get there with Udoka coaching the team. No, the Rockets can't. Not as many fans of basketball as there are of baseball here in Houston. Hell no, NBA Thug Life will never compete with the boys of September. I'm not going to lie to you. I think that is a stance that we have with some who are Houston sports radio listeners. Because, like, I'll tell you this, just keep it a buck, Adam and Figgy, I'll go to the barbershop. It's nothing but NBA talk. When I go to the barbershop, it is nothing but NBA talk, like in that place. And I'll be honest and say none of them know who I am. Like none of them. Listen, I just someone did text in all caps. 610 listeners care about the Rockets. I'm not going to say all of you don't, but like in terms of, all right, hey man, let's grab the crowd of the audience, leading with what happened with the Rockets game, like December 12th.
Yeah,
December 12th, the day after the NBA Cup. I would want to lead with the Rockets, but I do not think that we would. I do not think that would be the best move, and I think that would not be receptive to the audience that we're having.
You would want to do that. Listen, that'd be a strong move by you when you consider that you're right in the middle of Texan season and you're 3 days away from Texans.
That makes it even worse.
Yeah. Hey, give it a shot. See what happens.
Yeah, let me ask y'all this. Do y'all feel like because I feel like the Astros was fun to talk about because they had a bunch of stars on that team, man. Like, who don't want to talk about Jose Altuve, Jordan, and Bregman and all that? Do you feel like the Rockets need that star player, that likable star player?
Well, I think if they went on a run and this started to continue, I think it would be hard for guys like Şengün and Jalen Green to not feel like stars, right? Like I think,
because a lot of the average fan doesn't know who they are at this point, and I do think that there's a big portion of the market who just doesn't know who these guys are. Like I think that's probably the biggest impediment right now is that you don't know who's on the team because you're not. They were so bad for those 3 years where they weren't competitive and they were losing 60 games and basically they were the joke of the league for a little bit. So I think if part of it is us. I think if we did a better job, then,
that's fair.
Yeah, I think.
But part of us not doing a better job of it is because
there's no reason to.
There's a feel. There's no reason to that the audience isn't receptive to it. Like you said, because something like said, Figgy, we need stars. Like to me, if Anthony Edwards got traded here from Minnesota, and Anthony Edwards might be the biggest young American star in the game. Do you think that would change the way people feel about the Rockets and the interest level from the Houston sports radio listener if Anthony Edwards was traded here? I don't.
I think it would slightly. Because I don't think Anthony Edwards is that big of a. How many people in this?
That's what I'm saying.
In
but
this bar right now know who Anthony Edwards is.
I was thinking more like, let's say they traded for Giannis. Like I feel,
okay.
I feel like
Let's do Giannis.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people will tune in more to see him, or even go out to the game to go see him.
See, I think if the Rockets traded for Giannis, I don't know that it would move the needle.
What about Durant?
No.
See, Durant might, just because he's so famous.
LeBron's probably the only one. Just because of who he is. And he's polarized.
That's everybody. Yeah, that's
right.
That's
and he's polarized, and like for me, come hell or high water, I wouldn't give a rip. I just would lose my job because I'm rolling with LeBron for the Rockets. Like that's he's the most polarizing athlete maybe you would in the world right now. I don't know. Like somebody said, they had CP3 and they had Harden, and it didn't really move the needle on radio. All right, wow, that was fun. That was fun.
You know, I've tried to get guests on the show, Rockets guests for shows that I've done. It's hard to get guests.
Yeah.
Would that change the equation? Get Udoka on here in the 5 o'clock hour.
Hear from Udoka?
Yeah.
I would love to. Ime, please. Hell, you can cuss us out if you want to. You can get angry. I would love that. I would love any of them. I would love any. All right. Spo has something about the Astros that I want to fairly allow him to explain his stance on this, because when I initially hear it, I don't love it. But I want to hear it out. I'll let you hear it, and you hear it out and get your decision made as well on what Spo has to say about something with the Astros. And I would say an important member of the Astros. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
When you talk about the Texans and them self-scouting in the bye week, figure out a way to get Tank Dell the football. He's too good of a weapon to be on the shelf as much as he has been. Get Dalton Schultz more.
Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
On Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks and Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live, a little Football Friday. Shout out to Figgy. Figgy tagged out as he's been here, producing the midday show and his show In the Loop. And obviously he didn't get here at 10 o'clock flat. He's been here a while. Getting ready for that show, and shout out to Figgy for helping us out here as Tyler's under the weather. We hand it off to our guy, Chris Santiago is in the building. Shout out to Chris, man. You hear him every night on Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton, so we certainly appreciate you joining us. Y'all on tonight?
No show tonight.
No show tonight. All right, so yeah, get some action here, man. I'm sure Chris got them takes that he wants to shoot off that he's got to hold through the weekend. All right, again, we're here in Webster, Twin Peaks. The staff is fantastic. The food, great food. I've got a great salad here that I'm knocking off. I need to get me a beer, but I'm going to get one soon here in just a bit. But a good time out here. And you got a chance still to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoor. All you got to do is put your name in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to come out a winner like we had earlier. So get on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock on this Football Friday. All right, listen, pull up here, Chris, because I want you to just make the statement first, Adam. I want you to just make the statement first so the people can hear it, because I want to be fair. I don't want to just shoot you down. I don't want to just take my figurative gun and just shoot your knees out. I want to hear this, Chris. I want you to hear this too.
I like how you're moving away from me too right now.
I just don't want to be in reach, because when I first read it, I just want to get you a little sticky in the arm. But this is the statement that you have right here. Go ahead. What is this about the Astros?
If I am the Astros, I am trading Kyle Tucker right now. If I am the Astros, I know that they aren't. I know if I'm the Astros, I know we're not re-signing. I know they're not going to do it. They know what he wants. They know that is well out of what they are comfortable spending on a player, because they've never done it before. And when we talk about extensions for Kyle Tucker, we're talking about like 8 years, $200 million for Alex Bregman. When you get into Kyle Tucker range, we're going to be talking like 12 years, $300 million. So if they're not comfortable with 8 and $200 for Bregman, you sure as hell know they're not going to be comfortable with 12 and $300 for Tucker. So with that being said, I am signing Bregman. I am trading Tucker. I am replacing Tucker in free agency. There are a number of right fielders, Anthony Santander being one of them, that would fit perfectly into the Astros lineup.
Well, how much you got to pay him?
Not nearly as much as Kyle Tucker. You could easily get away with a 4-year deal for Anthony Santander, who hit 40 home runs last year. And then I am trading Kyle Tucker. I am restocking my farm system, which is as depleted as it has ever been. And I'm hitting like a soft reset. I still think with Bregman back and with the rest of the Astros roster, even with Tucker gone, they can win the division next year. And then they are better set up moving forward to where the rest of the roster isn't quite so top-heavy, and they've got a little bit more in the minor league system for which they can add other players from outside the organization or be kind of that next guy for them, be that next high-level starter that they have under club control. And the example that I give you, San Diego Padres, they traded Juan Soto last winter, still made the playoffs, almost went to the NLCS, almost beat the Dodgers. They had the Dodgers beat.
Did they? And real quick, they traded Juan Soto, who's an outfielder, right? Did they have an outfielder of some sort that was waiting in the league?
Yes, they had Jackson Merrill. The Astros, listen, but that
did they have somebody that might have been Rookie of the Year?
But that's why I brought up the signing Anthony Santander part of it. Like, you still have to, and their best prospect is also an outfielder. Now, he's not a corner guy, but again, that's the direction that I have to take. They've talked about needing to get creative this offseason. To me, I think they can still be competitive going in that direction, and I would trade Framber too. If
you want to trade Framber?
I would have
Tucker and Framber.
I would have traded Framber and kept Kikuchi, and then again you use the prospects that you get, because also the Padres traded Soto. They used some of the prospect capital that they got in the Soto trade in order to get Dylan Cease, and Dylan Cease was obviously rotating. So, like that's kind of the thing that I'm looking at right now. Now, I don't think they're going to do it because they have not had an inclination to trade any of these guys before they hit free agency, and I think that's hurting them right now, because it's why their farm system is so depleted, because all you wind up getting is the comp pick, and the comp pick isn't worth a whole lot. They haven't drafted very well here in the last 5-6 years. So that's why I'm in the direction of, you're not going to re-sign Kyle Tucker, so you might as well trade him now, because as soon as opening day comes around, his value plummets, because whoever trades, like if they're out of the race at the deadline, or they want to trade him at the deadline, what they can get for him once you get to the deadline just drops dramatically, because the team trading for him can't get a comp pick back for him.
All right, Adam Spolane I'm wanting to trade Kyle Tucker. And he laid out his reasonings why. Adam also slid in there like a thief in the night that I would trade Framber Valdez. So he just slid that one in. Slid that one in.
I probably wouldn't do it now because Kikuchi's gone, but I don't think they're going to sign Framber Valdez to
that one you're just going to miss.
I mean, I would look into see what the options are that they have. And what deals there are out there. But if you know you're not going to re-sign these guys, then what's the point?
Yeah,
you might as well get as much value out of them as you can now.
That's the issue for me. Is like, are you gonna seriously give any fair contracts out? From the text line, as he said, he wanted to trade him. F. Kyle Tucker, choking ass lame. Agree, trade Tucker. I completely agree with Astros. Played the second half of the year pretty much without Tucker, and it was. And it was clearly, I guess, and when they made their big push, I guess you can understand that those texts are split. Tucker really didn't do much after he came back. I think if you keep Bregman, you can get another good hitting right fielder and then use the capital. Listen, I want to say I agree with the assessment and the thought process of, if you know that you're not going to keep him, you might as well get the most out of him as you can. Because right now, the reason, like, you don't have nothing to let Buddy go. You got nothing to replace right now because your farm system is just depleted. You haven't drafted well, as you said, and they've missed some draft picks with the cheating scandal. Like, you just don't have the same team or guys in the farm system to turn to. So I understand the thought of get guys that you can get now and see what you can do. Obviously, as I know, you can trade people, and that doesn't mean that you're going to get impact players. Who can get impact players. Many of you can remember a lot of big trades, and they didn't get impact players. Of course, you can make trades and get Yordan Alvarez in trades and make big impacts. My just thing is, Kyle Tucker is, to me, of all the players that we've seen that they have they've had to sign to big deals and that have deserved big deals because of their play. From the Garrett Coles to the Correas to the Springers to the Verlander the first time he left and went to the Mets. I'm sure I'm forgetting others that they have just decided to move on from. I think Kyle Tucker is one that makes the most sense. Under 30 years old, he is an ascending player. I think Bregman. I don't think we've seen the best Kyle Tucker yet. I think we've clearly seen. I disagree. I think Kyle Tucker has another step. I think Kyle Tucker was in the midst of that before he got injured last year. And that's a guy to me. It's like, damn, if you're not going to sign him, if you're not going to keep him here, then I mean, who is it? We're literally operating like a middle of the road type of market team. A mid-market team is how the Astros are operating, and that's to me like, if you're going to get Bregman, that's fine. I could see you can make it work other ways, but I also think you could sign Tucker and make it work like you're talking about with Santander and other ways. It may not be a third baseman, but I think you could find another position where you can get a bat and get production somewhere else that could fill the void for Bregman. That's just my only thing. I'm with you. If you're not going to sign them long term, hell, I would get Framber up out of here too.
Yeah.
I would get them both up out of here.
Maximize what you can get for them now, and I still think you look at the way the AL West looks right now. It doesn't look all that imposing. The Rangers had a real bad year last year. I don't know if they are automatically contenders for the division again this year. Seattle has taken a step back. It seems like they might start spending some money. We'll see if maybe they actually get some bats. But they had amazing health out of their starting pitchers last year. The odds of that continuing are pretty slim. And then the Angels and A's aren't very good. So the West is still there.
I think they can still compete with. I don't know about the pitching staff without Framber, but I think they can still compete in the West, and obviously they've got that mindset.
I just will always trust their ability to get the most out of starting pitchers because it happens year after year after year. You look at what they did with Kikuchi last year, and for him to have been pitching as poorly as he was in Toronto, and for him to have the complete turnaround that he did once he got here, they have a way of identifying pitchers and figuring out ways to get them better. So that's why I'm fine if they want to go ahead and trade Framber, just because they can find somebody who can fill that role, and obviously it might not work, but their track record is pretty solid when it comes to that.
Text line coming in. Are we Houston or are we Pittsburgh?
Yeah, that's a great question.
That's a hell of a question. You're right now you're Houston, but at times the way they operate, they look like, I don't want to say Pittsburgh, but it feels like they operate like Baltimore.
But listen, if it's up to me, if I were them, I would pay everybody. I would not let any go. But that's just not how they have operated so far.
At least most of them.
And they have gone the route of, we're just going to let them go in free agency and get back the comp picks. Well, they haven't gotten anything out of the comp picks.
No.
You look at, they didn't get a comp pick back for Dallas Keuchel. The comp pick that they got back for Garrett Cole was in, I think he might have finished last year in Double-A, but he's not a prospect at this point. The comp pick that they wound up getting back for Correa hasn't done anything. Same thing with the comp pick that they got back for Springer. They traded one of the comp picks, and I believe the Trey Mancini trade. So they're not getting anything out of those.
Yeah.
It's not helping you moving forward. They've been able to survive and remain good because of, frankly, some luck with some of their starting pitchers and getting Framber Valdez to turn into a guy. And, these unheralded guys that they signed out of Latin America, that's really what has saved them. And Jeremy Pena had a really good rookie year, but he has not exactly lived up to that ever since the last couple of years.
All right, coming up, is C.J. Stroud still a top 10 quarterback? I'm going to throw out some names. I'm sure you're thinking of the names around it. Is C.J. Stroud still a top 10 quarterback? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive. Before we get there, guys, it is the holiday season, and get your Apple products from my friends David and Tristan at Experimex West Houston. These guys are great, and they're Apple experts. They do everything that the big box stores do, but you ain't got to wait in lines. You don't have appointments, and you can save hundreds by buying brand new products, because you got to go see these guys, because they have been voted, the best computer store in Houston boosted by the press. They have the biggest inventory on current and previous year's devices, and every certified pre-owned Apple product comes with a 1-year warranty, so you can buy with confidence. Get those premium Apple products without having to pay that premium price. Go see my guys, my friends, David and Tristan at Experimex, West Houston, Katy Freeway B, between Bunker Hill and Gessner, online at 610max.com. That's 610max.com.
The NFL.
Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks and Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There it is. We're having a good time out here, baby, always. Clint, somebody said they want to let you know after Cowboys. I just want to let you know that, Clint, my man, right here. And you signed the ball for his son, but he still wants you to know after Cowboys. Which I'm sure many people here share that same thing. We are live here. Buffalo Wild Wings, and great Buffalo Wild. What am I talking about? These days are mixing up. Twin Peaks. We are here live. Oh boy, I probably owe somebody $10 for that one. We are here live. Twin Peaks here, Webster. Great time, having a good time. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Come out and join us here with your chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoor. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in our raffle box, and you can give yourself a chance to win. All right, Chris Santiago is in as he tags in for Figgy. We appreciate you jumping in and coming in a little bit early. And Adam Spillane in for Clint Stoerner, who is out as well. And I threw this out, and I'm wondering where people on the text line in the Drive family are thinking right now. Because you said something earlier, and Chris, you can get on this too. You said something earlier. You said coming into the year, Adam, you said, hey, coming into the year, I thought that C.J. Stroud would be a top 5 quarterback. And I thought he'd be an MVP candidate. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a very, very fair statement to make coming into the year. And I think a lot of people would have made that statement. And a lot of people did make that statement coming into the year. I can think of people who had, I think Keyshawn Johnson had them, the Texans really, really high and was really, really high on C.J. Stroud. Greg Jennings, I know, had C.J. Stroud as his league MVP before the season started. What I'm asking now, do you still believe, obviously he's not in the top 5, right? I mean, obviously when you have Josh Allen, Lamar, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, like we know that he's not 5th in that. Or maybe he is to you, but is he still a top 10 quarterback? Now, I will throw out some names to you that I think would be in the running with him. As I said, Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, and Burrow. The quarterback we saw last night, who is an MVP candidate right now, Jared Goff, I would say is in that running. Justin Herbert, who has 1 interception on the season and has started to play pretty well with not a great cast around him, but under John Harbaugh. Matthew Stafford, Super Bowl winner up there. Jalen Hurts having a good season. Tua, Kyler Murray starting to come through. Baker's numbers are really, really up there. Some may look at Aaron Rodgers. Then there's Brock Purdy, who has been kind of talked about up there the last couple of years, even though he's injured. Dak. And then there's the rookies. Caleb Williams. There's Daniels, who was an MVP candidate out of Washington earlier. Not out of Washington, but for Washington at the early part of the year. And then Bo Nix, who is starting to come on late for the Broncos. Do you just threw out a group that's about 14, 15 guys. Do you think C.J. Stroud is still a top 10 quarterback?
He has not been this season. He has not produced at that level this season. You can argue that he is still a top 10 quarterback, but he has not produced like one this year.
Yeah. Some people saying you got to put Darnold and you got to put Kirk Cousins in there. I'm good. But I mean, I think it's also, but I think there's a mixture of, because what you said, right? Who's the best quarterback in football?
Mahomes.
Where would you say Mahomes in terms of quarterbacks this year he's been?
He's out of the MVP race, so he's probably outside the top.
I think there are a lot of people who have had better years, but he's the best. So it doesn't necessarily just mean what he has done this year.
But the thing is, Ron, Mahomes has a 5-6 year track record of being the best quarterback in the league, whereas C.J. Stroud was a really good rookie, and then his second year he has dropped off. So that's why I can't put him in there. If he had more of a track record of producing at a top 10 level, then yeah. But he doesn't. He has last year, and that's about it.
All right. Some yes. I got here. Champ Slice said no, he's not. A couple of others saying yes. It's a little bit mixed. Do you think CJ is still a top 10 quarterback? We threw out some names out there. I will just say this for me, fellas. Chris, real quick, Chris, on you. Do you think he's a top 10 quarterback still?
Oh, man. With all the other quarterbacks and how they've been playing, he's like probably 11th. So he's right there, but he's close.
You got him in. Let's run through some of it. For me, this is me personally. I don't put any of the rookies in front of them. Like Daniels, Nix, and Caleb Williams. I don't put any of them in front of them because there's something about which do the next year when people have seen it.
We're seeing that right now.
We're seeing it right now with him. We saw it with Lamar. We're seeing that. I'll throw this. We understand, right? We got the top four clear, right? Even the person who just texted in, Burrow is in your top four. Yes, he leads the league in yards and touchdowns. He's been to the Super Bowl. He's been to the AFC Championship game. He's the only one besides Tom Brady to stop Mahomes. Oh Lord. So I think Joe Burrow is safely in to the top four, or with that. But I'll throw this out. We understand the top four. We're clear. What about Herbert? Herbert clearly in front of him?
I would.
Chris?
Man. Right now, yes.
Yeah, Herbert's clearly in front. Jared Goff? Yes. Yeah, the season he's having. Stafford, would you put him in front? Yes.
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't. So you would have Stafford behind him. Okay. What about Jalen Hurts?
Yes.
Yeah, would you? Tua. Healthy Tua.
Yes.
No.
I don't know. Jordan Love. Yes. For me.
Yeah.
Rodgers, no. I feel like at this point, I should have put Russ on the list before I put Rodgers. But Purdy, for me, no. I can't do it.
No.
Dak, I'll even say no. Although I think Dak, the last time we saw Dak,
that's a tough one, just because
he was second in the MVP 2 years ago, or last season. So maybe he's in the range. What about Kyler?
Yes. Kyler over CJ right now. And again, part of this, it's not just on CJ. A lot of it is just on the offense. And the Texans offense has underachieved to a level that has brought down everybody else. It's brought down the play caller. It's brought down the offensive line. It's brought down the skill position guys. And in turn, it's going to bring down the quarterback. They just haven't produced at a level to where you think that this is that anybody on this offense should be in the top 10 in anything except for Nico Collins, really.
Yeah. Someone texted in, this year CJ is 13th through 16th best quarterback in the NFL. He's been sacked a lot, and now he's throwing picks and missing wide open receivers. What'd you say, 11? Like, for me, I'm looking at, as we just went through that list, he feels like he is in the 11, 12, 13 range to me.
I mean, he's 21st in QBR. He's 22nd in quarterback rating. And then if you want to get really nerdy and go to EPA, he's like at the bottom of EPA per play.
They're just like they're just like, I can't put Sam Darnold in front of him.
Yeah, no,
I can't put Brock Purdy in front of him. I can't
I'm the same way.
There are guys I'm just sitting there saying no. I would, if everything was the same. I think CJ is the guy that I would rather have over some of those guys.
Now, with all that said, we could be sitting here next year, and he's right back into that top 5 conversation.
Or hell, he could do something in the next 3 weeks to make us feel differently about it with the teams and the quarterbacks he's going to be going up against.
This is just how it's felt watching him all year. There are way too many games where it feels like it is a struggle for them to move the ball. And again, it's not all on him, but he's the quarterback. Yep. So ultimately, he's got to take some of the hit.
Yep. All right, as we continue here, a little 5 o'clock fire coming up. we will be hooking somebody up with a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We're live here in Webster, here at Twin Peaks. Come join us. Come hang out with us. A good crowd out here, and obviously always a great spot to be at. You can come have fun with myself and Adam as well. Coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. What the hell happened with the Rockets last night? They had no business losing that game. A great Thursday night football game against two teams that might be there at the end, and somebody want to talk to Bill Belichick. Somebody want to talk to 73-year-old Bill Belichick. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
How did Nick Caserio feel about it?
FiveHourEnergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5HourEnergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Dirty's not here, but Spo. Spo is in the building. Adam Spolane, and your guy, the blonde tit bomber, is in the building, and BD Santiago, Chris Santiago, he is in the building as Tyler is under the weather. Shout out to Figgy, who did the first half of the show, and Chris Santiago stepping in the second half of the show, and we appreciate him for being in. And again, we are out here live at Twin Peaks here in Webster. Come on out. Good crowd. Start your Friday night off right. Get you some drinks. Get you some great service. Get you some good food. I just smashed a great salad. So come on out, have a good time. I'm trying to find. Yeah, I see the beers are 27 degrees right now here at Twin Peaks. So come on out and have a good time. And not just that, you have a chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, which we will be hooking somebody up with here coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in our raffle box. I don't know why I point at it every time as if the people on the radio could see me doing that, but some of you on YouTube and Twitch may be able to, but you can't see that white box. But you put it in there and you'll have a chance to win. Also, you can use a QR code to enter yourself in the Ultimate Football Tailgate Package, where you can win a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and tickets to the suite, in our suite at NRG for that Christmas Day game with the Ravens and the Texans. And I think Beyonce's involved in that too, so you might have a little extra action for some of those. That's why I'm going. I know it's why you're going. I knew that from the jump. Chris trying to get into that game. So come on out and have a good time with us, as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. All right, last night the Rockets lose in San Francisco. They lose to Golden State 99-93. And if I just said that to you, hey, the Rockets took a tonight.
That's terrible.
Golden State's been off to a pretty good start. That's not bad. But then when you look a little closer, Chris, it is terrible. I thought we were beyond this. When you look a little closer, they lose, and there's no Steph Curry, and there's no Draymond Green. And listen, I know that Jonathan Kuminga can have some moments, and Andrew Wiggins, depending on how he is feeling mentally, can have some good moments. But they didn't even have to score 100 points. And they beat you in a game that I just feel like the Rockets team, who's the number 2 seed right now in the Western Conference, second best record in the Western Conference, going into the game and currently, they should be able to take this. I thought we were beyond this, and I bet you I thought Udoka thought that they were beyond this, especially when you hear what he had to say afterwards with their performance. But that's one of the most disappointing performances of the season for this Rockets team.
They lost a game and where their opponent only had 2 guys scoring double figures.
Yep. There's a lot of 6s and 7s for that Warriors team up and down there.
That was, and you heard it with Ime after the game, he called them soft. He said that that's the softest game that they have played in the year and a half that he has been their head coach. And yeah, it looked like it. Offensively, they were bad. They have not been a good offensive team all year. And then defensively, they were good for the most part, except for that first part of the third quarter. And all of a sudden, they were down. The deficit wasn't big at halftime, but then very quickly into that third quarter, you're down by 15. And with the way that they were shooting the ball, both from outside and from him, it's very tough to come back and win games like that, and they couldn't do it yesterday.
No, they couldn't.
It was disappointing. Like,
they didn't, like, real quick, you said they only had 2 guys in double figures for the Rockets. They didn't have anybody, crack 16.
No.
And then Jalen, like, that was the thing to me is like, all right, it was going that way. And kind of what Jalen Green, now he's kind of tailed off from his start.
Mm-hmm.
But coming from Jalen Green, the thought is like, man, all right, one of you take over in the fourth quarter. Like, sometimes there are games where it's like it's hard to get up to play the role player Warriors. But at some point, like, all right, here, I'm going to take it over. We'll get a fourth quarter. They got it closer in the third, and Jalen Green just goes out and is the best player on the floor, which he should have been. Or Sengun goes out and be the best player on the floor, which he should have been. And it just didn't happen, and that was really disappointing.
No, and Jalen tried. Jalen tried to be aggressive, and he was just bad. He was just bad. There was the one real bad turnover that he had where he forced a drive to the baseline, and there was someone in the corner. He was just bad, and that was kind of what last night was, is that their guys were not very good. It's about Van Vliet, it's about Green, it's about Sengun, and all 3 of those guys played poorly in last night's game. And without Tari Eason to kind of muck the game up, they really missed that. They missed that ability to get easy buckets, and they just didn't have it.
Yeah, they did not have that tonight. But still, they're second in the West, and they're going to play this team again
for the Cup.
The NBA Cup, baby. Knockout round, baby. Elimination round. You don't seem too excited about the NBA Cup.
I just like making fun of it. I think it's the most ridiculous thing in the world.
I mean, it's like the Maui Invitational. It's like a preseason tournament.
It's a tournament, but if you lose and you're eliminated, your season continues.
Oh, yeah, it continues, just like the Maui Invitational.
Yeah, but that's not
just like the Battle at Atlantis. It continues when you lose. Yeah, but UConn lost 3 times last week.
There's
Maui.
There's a losers bracket though in Maui. There's a losers bracket in
You think there should be a losers bracket? No, you just get
you're not going all the way to Maui to play one game.
No,
You don't want to see that in-season tournament banner hanging in Toyota Center?
I want to see it.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine?
I want to see it. It was so great to watch the Lakers drop that thing. Can only be the first. Yeah, hey, I bet you there's some dudes at the back half of that bench that want that check.
Listen, they definitely want that.
They want that check. Yeah, they want that check. Come on, Chris. So you're not into it because you're the one. Your excitement over the World Baseball Classic.
I love the World Baseball Classic.
You're not into the Cup?
Oh no, I am. I mean, I feel like players, bump up the intensity. I feel like.
Doesn't it? They did.
They do not.
Stop. Oh,
they do not.
Listen, at least last year they did.
Yes, they did.
No, they do not.
Hold on.
Wait, no.
At least at the knockout round and when they go to Vegas, they up the intensity. LeBron and AD played their hearts out in ways that they don't do in the regular season.
The arena was empty in Vegas.
I don't remember that.
It was empty.
We're not talking about the
final by 30.
Hold on. Quit Trevor Lawrence in this thing and start talking about quarterback slides when we're talking about the matter at hand. They do step up their play.
They did not.
They stop.
They did not.
They did too.
It's just another game on the schedule.
Oh, Chris, they may have treated it last year. Like, I don't know if they're going to continue. Chris, it is clear. They bumped when they were in Vegas. The Pacers played their asses off. Come on, man. No, you ain't got a lot
of... They're competing.
Yeah, they're competing, and they took it up a notch.
They did not.
They did. Yeah, that's what I saw.
I just can't believe that Rockets-Thunder game on Sunday was so competitive when it had nothing to do with the Cup.
No, but you know what? That Rockets-Warriors one, with that money on the line, and that cup, and as Chris just said...
Cup. Wait, hold it up. Hold up the cup.
That banner, where does that banner go? Does it go between the 2 back-to-back championships?
I think it covers them up. I think they hang it in front.
Hey, I really do. I believe Adam Silver, the human penis. I think he did force them. Like, hey man, let's put a banner down. Like, the banner thing is ridiculous. They ain't got to put that banner up. But that money and that check and that trophy, it's cool.
At least there's no ring night.
I think they all get medals, right? I think that's what they put medals around.
Listen,
they can let those medals.
I'm sure those medals are very valuable.
They got them right next to all them championships they got right there. Damn right, man. It's all good.
Listen, the players say they don't care about the cup.
No, they don't.
I can play it for you.
They care about it all day.
I got Sengun saying they don't care.
It's Sengun when they lose. I bet he's going to play his heart out. All right, man. But no, man, hopefully the Rockets get past that. They'll play them again December 11th. Don't let
Wednesday.
Adam Spillane try to get you down. They're going to play again coming up December 11th. You got to be there to watch. It's the most pressure-packed game.
You're going to lead off Thursday show with it. That's how big the cup is.
That's how big it is. Okay. I know Clint's going to be locked in.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, coming up, or not coming up, but last night the Lions with crazy-ass Dan Campbell and his gamble, they walk off and win that game by 3. A really good game by two teams that you would not be surprised at all to come out of the NFC, although I think the Philadelphia Eagles, to me, are the best team in the NFC, and a big reason why is because of how crazy Dan Campbell is. See, a lot of people get on Philly and their crazy coach, Nick Sirianni, but Dan Campbell and Nick Sirianni are like the same thing, to me. I just think we like Dan better for some reason, but they are very, very similar, and they're both crazy, and I just think Philly has more talent. But last night, the Lions, they moved to 12-1, and the Packers, they dropped down. But, again, I think they're fine, and I don't think they mind playing on the road like they did last year and nearly got to the NFC Championship game. But the craziest part, 40 seconds left, 4th down and 1, well in field goal range. I mean, like a 40-yard field goal. The Lions were, and they decided to go for it with the thinking of, we don't want Jordan Love and the Packers to eat ball again. There was 40 seconds left, and damn it, they almost didn't get it because Jared Goff tripped and fell over an offensive lineman, and I hate to say this, I know Clint Stoerner had thoughts in his mind because that is what happened to him. Only if Clint just would have hit his knee first, and it would have automatically stopped that play in Tennessee. We're still thinking about you, Clint. But he almost tripped and fell, but he got it to Montgomery, and Montgomery was able to get the first down. They ran it down and kicked the field goal and got up out of there. Crazy, crazy move. He's getting praised for it, for being Riverboat Dan. But I thought that was a crazy, insane decision to make.
Crazy or stupid?
Both.
Okay. No, I would have just kicked it right then and there because, again, if you introduce the possibility that you lose that game if you don't pick up the first down. If you don't pick up that first down, you are giving the Packers with not great field position, but decent field position and plenty of time on the clock to drive into field goal range. It was risky. I get it. That's who he is. And if I had that offensive line, I would probably take the same approach. He trusts that offensive line, and that offensive line is really, really good.
Would you? You would have taken that same approach?
Probably. If I were him, and that's how I run my team on a day-in, day-out basis.
None of them are surprised. They said at practice all week that he was thinking, hey, this is how we're going to operate. They said in practice anything 4th and 3 or shorter, he's going to go for it. And he went for it in his own 30 and didn't get it. And it almost helped cost him the game. And he's outside. Man, he's tender. I knew they talked about Riverboat Ron in Carolina. This dude takes the cake.
I think that makes them a better team, though, knowing that he is willing to go for it in those situations because they're ready for it. They are mentally prepared, that offense, that they are going to go for it in any situation, and I think that has made them a better football team.
Yeah, we'll see. His weird decisions, I think, was something that helped cost them to get to the Super Bowl last year because he started going for stuff when he should have just taken the points at times and being really aggressive. Who knows? But his team rolls with it. And
they play for him, too. They love that guy.
Absolutely. That was big for them because when you look at their schedule, they got Buffalo next week. If that came out, the thing is, Minnesota's right on them. They could drop to the 5 seed in a minute. Like that because of how close Minnesota is, just one game behind.
And I think home field probably matters more to them than any other team.
You think so?
Yeah, just because of Jared Goff has struggled outdoors in the postseason.
Yeah, they got a good running game, but their defense isn't great.
You still got to make plays in the passing game.
No.
You still have to be able to make plays in the passing game. And Jared Goff, we've seen it time after time where he is much better when he is clean and indoors as opposed to in maybe some shaky weather. Although, you look. Philly's not a great place to play, but Minnesota would be playing in a dome.
In a dome, yeah. Yep. So Arizona, they would never have to play at Arizona, but yeah, Minnesota
4-5. 4-5.
Well, I guess so. Yeah, it's a dome too. So yeah, they're in good shape. That win was big there. I don't know that they're going to collapse in their final games.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Bill Belichick apparently spoke with the University of North Carolina about their head coaching job because they just fired Mac Brown, who is 72 years old, and why not? Let's go look at the next cutting-edge hire at 73-year-old Bill Belichick. That sounds like a train wreck waiting to happen.
Really?
I don't see how either for multiple years. Like, I'm not saying that he can't coach, but all I'm thinking about, Nick Saban left college football because of everything that you got to deal with. Him recruiting his own players that are already there, NIL, him kind of relating to the younger player that's 18 years old coming in. Nah.
Is he dating an 18-year-old? He seems to relate
stop
okay.
It. She's in her late 20s. But, I mean,
I think early 20s.
I don't think he relates to her. She's an old soul. I think she listens to Marvin Gaye and Soundgarden, I think. But no, I don't think that works at all whatsoever.
I think it's interesting. I don't think he's going to get that job. I think that he interviewed just to get his name out there to remind teams that, hey, he's interested in coaching.
What the hell is going? What is he hard up? It's 7-3. You've won 7 or 6 Super Bowls. What do you need to get your name out there for?
There's that one record, that Don Shula record that he won.
Well, they can't get that Don Shula record at North Carolina.
Yeah, but he's just telling people that, hey, I'm interested in coaching.
Everybody knows that he wants to coach. I'll be honest with you. There is only, to me, one, like, think of any place in which I would hire Bill Belichick as my head coach. There's only one place that makes sense to me, and that's Dallas.
You wouldn't do Jacksonville?
No.
Really?
I would not put him with Trevor. No. To me, I think he needs to be at a place where a quarterback is established and a quarterback that can handle him and what he brings. And I think Dak is established, and I think Dak can handle him. He handles Jerry and can handle him. And I do think he would put people like Micah Parsons. There's an easy, clear respect level for what he can do. And you know, he worked with LT and I think defensive players are a bit different. Quarterbacks, he tried to end Mac Jones's career by putting him with the people he put him with. So I think Dak's established and he can handle him. That's the one. But I would not, if I got a young quarterback or I'm about to get a young quarterback or not a quarterback that is established, I'm good.
What if he brings Josh McDaniels with him?
I'm good.
Really? Because
that was I'm good.
The one good year that Mac Jones had was when McDaniel was the offensive coordinator.
Good. I'm good. Yeah, I know.
I would absolutely be open to hiring Belichick for any job. I would want to hear what the staff looks like because that offensive staff in New England was so bad towards the end. I need to know what the plan is in place, and then I also need to know, okay, you're going to coach for X amount of years. What's the plan moving forward? Yeah. Do you have somebody that you can think of that you would want as your successor, who you can kind of groom here for the next few years?
Yeah. Think about this role, this new role that it feels like the Texans are trying to play. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
When you talk about the
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Radio 610. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks and Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, there's our latest winner. Congratulations to our latest winner. He won our final prize, $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. It's been a great time here. As always, a little Football Friday, Twin Peaks here in Webster. Great location, great spot. And, hey, if you're around, come on out. This is a great spot to start your Friday night. Big college football game tonight. Yeah. TV's all around. That Boise State game. Who else plays? I know Boise, UNLV, and the Mountain.
I think it's the MAC championship game.
Yeah.
Which is always entertaining.
Sure.
It just doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. That feels like a Toledo
It's Tulane and Army.
Oh well, Tulane
CAAC
screwed it up. That was those two, had a shot a couple of weeks ago, but no, a couple of good games to watch here tonight. As you can partake that, have a good time out here, have you some drinks, some good food as well. So come on out.
We got the Sun Belt today too.
Well, Sun Belt. Oh, wow, fired up. That was a conference my college was in.
The Fun Belt.
State, baby. No, it's a good time to be had out here at Twin Peaks here in Webster. So come on out. Still time. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. All right, fellas. I maybe I'm off on this, and you all can tell me this, and if you feel that way, and I think this one is fair. I don't think this is like the Trevor Lawrence hit. I think this one is fair to maybe express maybe I'm awful. Like, it feels like to me that the Texans are not just playing the role or have been given the role of villain. It feels like they are starting to step in and maybe embrace it. And maybe step in and try to add to it. And maybe step in, at least a few of them, to kind of feel and say, you know what, we are going to take this role and grab on and embrace it. Because there's some villains that are just villains because they win and they've been very successful and people are tired of them and they want to see them kind of lose. I think the Chiefs fit that. I think there's NBA teams we've seen that fit that. The Patriots, yes. I think, fit that until they started cheating. But there are teams, I think the Astros maybe fit that as well. There are teams that are villains just because of that. And then there are teams or individuals that are villains because they want to be villains. Right? I think Draymond Green want to be villain. I think
he also wins, though.
Yes, and wins. I think Angel Reese was one who was like, at some point, here, I'll go and be villain. Although I think there's an argument that at first she was kind of given that, but she has really leaned into it. I think there are some who are good with it and can be successful with it. Maybe I'm off on this. It feels like the Texans are maybe starting to lean into it. And when you see Aziz Al-Shair most definitely is, and then you see people backing him up and being with him, I wonder, is that actually the case, or maybe I'm overthinking it, or two, how do they function and how do they play under that, right? As you said, Draymond, he's the villain and wins. He's good. He thrives under it. I don't know that Steph Curry thrives under it. He just lets him do that. Do the Texans, how are they? Are they going to thrive under this situation?
Probably not, just because you look at how they've thrived as kind of like the favorites in the division. And now all of a sudden, when you put yourself in that villain role, there's pressure that comes with that. And they've never been in that before. So I don't know how they'll respond to it. It's been a kind of a strange way to handle this, I think, this week, because clearly Aziz Al-Shair was in the wrong for what happened in Jacksonville Sunday, and why they just haven't been able to accept that, it has been a little strange to me.
Yeah, we've hashed that out, whether they've accepted that or partly have, but where we are now, though, it feels like I said to you earlier, Chris, I said to them earlier, I said, I bet you they got about 75 free Aziz shirts ready to roll, ready to go, coming up in the game for the Miami game, and they're going to be out there prior to the game with their free Aziz shirts. I can see that in the making, and I think that will just potentially add to it. I don't know. I look at CJ. It doesn't feel like CJ's style. I don't think it feels like D'Amico's style. Yeah. I don't think it feels like Will Anderson's style. And maybe this will be a Draymond thing, because for the Warriors, Draymond is the villain. And you two watch NBA. I don't think Clay slid to that.
He does a little bit. A little. He's more of like a heel.
Here, you're Clay, basically. Chris, does Clay slide into the hair? I'll tell you, when Chris has his hair cut just right, yeah. He's got a real Klay Thompson feel to it. But Draymond definitely felt it. But Steph didn't. Steph didn't. I don't think that plays well. Hell, you all both. LeBron certainly did not play well trying to embrace that villain role, which he tried to accept. So maybe it is a deal of like, hey, CJ and Will and D'Amico, like y'all gonna do y'all thing, and we'll kind of handle it this way. But I find it interesting. I want to see now coming away from the bye week when we start to hear from people, when we start to see them over the next week to see what it is that they look like. Coming from the text line, from YouTube and Twitch, Wesley. Facts. The team better not get distracted by this fake-ass villain stuff and get in their game.
Maybe it will help them, though. Maybe. You look at this season that had these big expectations. They had big expectations this season, not just to win the division again, but to have more success in the postseason, to be one of the best teams in the NFL, and it hasn't really materialized the way that I think they thought. So maybe this us against the world thing galvanizes them for these last 4 games, and it gives them some momentum going into the postseason. Maybe that's what they're looking for. Maybe this is kind of the chip that they have needed all season when you consider that they were crowned in the offseason. Maybe that didn't help, that they were crowned in the offseason. Maybe they needed things to kind of join forces and to go against them here. Yeah. I don't know. It's a position that this franchise really hasn't been in before.
No, like clearly they're coming together here on this. They are going to be affected by this, right? It's sometimes, like a small version, like if you watch it, a basketball game and a coach gets attacked. How does the team respond to the coach? How will the Texans? Will this be a moment where they look at and say, however this thing was handled, whether you agree with how the Texans handled it, whether you don't agree with it, this thing created them together, and it turned their season into what? Like, did it become? And that was a turning point from them becoming, an 8-5 team that then took a jump up and they had something to cling to as a team? Or is this a team that was 8-5 and they went Philadelphia Eagles and just absolutely fell apart? And you can point to as soon as they fell apart was right during this thing, or as soon as it turned around and they went up a notch was due to them coming together from the Al-Shair situation.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be one extreme or the other. Just kind of.
I don't feel like it's going to be in the middle.
Yeah,
I feel like it's going to be an extreme thing. Yeah. I don't know, but to me it has been a hell of a turn of events. I'll be honest, I did not think that after he took that hit, or that hit was given, we watched that last Sunday, that the Texans or any Texan would be embracing a villain role. That one I did not see coming.
Especially when you look at how they talked about it after the game Sunday. Like, there was a shift on Monday.
You can flush Sunday right down the toilet. They completely changed the way they were talking about handling things then. Yeah, that was a complete shift in change. So, as you said, it is going to probably be in one way or another, some extreme that, hey, they really turned it around here, or damn, that made things worse. Yep. Not made things better. All right, as we continue here, rolling right here live on the drive here in Webster at Twin Peaks. All right, we've talked a lot about some things. I want to bring up something with the Astros that Spolane brought up that I've been thinking about it since he brought it up, and I don't know if it makes a lot of sense to me, but I could see where he's coming from, but I don't know if it makes a lot of sense to me. We'll discuss that coming up next. But
the best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and the Drive on a shop.
Up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Live from Twin Peaks and Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here. Twin Peaks, Webster, having a good time, and we've had a great time. I want to thank everybody who has come out and had a good time to hang out with us. Shout out to the staff here at Twin Peaks. They have been fantastic, as they always are. We have everything they have done here with us, had a great time and taking care of us. Shout out to our promo staff, as they always do a great job holding us together, and great job with our prizes and setting everything up, as they are so important to what we do around here. Shout out to our engineer, Andy. Give Andy a hand, baby. There you go, big Andy. Andy keeping us on the air as well as on YouTube and Twitch. And shout out to Figgy and Chris Santiago, who've been holding it down up at the station and keeping us on the air as well. So to everybody who has played a part in us having a really good football Friday here in Webster at Twin Peaks, we appreciate that. As Clint is out, Adam Spolane has been in today, and great job by Adam as well. Always have a good time kind of breaking bread and hanging out with Adam. Congratulations to our winners who took home a couple of Academy Sports and Outdoor gift cards. And come hang out with us every Thursday, every Friday. We're out on the road, a little Thirsty Thursday and Football Friday. Next week, Thursday, we'll be out again off Washington Avenue. December 12th, come hang out with us. We'll be, doing that show on the road, opening up about the Rockets.
Yeah.
The Cup. They win? You think they beat Golden State at home?
If they can't beat them, they got to beat them at some point.
Yeah. Chris, they've lost 15 in a row. You think they get them?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
the Cup is going to bring it out.
Chris,
Exactly.
shut up.
They
Chris,
have
you didn't sound like you believe that. Oh, yeah. That didn't sound like at all. I didn't even have to see your face. Oh, yeah. Nah, you ain't believe that. Steph about to come out here. I hope they do. Steph I feel like Steph's going to probably do this thing the way LeBron did, just kind of go over the top with it. And really play hard. And Draymond probably I'm on shoulder.
They might not play. What if they don't play?
They're going to play in the Cup. It's the Cup. They're playing. It's the Cup.
Oh, yeah.
I think they rested up. I reckon they rested up yesterday for the Cup.
Yeah, they did.
Very possible.
That's what they did. They want this thing.
They didn't want to show anything for the meaningless game.
Yeah, man. They got some dudes over there, man. Hey, man, they know Moody need that money. I got some dudes on it. Hey, who over there for the Rockets need that check the most?
All the two-way guys. All the two-way guys. You know, their end of the bench guys are not. They're all making money. Like Aaron Holiday makes money. Sean Tate's making money.
Yeah, they make money.
Yeah,
they'll take that little change. They'll take that little change over there. But no, like I said, we'll be out Washington Avenue, Buffalo Wild Wings next Thursday. Come on out next time we're on the road. Come on out and hang out with us. All right, you talked about this, or you kind of positioned this off air. You've been in a trading mood.
Yes.
Already today, he has talked about trading Kyle Tucker, and I understand the logic. All right, if you're not going to sign him, you might as well get one out of him. And right now, trading him would be probably the point where you can get the most out of him. Framber Valdez, you said the same thing, but you said you would roll the dice and trade Brian Abreu.
Yeah. And this goes
with this bullpen.
Yes, and this goes back to something that Bob Nightingale said with on your show, Chris, with Patrick and Sean, basically saying that if the Astros were to lose Alex Bregman, one move they could make is to trade for Alec Bohm, the third baseman from the Phillies who went to the All-Star game last year. And he threw out Ryan Presley as a possibility, a Ryan Presley for Alec Bohm trade. And I get where he's coming from, but I don't see that as being enough for the Phillies to give up Alec Bohm, is to just get Ryan Presley. Because, Ryan Presley's about to turn 36, had an average year last year. He's owed $14 million, and he's got 10-5 rights. So he can veto any trade, and he might want to tack on another year to that contract and able to essentially waive his no-trade clause.
Explain what 10...
So Ryan Presley has 10 years of service, and he has been with the same team for more than 5 years. So that means he has the right to veto any trade. It does not matter what the trade is. He has the right to veto it. And normally when that happens, the player gets something in return. So for me, I think that probably takes him out of this type of a trade, even though I'm sure he would like to close, whatever. That's why if the Astros were to go and trade for Alec Bohm, I think somebody like Brian Abreu would be a little bit more to the liking of the Phillies. Because, first of all, Abreu's better, and there really is a route to Abreu closing for this team, really ever, when you look at Josh Hader's contract. Hader's got 4 years left on his deal, and Abreu's under team control for 2 more.
Yeah, but what does Brian Abreu leaving the bullpen do to the Astros?
Well,
we're still competing, right?
Yeah, it obviously it hurts the bullpen, but what's more valuable? An 8th-inning reliever or a third baseman or just an everyday player of some sort? So you get more value out of Brian Abreu by trading him for an everyday player, a good everyday player. Again, Alec Bohm isn't a bum. He's a good player, and this is just
he's really
one
tailed
example.
Off in the second half
he
of the last 2 years, but
he did not have a good second half. But when you look at what the Astros have at third base, that's an improvement if they don't bring back Alex Bregman. So they've talked about needing to get creative. If they want to improve the roster, they don't have the farm system to be able to do that. You don't have a ton of options on your major league roster to be able to upgrade in other areas.
But there's no other, you don't get the sense there are any other options to trade outside of Abreu. Like you would have, because to me, their bullpen is, I guess, is Hector Neris isn't under contract.
No, he's not under contract. But he's also not good.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what's in there. What's down there.
You're looking at Taylor Scott and Caleb Ord and guys like this that they took flyers on last year that they had some success with.
Whenever you sing people's names, it's not a good Caleb Ord and Taylor Scott. It's never a good.
But here's what they can do, and this is what smart teams are able to do. You look back at 2021, their bullpen was a huge weakness for 4 months of the year. And then all of a sudden, they made 3 trades in a 3-day span, and that bullpen went from being a huge weakness to a huge strength. And then the next year, it was the best bullpen in baseball that helped them win the World Series. So if there is one area where you want to be bad at, where you can improve relatively easily, it's the bullpen. So that's why if I'm them, I am trading a surplus closer, trying to improve my roster in other areas, and then seeing if I can improve my bullpen in other areas.
I understand how you get to this. I just, over the next, let's say, 4 years, because that's the rest of the contract for Josh Hader.
Yeah.
Who do you think is going to be better, him or Abreu?
Probably Abreu.
That's the part that makes. Like I said, I understand what you're saying, and you're locked into that contract. But that's the hard part.
But the thing is, Abreu's not going to be around in 2 years.
Yeah,
they're not. Brian Abreu, I don't think would sign. Or would re-sign with the Astros in order to be a setup man. Now maybe they change up. Maybe they give Hader kind of back the role that he had when he first got to Milwaukee, where
he was more of a
hybrid.
fireman.
Yeah, it's more of a hey, you're going to go multiple innings, and we could use you at any point of the game. That's a very analytics type role that he did not like, and that's why he wasn't going multiple innings until this year, because he wanted to make sure that he had the contract in hand. So maybe that's one option that they do, and then they have a little bit more flexibility with how they use Hader, and then they go with the Bray 9th. That could be one option, but I don't see them going in that direction.
Yeah, that one's, like I said, I understand your thought process. It's just a hard one in terms of hey, we're going to trade possibly the best reliever that we have in there to now give us really, a real weakness that it would look like right now.
The best way to
get Bone.
The best way to improve the roster is to spend money, and to spend it probably irresponsibly. Unless they're going to do that, then these are kind of the methods that you have to make in order to keep this team good.
Yeah. We'll see. So already in the show, trade Brian Abreu, trade Fran Valdez,
trade them all.
Trade Kyle Tucker. Want to get Jordan out there on your way? Or
not yet.
Not yet.
There's some questions that are going to come there, too, pretty soon.
All right. As we continue live here, coming up behind us, Texans All Access. So stay tuned for the fellas as they will ride through after we get done here at 6 o'clock. I found last night before the game, before the Lions-Packers game, did y'all see? I didn't know Matt LaFleur had this in it. Matt LaFleur I thought he was about to fight a fan. I don't know if y'all saw. Did you see that footage?
I heard. I haven't seen it.
Oh my God! I thought Matt LaFleur was going to fight a fan. So, basically, a fan was for some reason on the field doing something pregame wise, and then he just started talking trash to the Packers and hitting them with that underhook slash, and then LaFleur said he was trying to kind of be a peacemaker and calm the situation down. And then he said the guy started talking big time trash to him, and then he started going at it. And there's a video I thought these two were about to go. What gets into people's minds? Where is And I'm not gonna lie to you. I have been there. I have a regrettable moment. I don't know. It's 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, have you ever had a regrettable moment with you being stupid to a professional athlete? Shea Hillenbrand was my moment. Shea Hillenbrand played for the Boston Red Sox, and I was in college, and I was blasted at Kauffman Stadium, and we had front row seats, and I'm just talking trash to him every time he goes in. And I think I can't remember what I said. I said something crazy, and he whipped his head around, and I'm like, what? Like I'm about to do something to Shea Hillenbrand. What in the hell happens to us? I've grown from that, and if I could see Shea again, I would really apologize. I don't know what Shea's doing in his life right now.
Sure, we can find him.
Apologize. I'm sure we can. But when you get what in the hell is wrong with us? What in the hell? You've probably never done that, Chris. You've probably never done it. But what went into this guy's? But I'm about to get out in this field and just let this guy happen.
What was your level of sobriety in this moment?
I'll be honest. I wasn't that drunk.
But you were still.
I was feeling myself.
Okay.
I was feeling myself.
That answers the question.
Maybe that's it.
That answers the question.
That was it.
You have a couple, all of a sudden feel tough, and there's all this space between you, and you don't think he's actually going to be able to hear you, and you don't think he's going to react, and then he reacts, and then you get, oh no. Then you clam up real quick.
My man, I don't know what the magic words is that I said to him. He said, what the oh, shit, what the hell? But nah, man, I thought Matt was going to fight this guy. But for real, man, you got, that dude, he can't never do that again. Can't never be anywhere near the field again. Well, the Lions can't allow him to.
Did he have sideline passes?
No, he was doing something as a part of the pregame festivities.
So they invited him.
They invited him on the field, and he was doing something towards the pregame festivities and just messed that up for everybody. It's just utterly ridiculous.
Maybe don't invite people on the field.
Yep, that's what some players have said. That's what some players have said, or really have security there that they can't be anywhere near them.
But I am surprised because you look down at the sidelines before a Texans game during warm-ups. There are a lot of people down there. I'm surprised that nothing has, because stuff goes down between players before a game. I'm surprised it hasn't happened with the fans. Now maybe it's 10:30 in the morning, and maybe they do a pretty good job of making sure that the people who get sideline passes aren't drunk when they're down on the sidelines. I don't know exactly how that works, but still.
And you have to do a test. You have to do a sobriety. That's what I say. You have to do, hey, let's see. Can you walk a straight line? Because we can't have you down here near Cecil.
Cecil we have to protect with everything.
We can't have you guys down here near Cecil, but they're doing that thing. All right, again, man, we've had I'm out here. Chris, much appreciated. Thank you so much for stepping up, coming in, and helping us out. And Figgy, you as well, if you're listening wherever you are, we appreciate you. Tyler, feel better.
They'll score against them next year, Tyler.
They'll score against them next year, Tyler. I'm not doing it. People are accusing you of having an Aggie flu for the last 3 days. I am not participating in that. I believe you're
started it.
I did not. I did no. I mean, I just said somebody checked in, and listen. I just present some questions to the show. All right, you know about that,
Yes.
Nessie.